Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the 9th part of What If Badass Deku Becomes Ronin. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The two vigilantes' raid on the Yakuza warehouse seemed to be going sideways. The first group of Yakuza had the large one surrounded, attacking at him from all sides. They waited until he swung his weapon before diving in for the end, attacking from behind so he couldn't defend himself. The fight should have been over right there. The two Yakuza behind Mao stepped in with pipe and wooden katana already swinging to smash into the giant's back and take him down a peg. With his back turned, he couldn't defend himself. He wouldn't be able to react in time or block. So how would this big oaf stop one attack from behind, let alone two? Simple. The main man barely glanced over his shoulder at the two rushing Yakuza, smiled, then shot his leg backward, driving the heel of his boot into the first man's ribs, cracking them on the spot before launching him to the floor like a rocket. The second man barely paused. It was only a moment as his eyes followed his friend fly to the floor so fast you could have sworn he was diving for it. But before the second Yakuza could refocus, the giant's leg swept around to slam into his temple. Most people wouldn't know how to deal with a surprise attack. But Mao was no ordinary man. He knew the best way to deal with every attack harder. The second Yakuza stumbled back, hurt but not down, as he regrounded himself. Both hands grabbed the metal pipe like a sword, the grip becoming tighter as he focused through the pain to the fight. Bam! Mao's shin slammed into the metal pole the punk had raised as a guard, denting the metal and shoving the little beach several feet backward. The Yakuza was having trouble standing, and when Mao was through with him, he wouldn't even be able to do that. Mao stepped off his spinning front kick and ran towards his newest focus, laughing as he tossed the bat to the side to free up his good arm before body slamming the smaller man. The Yakuza barely had time to correct his stance from the last heavy blow he took before Mao slammed into him like a freight train, picking him straight off the ground and running with him straight into one of the warehouse's large metal support beams. The man recoiled from the force, barely getting a gasp out as his ribs also broke before going slack. Mao held him against the metal beam for a second longer, admiring his work with a massive grin. Paying back little beaches that thought they could get cheap shots on him always felt great. As shit. What the F is he? Mao glanced back at the other Yakuza, the last three from the first group. It also looked like that first guy might not be done yet by how he was squirming around on the ground. Mao's grin only got wider as he dropped his final victim, turning to fully face the group as he flexed his bad arm. It looked like he had a little more revenge to get before he was done. The bull-like Yakuza was the first to reach the smaller vigilante, charging past the rest to slam through the vigilante's pathetic attacks before driving him into one of the warehouse's massive metal pillars. The vigilante struggled before slamming into the pillar, hitting the metal hard enough to dent it. The vigilante himself went slightly slack from the heavy blow, mumbling and stumbling forward a bit as he dropped his weapons. Looked like he had the wind knocked out of him by his dazed reaction, soft murmurs to himself while sinking down. The Yakuza smirked as he built distance, rolling his shoulders before sinking his head down. If that little punk had thought that last rush had hurt, wait till he felt this one. The Yakuza suddenly surged forward, shouting as he crossed his arms in front of himself to brace for the impact as he lunged forward, then cut short as something just as heavy struck him back. What? Ronin grit his teeth as he used Muramasa's gunsheath, sending his blade hurtling forward with ludicrous speed. The blade crashed into the charging Yakuza, digging into his arms for just a moment before the massive sword swing tore through him. The Yakuza was pushed back a few inches as the blade ripped across his arms, stopping him dead in his tracks and forcing him to lose all momentum. He couldn't yet feel the stinging in his arms as he tried to figure out what just happened, barely getting the chance to lower his arms to try and find the vigilante before the vigilante's sword found him. Ronin hit the Yakuza with the drawing cut center mass, knocking the foe back and buying himself a moment's respite, but a drawing cut was not violence. Not true violence by a long shot. Ronin followed his opening cut with a small step to the side, moving around the Yakuza to get around his guard while raising Muramasa over his head. Then, the moment the guard began to slip, as the Yakuza looked around for the vigilante. Wham! The flat of the blade struck the Yakuza across the skull, driving his head down with one swing. The Yakuza stumbled before two more swings struck his head again, knocking him around like a pinball before Ronin lunged towards him, climbing the Yakuza's crushing form to gain height before slamming Muramasa's pommel into the back of the Yakuza's head. The Yakuza barely had a chance to lower his arms before three strikes quickly passed them, all three hitting him upside the head before a fourth and final sunk into the base of his skull. He managed to finally see his attacker as his body went limp, the world going dark as everything began to shift. Thunder style, Ronin now pushed towards the wave of Yakuza, meeting their own screams with his own as he ran. He sheathed his sword as he sprinted, lining up his hands for the next attack. The Yakuza didn't back down, they never did. Their ferocity only built up as the fight got more dire right until the last second. They snarled and shouted, they charged, and they raised their weapons. Thunderclap. In the blink of an eye, Ronin closed the distance, striking underneath the Yakuza's raised weapons. He rushed the leftmost Yakuza, pulling the trigger on his gun sheath and shooting his sword into the man's stomach pommel first. Ronin spun before the first man finished falling, twisting his body to fully draw his sword while pivoting to avoid the next Yakuza's swing. The pole swung past Ronin's twisted frame, Ronin staring at the metallic club for just a moment before stepping back in with his own. Ronin didn't miss. His spinning strike slashed through the second man's defenses, downing him on the first hit, so Ronin moved on. The Yakuza moved to surround him, but Ronin moved first. Quick small steps, shifting his position before the Yakuza could react. One dashed to the side, trying to surround Ronin, but Ronin instead dashed behind the lone Yakuza to cut him off from the rest, slamming Muramasa's pommel into his spine before turning head-on and slashing downward, felling this Yakuza in 2 hits instead of 1. What an honor. The Yakuza moved toward Ronin, so Ronin moved back toward them. He kicked his last victim so hard that the already stunned Yakuza flew through the air, forcing the oncoming foes to step out of the way to dodge their flying comrade. The moment those Yakuza took their eyes off the real threat to dodge their friend, however, he struck. Ronin jutted forward with a shoulder tackle, slamming into a Yakuza sideways before taking a small step back to get proper distance and strike him with Muramasa. Ronin's horizontal slash met the man's pull, brought up in a desperate bid to defend, then bounced off as Ronin redirected. Ronin turned his deflected sideways slash into his oldest trick, stepping in with an overhead slash. The man tried to regain his defenses as he raised his pole, blocking the first hit while losing ground, but he did successfully block the first hit. Then came the second. Ronin swung his sword overhead a second time, then a third, then a fourth and a fifth, swinging over and over again while constantly advancing. The Yakuza did well, he really did. He parried the second just as well as the first, and the third after that. However, even if he blocked the attacks, he was losing ground as he stepped back repeatedly, unable to regain his composure under the constant pressure. Not that Ronin would let him. 10, 11, 12 hits in a row as Ronin put his entire body into Savage Style's first technique. Even if he didn't say its name out loud, he could feel himself being swept into the motions as he pressed down the attack. He stepped in with his lead leg, he pushed off with his back, and he drove everything he had into slamming Muramasa down as fast and hard as he could. His body twisted, his feet dug in, and his arms burned as he pushed himself further and further. The other Yakuza tried to move in, but the sheer aura of Ronin's intensity held them back as he attacked, pressing the Yakuza further and further back until he was at the very wall he had come from. The Yakuza quivered but didn't back down, holding up his pole for the next guard only to have the pole seared in half by Muramasa's saw-like edge. The severed pole and Ronin's blade flew, the sword delivering 3 swift strikes to the Yakuza's body. The criminal adjusted his stance, trying to shield himself with what was left of the pole, but the pipe couldn't guard against the seemingly living blade. In 3 hits the Yakuza fell back against the wall, putting in the effort to try and get up before a sudden kick connected to his stomach and forced him further into the warehouse's wall, leaving the criminal gasping for breath while he collapsed on the stone warehouse floor. Ronin kicked off the Yakuza to finish him, turning around to refocus his energy on his next targets. They came out swinging and he dove in dancing, using his quick footwork to evade their attacks. The first charged him with an overhead, swinging his plank of wood straight down. Ronin swatted the plank of wood to the side, stepping past the Yakuza while rebounding HSI blade off the wood and into the man's stomach. The next rushed him with a side grip, bringing the plank from his right side towards Ronin's skull. Ronin moved to the man's left side, forcing the swing to overextend and miss while he carried on. Third and fourth barely had a direction as they swung, meaning they could be guided even easier. Their frantic swings were batted aside by Muramasa while Ronin kept running past everything, barely sparing time to even retaliate against his attackers. Fifth was the last one to run forward, adjusting his knuckle-dusters before springing forward with a punch directly at Ronin's torso. It was a fast punch from such a big guy. Looked like it might hurt. Ronin wouldn't know, using his small size to weave under the punch by suddenly dropping lower. He crouched underneath the punch, driving his elbow into the man's ribs as he passed and forcing the criminal to flinch while making his escape. The last man was the one by the door, the man Ronin aimed to stop. The door was already open, but with everyone focusing on the fight, nobody had noticed and made a break for it. Even the man who opened the door himself was standing there, looking resolute right until Ronin came charging in. The last Yakuza took one look at the rushing vigilante and turned tail. Ronin was fast, but the last Yakuza was right next to the door. He wouldn't make it in time. He could either chase the man outside and try stopping the fleeing criminal before anyone else could leave or let him get away and focus on the rest. Fighting a defensive battle wasn't Ronin's strength, so the first option was more difficult, but the second option seemed like giving up. So Ronin made a third option. Ronin sheathed Muramasa mid-stride, squinting to try and gauge distance before firing the gun sheath and performing another drawing cut, this time while activating Muramasa's quirk. The final Yakuza was out the door when the gunshot split the air, but he couldn't resist looking back. The urge was irresistible, a sense of urgency and panic as he wondered what happened, demanding him to just take half a second to peek back and see it. Ronin seemed to freeze as he released Muramasa's stored power, launching a wave of concentrated energy from Muramasa. A massive flying red blade that split the air with a terrifying hiss. The huge blade struck the man across the back, enveloping him with a flash of red before sending him crashing to the ground. Once he crashed, he made no move to get up again. He was finished. Ronin didn't have time to waste admiring his handiwork, spinning instead on his heel in the same drawing cut to face the Yakuza he just passed by. He retraced his steps, striking down the Yakuza he first slipped past. The knuckleduster barely had time to right himself before eating the flat of Muramasa's blade, sending him from rising off the ground right back down into it. Ronin stepped around his falling body into the next Yakuza, moving into range with a slash. The Yakuza parried, both putting their weight behind their weapons as if to throw the other back for a moment before Ronin slipped to one side. The Yakuza pushed forward still, all resistance suddenly gone and leaving him stumbling as Ronin rocked into range with a spinning back kick. Another Yakuza down. Ronin moved quickly to turn back to the fight, but the next Yakuza was quicker. Ronin spun to face the next foe to suddenly be face to face with one of those hardwood katana. He dropped under the swing, then rose to meet the Yakuza tackle to tackle. Their weapons were useless at such close range, shoulder to shoulder as each pushed against each other. But 3 sudden quick hooks to the ribs from Ronin ended the struggle quickly. The punches pushed back the larger Yakuza bit by bit, stealing enough room for one proper swing. Ronin didn't waste a second as he grabbed his sword with both hands, flicking the pommel into the man's temple before slamming it properly into the man's head. The only sudden move that Yakuza could make was his sudden crash to the ground. Ronin released one hand off Muramasa to shove the crashing Yakuza out of his way, charging past the falling criminal to hit the last 2 Yakuza. The last 2 Yakuza swung their weapons hard, using their numbers to keep Ronin under constant pressure and push back his rushing advance. One swung high, one swung low, one came left, the other went right. Ronin was pushed to only blocking as he held his ground, meeting their large swings with his own sharp strikes. His sword was fast, ricocheting from attack to attack, but the pace they drove was hard and fast. In a few short seconds it became clear he couldn't keep matching their speeds in just 2 to 1. He was holding his own, but slowly losing ground. He could feel himself being gradually outpaced. So rather than struggle and slide back, Ronin jumped toward one of the Yakuza. The Yakuza slammed his pipe into Ronin's shoulder, sending a wave of pain through the vigilante, but it was an opening in the rhythm. With Ronin's sudden shift, the attack had come early, ruining the Yakuza's flow and giving a chance for countering. Ronin barely flinched at the pain and shoulder-checked the pipe, batting it away with his entire arm to then bring his own sword sharply down on the criminal's shoulder. The flat of Muramasa's blade might not have been sharp, but by the loud crack as metal met bone, it was enough. The Yakuza howled in pain, brows knit as he grabbed his shoulder. It seemed someone hadn't come wearing armor. It was a good hit, but then again, so was the sudden hit that took Ronin to the back. Having forced himself to focus on one opponent left him open to the other Yakuza, and it would not be excused. The last Yakuza slammed his hardwood into Ronin's back, sending the vigilante stumbling forward a step. Ronin turned heel and raised his sword, but it was barely in time to meet the Yakuza's own swings. The Yakuza took the advantage he had and ran with it, pushing hard to keep Ronin off the ball. If he took long enough, the other Yakuza would recover, and then they'd be back to the 2v1. If the Yakuza wasn't so focused, however, he might have noticed that it wasn't 2v1. The Yakuza stepped in for an overhead strike when his sword was caught midair. He pulled with all his might, glaring back to try and see what happened before catching a boot with his face. Mao ripped the hardwood katana from the Yakuza's grip with his kick, launching the criminal while holding onto the katana with one hand. The giant glanced down at the stick, tossing it twice before crushing it half with one hand and stepping back in to finish his fight. Ronin watched just long enough to make sure everything was going well before turning back to his own fight. His Yakuza wasn't down yet, after all, so splitting his attention anymore would be detrimental. His Yakuza was working his shoulder, gripping his weapon with both hands to try and distribute the force. He pointed the pipe at Ronin as if to gouge right through him, but Ronin wasn't deterred by some pipe. Ronin looked him over before taking a proper sword stance, daring the Yakuza to make the first move. A second of the two looking each other over, standing a few feet apart. Their weapons hung in the air, tips a few inches apart. One sudden flick would put one into the range of the other. The Yakuza moved first, rushing for Ronin's body. Ronin stepped aside, letting Muramasa meet and guide the Yakuza's pipe away from his body. It was just like his practice with Kaminari. Range was key. Ronin hit the pipe to the left and moved right, then released another charge slash from Muramasa while building distance. The Yakuza couldn't even right his guard as the Crimson Crescent overtook him, slamming into him and driving him back several feet before dissipating. Ronin blinked twice, glancing between Muramasa and the red streak of energy it had produced. That's new. The other fight also wrapped up quickly. The Yakuza hurried to his feet as the main man confidently strode over, raising his fists before shouting and throwing his first punch. Mao glanced down through his mask, sidestepping the large swing and letting the Yakuza rush past him. The Yakuza slowed himself, eyes still on Mao before rushing in again. He charged once more, and Mao stepped to the side once more, still not meeting him. The Yakuza stopped much faster this time, too angry to think reasonably as he rushed in with a flurry of punches. Mao kept moving back, weaving his body between the punches with grace unbefitting his large form. He didn't say a word as he let the barrage carry on, biding his time until he found a good opening. The Yakuza swung and swung, angrier and angrier with every punch that missed until his opponent stopped back up and met him, grabbing his arm mid-swing. The Yakuza didn't even try to break free, instead swinging his other arm, which was caught just as the first. The Yakuza barely got a chance to resist before he was pulled upward. His head slammed against the gangster's mask and leaving him dazed. Mao pulled back from his headbutt, looking over his target before smiling and switching grips. With his good arm he grabbed the punk by the throat, lifting him into the air while he worked his other arm. It had been feeling better through the fighting, but there was nothing like a good punch to test whether it was really back in fighting condition. The Yakuza awoke from his daze right as Mao wound up his punch, getting a chance to scream before the giant fist crashed into his face and sent him bounding along the warehouse floor. He skipped a few times as Mao pulled back, checking his shoulder. The injuries had become mere dents in his arm, and even that was fading. He worked his arm in 2 more circles before punching his palm and smiling. That punch felt good. Midoriya looked over his defeated opponent, checking that he had truly stopped moving before breaking out the zip ties and beginning to wrap things up. "You alive, Hunter? Damn straight. Dat sheet was hella fun." His partner laughed from further in the warehouse, coming into view with the last Yakuza laid out over his shoulder. "And you was all worried about dis bullshit? Get this tight on their arms." Midoriya tossed a bag of zipties to the giant, still staying focused on his own work. It didn't take long to get the Yakuza zipped up. With their arms secured, the Yakuza were moved together out of the way while Ronin and Mao checked the contents of the warehouse itself, still reflecting on the fight in their own ways. "You know, da start of dat fight. Real shitty." Mao voiced his thoughts as Midoriya checked the various boxes around the warehouse. Bullets by the dozen, stacked and ready to ship. The stuff in there was illegal, no doubt about it, but it wasn't what Midoriya had been looking for. He'd been on the search for drugs, specifically wherever the Yakuza had been storing all their drugs before they shipped them out. A hit there would be a lot worse to the market than just targeting a few dealers. "Yeah, day fighting isn't my thing. Way too open, too." Midoriya didn't think much about the last fight, focusing ahead. Looking out the window was the next warehouse, and it seemed to be a hive of activity. He could see people moving already, so they had to strike before the Yakuza could put their contraband on a truck and flee. "Saw you eatin' some lead. How da if you walkin' dat sheet off like it's nothing?" Mao gestured with his own arm that had been shot, which looked fine now. Because of course Mao could recover from getting shot. The effing cheater to Midoriya's jacket and its newest bullet holes, the bodysuit and bulletproof vest. Midoriya checked his equipment and looked to the next warehouse, planning how he'd try to hit them. "It stops bullets pretty well, but the bruising's a beach. I got used to it though." Midoriya wasn't faster than a bullet, after all. As long as a gun was pointed at him and the trigger was pulled, he was probably getting hit. The trick was that he was faster than most of the idiots who pointed those guns. As long as he could get the jump on a shooter and take them down faster than they could aim, he'd be walking away with no new holes in his coat. Mao glanced at his injured arm, though to still call it injured was a stretch. "Riella, HMPH, some boda beta get started mackin' ma bodysuit. Then we better get a move on taking out those guys. I don't want any runaways." Midoriya leaned against the doorframe as he planned his route. It seemed just a small time away from the streets had dulled his edge. How would he hit the band of Yakuza normally? From the dark, when the Yakuza could barely see. His old helmet's night vision put the dark in his favor, and even without it, he had no allies to worry about hitting. But it was daytime, and he did have an ally to worry about shooting, so the plan would change. The Yakuza were still loading up, quickly taking big boxes out of their warehouse before shoving them into the back of a moving truck. They'd already been going for about 2 minutes, so if the Yakuza were going to be stopped, it better be soon. Midoriya licked his lips, hand anxiously tapping away on his katana before he looked down and smiled. "Got on ideas, smart stuff. I may be tough, but I don't wanna be no pincushion." Mao moved beside the scheming vigilante, trying to read his face through the cloth mask, but drawing a few guesses by the vigilante's confident posture as he stood. Ideas. He pushed off the wall, pulling out kindness and swapping magazines. They wanted to try and leave with a truck. They could try all they wanted, but nobody said they'd get far. Yeah, I got a few. Ronin's smile beneath his mask was small but strong as he checked the magazine, then let his eyes trail up to the other warehouses. He had more tricks up his oversized sleeves than just the dark. Time to show a few. Packing the drugs back into the truck was a bit of a mess. Shipments were swapped, covers were lost, and people were panicking. The Yakuza weren't loaders or whatever. They were generally just here to make sure anything didn't go tits up, stand around, look intimidating, and stop any authorities from pushing in. So what did they do when shit hit the fan and one of their warehouses was attacked? They weren't trained, they were barely even instructed, so they scrambled. They barked orders, they got moving, and they moved fast. The shipments were packed back into the truck to flee the scene while the rest held the attacking forces back. It only took a few minutes to get the truck ready, but those few minutes seemed long as the men assembled. Almost everyone helped to load the truck, but almost everyone kept a hand on their weapons and an eye peeled for those heroes. Couldn't drop your guard at a time like this. With their attention split and the tension high, the Yakuza loaded up their truck, nervously checking over their shoulders. There was no siren of the police, no bragging or camera of the heroes. A strike force. Trucks ready. Trucks ready. Relief came as the truck was loaded with as much as they could afford to push in, two men dropping from the truck's bed while closing the door behind them. Doors shut and doors locked quickly before giving the truck a hard strike across the back to the driver. Get moving. The truck peeled out of the parking lot, driving away to the safety of distance. The Yakuza looked out as their last ship set sail, leaving them stranded with no way out but through whatever opposed them. With that truck gone, it was going to just be them from here on out. Bang! The truck's escape was cut short as something huge and heavy struck the front of the truck, rocking the entire thing as the tire exploded, sending the entire truck careening down the path and swerving sidelong into another warehouse. The truck continued for several meters, scraping along the wall, creating a shower of sparks as it slowed and pulled away. The driver could barely steer the truck with how fast it had been going, to suddenly lose one of the front wheels. He was lucky enough the crash had been sidelong and he could recover, else. Crunch. The driver suddenly straightened in his seat as something heavy dropped from the nearby warehouse and crushed the hood of the truck, creating a loud cacophony as the already stressed engine took heavy abuse. The heavy object that had fallen pulled itself out of the engine block, arms flinging small shards of metal as it rose before meeting the driver face to face. The driver's grip on the wheel made his knuckles white as he stared eye to eye with the Yakuza hunter. The Yakuza hunter's smile was ear to ear as he locked eyes with his next victim. The Yakuza at the warehouse stared in stunned horror as the payload that should have been driving away to safety came under direct assault. Finally, the vigilante standing across the way, standing atop an entirely different warehouse, checked his handiwork. He might not have been the best shot with a gun, but staring at that truck and its shredded tire, the results couldn't be doubted. Ronin nodded to himself, smiling as he switched magazines, glancing over the rooftops towards the Yakuza back at the warehouse. The truck was only half the plan, after all, so now it was time to finish this warehouse up. They had a lot of work ahead of them, after all, no time to slow down now. The vigilantes fell upon the Yakuza like lightning, coming in with a two-pronged attack. Yakuza hunter started at the truck, demolishing everything in his way as it approached. Yakuza ran out from two nearby warehouses to try and offer help, only to be crushed as they finally reached the truck, the main man staking his turf and sticking to it to avoid being surrounded twice. They came in packs, but with his huge weird studded bat and both arms back in fighting condition, Mao took them out in swarms. The air hummed as he launched powerful attacks over and over, powering through multiple men as he powered through the air itself. Many a time he rammed the Yakuza into the side of the already crashed truck, creating large dents and gouges in its side as he lobbed man after man into it. One more perk of him taking the truck, he was nowhere near any guns. With a long range and a crowd of meat shields between him and any gunfire, Mao could rule the small truck unimpeded with a defensive battle as he sat back, happy to crush anything and everything that challenged. And why would the gunmen worry about the muscle man who crashed their truck? They had plenty of their own problems to worry about. The swarms of Yakuza were hit by large blasts from above, wave after wave of force slamming into them from above and moving in closer. The shooter approached from the rooftops, covering the large gaps between buildings with seemingly Herculean jumps. His coat flitted in the wind as he moved, his form shifted, but the echo of his guns let everyone know what he was about. He could be the Ranger, he could be Snipe, he could be Al Capone for all it mattered. But what was really important was that he was packing some serious firepower, shooting at everything and everyone stupid enough to stand still without cover. The Yakuza were pushed back into their warehouse to escape the blasts, breaking off any cover for their brothers at the truck to save themselves. A few men had been unlucky from the first shots. thrown aside like leaves in the wind. They lay strewn about outside the warehouse's main door, helpless prey for the encroaching hunter. The Yakuza kept an eye on the sky and a tight handle on their weapons as they assessed their situation before making their decision and closing the front gate. It was hard to leave their brothers for dead, but between the hammer in the sky and the anvil on the ground, there was nothing they could do. With heavy hearts they closed the building, seeing sure the doors were all locked before they worked on the main door. To make sure it couldn't be reopened, they cut the main chain holding the door open, making the heavy shutter door slide shut. But as the door slid along its runners to the ground, fast footsteps broke across the ground, coming up quick on the falling shutter door. Ronin sprinted as hard as he could before sliding along the ground to barely skim into the warehouse before the main door slammed shut with a thunderous crash. The Yakuza took a step back at the intruder's sudden appearance. Ronin took a head count and gripped his steel. He said he needed to go faster, so it was time to get going. No holding back. 13 men locked in a massive warehouse with one child. The vigilante pushed off the floor, turning his slide into a sprint as he closed in on the nearest 2 Yakuza to dive right in. Running towards them, Ronin checked his grip on Muramasa, one hand on the gun sheath, the other resting lightly atop the handle. Then, as he closed distance, tightened his grip and bang! There was a hell of an echo in that warehouse, the sound so loud it hurt almost as much as the flashing crimson. Ronin hit the first 2 Yakuza with the same drawing hit, knocking both aside while he pushed toward his next opponent. The Yakuza crowd hung on just a moment longer, stunned at his speed then coming back to their senses. They gripped their own weapons, pointing their guns at the metallic blur, but in the time it took them to take beat he had moved, he rushed a gunman, batting their gun up before hitting them in the chest with 2 slashes. The man crumpled while Ronin turned, carrying the momentum of 2 slashes into 2 more as he took on the next Yakuza. A gun pointed his way one moment was slammed down the next by Muramasa, disarming the Yakuza before Ronin finished him off with one heavy blow to the chest. "We've got him. Get clear." The Yakuza tried to avoid pointing toward each other as they trained their guns on the intruder, the remaining men spreading out to surround the vigilante. Ronin stepped up, using the last Yakuza as cover while he surveyed the surrounding crowd. A lot of guns pointed his way, more than he could probably dodge on his own, especially with some guy as his only shield to hide behind. His legs tensed as he reached into his jacket, fiddling for a moment while the Yakuza rallied up their defenses. They encircled the vigilante to cut off any escape but left gaps to make sure they didn't hit each other. Those without guns hung back, but were still ready to move at the drop of a hat. Ronin counted up the men again, glancing over his shoulder to make sure everything was in place. Didn't want anyone to miss the show. Nervous glances between the Yakuza became stern as they strengthened their resolve, thinking over the risks of shooting their enemy versus shooting their ally. The guns became steady, waiting for the first sign to fire. Everyone wanted to fire and nobody wanted to be the first, so Ronin would take the lead. Now, Kiyavaying. It was unclear to the Yakuza who shouted, but with one word the entire warehouse lit up as Ronin dropped the already primed flashbang out of his coat and onto his own feet. Ronin leaped to action as soon as he shouted, grabbing his last victim and dashing to one side as the blinded Yakuza began to open fire. The spread of bullets went everywhere, closer to hitting the other Yakuza than their vigilante intruder. Ronin tossed the criminal aside as he left the range of bullets and used his muscle suit to get some serious height, leaping onto then kicking off a support beam to get into the warehouse's rafters while dropping a few more presents for his friends below. The Yakuza staggered about, clutching their ringing ears and burning eyes, slowly coming to only to be enveloped by thick gray smoke. Visibility dropped to 0 as the Yakuza searched the area, jumpy at every and anything. The Yakuza shouted and yelled, pointing and attacking each other while Ronin quietly watched atop the rafters, crouching above them all. Fighting alone really was his thing, it seemed. Mao was good and all, a solid tank, but he'd be annoying in times like this. After all, if Ronin had a teammate right now, he'd have to check who he was attacking before he hurt someone. Ronin targeted a random head, barely visible through the smoke, and struck. He plucked a needle from within his coat, tossing it once to get a good grasp of the weight before hurling it down into the smoky cloud. Checking his balance on the narrow metal beam, Ronin prowled toward his next target. A few men were stumbling out of the fog and into the clear, but he couldn't have that. He threw a quick barrage of needles towards the furthest men before jumping down himself. The Yakuza could barely see, let alone defend themselves. Disoriented and confused, no one was prepared for a ranged bombardment of strange glass-like knives. And they sure as shit weren't ready when a figure dived down from above and used one of them as a landing pad. Taking a page from his first fight against toxic lovers, Ronin pushed off the rafters and body-checked one of the Yakuza, using him to cushion his landing before pushing off the ground and onto his next target. He couldn't see where anything was exactly either, but even a general idea of where they hid was enough. The coughing, the cursing, and the echoes of their steps gave them away. Ronin's light steps became heavy as he suddenly built up steam before plowing into the back of the Yakuza, slamming his shoulder into the man before kicking a leg out. The man tried to catch himself, arms flailing to regain his balance, making it easy for Ronin to grab him by the shirt and arm to judo throw him into the next Yakuza. The two Yakuza had a rough collision, but the attack wasn't as heavy as Ronin's first two. No, it gave the new Yakuza a chance to recover and attack whatever just hit him, slamming the butt of his pistol into his partner's head. His partner, weapon already gone, retaliated to his best with a sudden wild punch straight to the man's face. The crack of a nose being broken said that had to hurt. The two men tousled for a moment before eating several blasts from Kindness and Cupid at close range, charge shot after charge shot slamming into the two and throwing both back into the fog. They hit someone else on their way out, but by that time they were well past their pain threshold and had slipped into unconsciousness. Ronin himself disappeared as soon as he was done, holstering the gun and making a move back toward the nearest support beam to ascend once again. With the huge beam going up into the air, it was one of the easiest things to see in spite of the smoke if you knew to look for it. Ronin easily ascended the steel beam, partially with sheer climbing and partially with Beowulf's push quirk letting him stick to the thing. Using that quirk he could rest against the pillar, finding enough confidence to stop on the side of the beam instead of climbing all the way back to the top. His eyes scanned the smoke, finding new targets to chase as he drew more air knives from his jacket. It was a lot harder to throw them mid-climb, but with enough attempts they could regularly find their targets while he made his move. Two such needles descended from on high, striking a Yakuza in the shoulder and forearm. He spun about face, turning to face whatever attacked him and emptying his entire magazine into the rafters right before Ronin tackled him from beneath, lifting the Yakuza up off the ground just to slam him back down even harder. Ronin shoved the Yakuza into the ground and unloaded on him, pouring punch after punch into the Yakuza while pressing down to smother him. The Yakuza's gun was nearly useless at such close range, where he couldn't even bring it to point at the vigilante between getting his head slammed into the cement floor. Ronin grabbed the Yakuza's head to firmly slam it down, putting as much power out as he could to keep the larger man down as quickly as he could. 1, 2, 3 hits before he was really staying down. Ronin would have given him a fourth to really make sure of it if he didn't have to suddenly dodge, jumping back and sitting a few steps to avoid the giant arms that nearly turned both him and the guy on the floor into one big pancake. A Yakuza with arms that looked like they belonged on a gorilla instead of a human grinned devilishly at Ronin through the smoke, rising to meet the vigilante who quickly regained his footing. He opened his arms as a clear provocation, daring the vigilante to try his luck. Ronin looked him over once and decided that he would try his luck, stepping back in with hands raised to throw one punch and some pocket sand into the man's eyes. The man hadn't even tried to dodge the punch, instead countering with one of his own right until the mix of sand, salt, and peppers hit his face. Once the burning sensation kicked in, all bets were off what the Yakuza tried to do as he screamed and flailed, his once powerful punch turning into larger, easier to dodge sweeping strikes. Ronin backed off immediately, building distance before backing into another Yakuza and throwing him at the gorilla. No way was he going to try and compete with what he wasn't good at in the first place. Sitting back and reveling in the chaos was more his style. Ronin watched the Yakuza struggle against each other, the thrown one shouting a few protests before being accidentally swatted aside. There were still a few Yakuza around in the smoke, so he decided to make the most of it before the smoke fully dissipated. Ever chivalrous, Ronin drew Kindness and shot the ape-armed Yakuza in the back from 30 feet away before diving behind another Yakuza and giving him a good kick to make some noise. Ever vigilant, Monkey Man came charging in the direction he felt the attack come from, nearly flattening Ronin with his massive tackle and sending Ronin's meat shield packing. For his good behavior, the big-armed Yakuza ate several more powerful shots as Ronin continued to run away. The honorable hero he was, Ronin led the Yakuza around the warehouse, continually getting to a higher vantage to get new targets before shooting the massive man in the face to lead him back on. Together, this new heroic duo managed to almost completely eliminate the Yakuza still conscious in the warehouse. Strangely enough, Ronin's human monkey battering ram was getting tired towards the end of it, as if all his massive punches and shots to the face had drained him of most of his energy. Who'd have thunk it? With only 2 Yakuza left, Ronin did the nice thing and dropped from the rafters onto the Yakuza's head, drop-kicking the man face first into the support beam. The thud from that one reverberated through the warehouse almost as much as the flashbang had as the 2 Yakuza standing dwindled down to 1. 1 prisoner and 12 bodies, trapped in a tiny piece of hell with 1 monster. The dust settled and the smoke slowly cleared, showing the messy inside of Warehouse J. Tap, 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 boxes smashed, bodies strewn about the loading zone, and a single man hobbling to the exit. Tap, tap, tap. His leg felt weak, his body was bruised, but he made it. The last Yakuza standing had made it to the back door. Tap, tap, tap. He leaned against the wall for support, using one arm to hold himself up while the other pried the lock bar off. Tap, tap, tap. Once the lock bar was free, the man fell against the door, taking a second to breathe, but he could still hear it. Tap, tap, tap. Slowly the man lifted his head off the door, pushing off to turn himself and look down the long alley of shelves at that wretched thing. Tap, tap, tap. It prowled toward him with slow, deliberate steps, cutting through the silence with each footfall. A casual yet powerful walk as it moved straight towards him down the alley, its monstrous features glinting in the refracted light. Tap, tap, tap. A head with no shape faced him, stared straight through him as it approached, towering over him. His legs shook as its claws twitched, sharp nails tensing quickly. Tap, tap, tap. He had a hand on the lock which he put all his strength into, trying to get it to budge as he pushed against it, but the lock wouldn't move. The Yakuza scarcely moved his eyes as he tugged on the lock a second then third time. But there was no escape. Tap, tap, tap. He couldn't bear to look, but he couldn't tear his eyes away. The monster drew closer at its slow, steady pace as he flailed, trying with all his might to get the door to budge. But it just wouldn't move. Bang! Ronin hit the last Yakuza with a charged shot from Kindness, still looking around the area to make sure this really was the last one. Didn't want anyone to be hiding among the shipping crates or other junk around here. Ronin only holstered Kindness when he was sure the last man was really unconscious, lifting the last criminal to put by the rest. Mao was definitely done by now, so they should meet up to try and scan the rest of the area. Midoriya dropped the man off with the others and returned to the exit, pulling open the already unlocked back door, then heading out front to find. To no one's surprise, Mao was still effing around with the Yakuza. Midoriya only took 2 minutes to get rid of all his Yakuza, and he'd taken the slow method. But there was that giant dumbass, having some sort of wrestling competition with one of the Yakuza. Mao was locked hand in hand against some sort of centaur, laughing as his opponent tried to use his 4 legs to outmuscle Mao's 2. If he could just push Mao back, the giant vigilante would be off balance and maybe he could make his escape. Mao had spent years fighting though, and he wasn't about to be pushed back just by muscle. Mao dug into the ground, pushing up while his foe pushed down and just cemented Mao's position further. He wasn't planning on budging an inch, and instead, he planned to take a few. Mao suddenly let his arms go slack as he pushed forward, headbutting his opponent with the fancy mask he'd been given. The horns of his mask smashed into his opponent's forehead, drawing blood as they broke skin and leaving the Yakuza to snarl in pain before Mao and him went into another hard push against each other. Bang, bang, bang. Or at least, they might have if Ronin hadn't come along and shot Mr. Little Pony 3 times in the side. Honorable gentleman that he was. I had that guy. Mao pointed accusingly at his partner while a Yakuza ran up behind him, dashing in with a small knife to shank the giant only to eat the massive man's backhand. If you had your way, you'd have him for another year at least. Ronin spun Kindness on a finger before grabbing it with both hands and putting a few shots into the real last Yakuza. Probably, but it'd be one hell of a year. Mao kicked the would-be shanker off the ground, grabbing him by the arm to then slam him against the truck, forcing the punk to drop his little knife before eating one final punch and going down. Dat it. Not even close. Ronin pulled out his bag of zipties, getting to business while describing the next steps with his big butt. We bagged these guys, then we got a few more warehouses to check out. 4 more, but some are kinda far so they might not know anything's going down yet. 4 more. Sheet man, and I thought we was worried about backup. The first one's locked up tight. Midoriya pointed out the next target. Warehouse K. It was the next door neighbor to the warehouse he'd just cleaned out, J, and had a few suspicious people working the truck before the vigilante duo arrived. That one sent out a few people to the truck, but most seem bolstered up in there. I want to crack them open before those reinforcements get here. Midoriya knew they were running out of time, but he also knew one warehouse that should be packed full of illegal shit. That warehouse could wait since it wasn't like the Yakuza could move it quickly. Speaking of quickly, Mao and Ronin didn't take their time as they showed some hustle and ran to Warehouse K. Big metal shutter door, locked up tight. Mao gave it a few hearty knocks to check, but that sit wasn't budging. Ronin took his usual up and over approach, circling about the place to check the doors while checking for runners. It didn't look like any of the Yakuza had bolted, but the doors were all shut tight. This place seemed to be a pretty hard nut to crack. Wanna bust through? Mao heard Ronin's report and focused on the big shutter door. It was big and thick, sure, but it was on sliders. Mao was confident he could bust it down with enough hits. Could be a fun use for that energy quirk he never really practiced with. Backup, remember. Sheet. With that Yakuza backup on the way, they had no time to waste trying to break through a steel door. Besides, just busting through a door, that's too normal. Ronin shook his head in mock despair. Tons of heroes do that all the time. At least get a little creative. Come on, man. Well, we could try ramming da truck through. Boo, dat wheel looks pretty fed. Mao looked at the crashed moving truck the Yakuza had tried to flee with, eyeing that front wheel with skepticism. Sure, he could drive it, but that didn't mean he'd like it. Ronin stared blankly at Mao for a second, drawing Kindness to gesture vaguely upward. Mao followed his gaze above the warehouse's main steel shutter door to the glass window. Oh, Mao looked up, thinking it over as his smile grew. Wanna give me a hand up? Ronin switched magazines from air bullets back to real ones, thinking over just how much power he'd need to break the window cleanly while Mao put the canhab on his back, freeing up his arms. Mao smiled as he walked behind the big bad Ronin, placing one hand on the vigilantist's jacket right under the neck and getting a good grip as he lifted his smaller teammate up. Though you'd never ask. Wait, Hunter. Midoriya had just a moment to sputter before he was lifted off the ground completely by Mao sparing a second to shore up his aim while he pulled his throwing arm back. Hunter, am I... It was a good thing Midoriya was so small, cause by God could that kid get some distance. Am I... Midoriya screamed as he hurtled up, thrown far faster and harder than he would have liked by Mao straight at the next warehouse's window. The kid barely had time to control his flight, getting his arms in front of him to brace, activating Beowulf's pull on all four limbs, gritting his teeth before. Thunk! Midoriya splatted below the warehouse's central giant window, resembling more a bug on a windshield than a gracefully infiltrating vigilante. He stuck to the metallic exterior for a moment, held fast by the force of his face kissing the wall before starting to peel off. Midoriya was dazed for a second, his head aching from some D-head throwing him at a wall, but he was used to getting his sit rocked and quickly fastened his grip on the warehouse wall. With all four limbs against the metallic wall, he stopped his slide, hanging onto the wall like some kind of insect or spider. As falling stopped, Midoriya spared a second to glare back at the D who threw him up here. Hey, genius, I could get up here myself, you know. That genius was looking up from below with a head to his hand and a smile under his mask. Cause even if Midoriya couldn't see his face, Mao was definitely smirking right now. Yeah, but my method's faster. Besides, how you doing that? Mao waved a hand in general at Midoriya's posture as Midoriya took in what he was doing for the first time. Midoriya hung from the wall by all four limbs, hanging there with just the power of Beowulf and its pull quirk. He knew the quirk was strong, but strong enough to lift his entire body against a flat sheet of metal. Somebody really should have tested his equipment more. It's complicated. Look, are you gonna come up here or not? Midoriya brushed past it, making a mental note that he definitely would have to test his equipment a little more extensively later. But he was kind of in the middle of something right now. One of your Fanka items. Mao rolled his eyes, taking a few steps back and overlooking the shutter door, a climber planning his route up. We just bustin' through and tackin' him all out gain. That's the plan. Midoriya fiddled with his gauntlets, cautiously pulling one hand back to slowly pry it off the wall. It was like his hand was covered in tar, but once he pried about half of it off, the hand came off the wall suddenly. It was like moving a suction cup. The problem was all in the start. But there was probably an easier way than just forcing his hands off. Midoriya turned off his gauntlet, placing it higher on the wall before turning it back on. He then turned off his other glove and moved it up, starting to scale the wall with small steps. Hup! Mao gave one shout to motivate himself as he ran at the shutter door, kicking off it to gain height before grabbing the top ledge of the door. One glance up, one man up, and the main man was already almost to the large window. Not to be beaten, Midoriya got a move on, running before he could climb, or so to speak. With Beowulf, Midoriya didn't have to find things to grab. Almost anything could be a climbing hold. Beowulf let him advance steadily towards the top, reaching the window easily even if Mao beat him there. And you got a way to get in without me? Midoriya shot back, not dignifying the smirking vigilante the gratification he sought by avoiding all eye contact with the clown. He reached the window and hung by three limbs, shoring up each limb's grip before going for his piece. 3, 2. The countdown was the only warning before Ronin put 3 charged shots into the glass, creating a cascade of glass before the two vigilantes pulled themselves through the window and into their next fight. The glass cascaded down as the criminals stared up, hiding behind some sort of makeshift barricade. The barricades covered all the exits, ensuring that nobody was leaving early. Explained why there were no runners and made this next part even easier. It's them. The Yakuza were in bunches, armed but unguarded as they stared up at the intruders. It seemed they were spellbound as they stared in a mix of horror and awe at the intruders until one broke the silence and spoke. They're here. There were no catwalks this time, so Ronin and Mao went straight from the windowsill to the ground. Mao slid along the top of a metallic box, riding it along before pushing off of it and straight into the pack of sheep. Ronin jumped from perch to perch, always keeping both feet under him before pouncing straight onto his own prey. It's Hunter and Ronin. Those were the only words to be said before the two vigilantes crashed into the villain. Mao literally ran straight into the horde of Yakuza, smashing several with a clothesline as an opening before directing his attacks any and everywhere. He had no focus. He needed no focus, smashing straight through everyone despite their best effort. Massive hits slammed through people, knocking them into each other as Mao used his body to the fullest as the weapon it could be. Ronin struck out against the biggest guy he could find, jumping off the barricade to land on top of him and knocking him to the floor while slamming kindness into his skull. The large man was thrown back and then toppled by the sudden weight hitting his head. And before he could so much as try to raise a guard, he was lying on the floor and already fading in and out of consciousness with a massive pain forming across the head. The Yakuza moved in to attack Ronin, focused on one opponent, but Ronin pushed them all back by raising kindness and firing it once into the floor. Bang CRK. The bullet ricocheted off the stone floor, skirting off the ground, the wall, then up into the rafters, far from actually hitting any of the Yakuza but still causing them to jump back in fear and pain. Fear from being shot and pain from the incredible noise confined to that tiny warehouse. But as even Ronin winced a little at the gunshot, Mao pushed on. With his hype this high, he wouldn't be slowed down by something as weak as that, and certainly not as weak as these Yakuza beaches. The main man plowed his way through the Yakuza as they pushed back, striking as they flinched to crack open their guards and sending them flying. His hits were heavy, sending whatever he hit reeling backward while he powered on, even if whatever he hit didn't stay down. They barely had a chance to recover before the walking tornado hit them again. And if they didn't get him, they got the Revenant. Revenant had finished his first target and now preyed on Mao's scraps, a scavenger circling round and round. Mao bodied 2 men with a sweeping kick. And before they could even think of getting up, he was there. Anyone could go down, but with Revenant there, no one would be getting up. Revenant switched kindness for Tombakiri, the lightning spear he used to jab and strike from a distance. The Yakuza hit the ground, rolled to his feet, then charged back in to eat the tail end of Tombakiri to the face. He pulled back as Ronin stepped in from the side, switching to Tombakiri's main end and jabbing the man in the chest. Revenant switched ends again as the man tried to power through, sidestepping and striking with Tombakiri's tail before jabbing him in the back while a second Yakuza circled about, eager to focus on the armed Yakuza while he was distracted. The Yakuza stepped up, two-handed his sword as he swung for Revenant's head. Revenant quickly tried to pivot, using Tombakiri's shaft to block. Crack. But before the Yakuza's swing could even get some real momentum, a massive wooden bat came right under his guard and crushed his ribs, then continued straight on to launch him backward like a baseball. Mao barely stopped to gloat at Ronin before continuing, now using the kanab and his fists at once. He twisted his body around another charging Yakuza, hitting the FR in the back with the pommel from the right, then a backhand from the left before bringing the entire kanab down on the poor FR. Ronin shook his head at Mao's antics before turning back himself, first flicking Tombakiri's tail into the next Yakuza's weapon to knock it aside to then slam the shaft into the man's stomach. He doubled over before Tombakiri swept his legs out from under him, sending him tumbling to the floor to be electrocuted by Tombakiri's blade. Mao elbowed his next victim to build distance before kicking him in the chest, then pivoting to his next target to face him head-on. The next Yakuza slammed a pipe into his ribs, but all it could do was dent against the main man's full enthusiasm before Mao repaid the favor with his kanab, showing the FR what a real weapon looked like. The main stumbled back, clutching his ribs but managing to keep his feet under him before Ronin sprung out from behind him and kicked him right back toward Mao. Mao smiled as he lined up his next shot, dropping into a batter's stance, feet shoulder-width apart, bat on the shoulder, step in as the beach approaches, and swing. Crack. The Yakuza was sent flying by that hit, feet not even touching the ground, straight into Ronin before he could even get a chance to dodge. Ronin had started to engage his next opponent when from out of left field a whole-ass man crashed into him, rocking the vigilante and sending both the human fastball and the accidental catcher flying, dropping Tombakiri along the way. "My bad," Mao hollered suddenly to his companion before picking up with Ronin's last opponent, grabbing him from behind by the neck to slam him into the ground and stomp on him, then pivoting to take care of the next Yakuza who ran forward. "My bad, no sit, Sherlock." Ronin landed on his back, still entangled with the Yakuza, but he quickly kicked up and onto his feet with a backflip, moving in and giving the human fastball one last punt to the ribs before moving back into the fight, heading for Tombakiri. The Yakuza scurried though, grabbing the spear first and pointing it confidently at the vigilante with a look of triumph. "How do you like me now, runt?" Ronin answered by drawing Cupid and shooting the man once in the face, then walking forward while he flinched to grab Tombakiri by the shaft. "Still hate you." The Yakuza tried to wrestle the spear free while Ronin activated Beowulf on 3 limbs, anchoring himself to the floor and Tombakiri to his hand while the Yakuza struggled, pulling this way and that before taking a small breather and getting shot in the face again. God, the man opened his mouth and ate another point-blank shot from Cupid, but this time Ronin pulled him forward and smashed the side of his head with Cupid, sending the Yakuza crashing to the floor and finally dropping Tombakiri. "Watch your effing language." Ronin turned to look at Mao, facing off with the last 3 Yakuza. Close quarters, everyone seemed pretty involved. Mao would be fine. Ronin charged up a shot with Cupid before shooting Mao in the back, creating a massive blast that hit both the main man and all 3 Yakuza. "Hey, my bad." Ronin didn't even try to sound genuine as he walked over, holstering kindness to use Tombakiri with both hands. Once he had a good grip, he moved in, charging with his weight behind the spear to make sure it would hurt. Mao recovered the fastest from being shot. He barely felt it other than the sudden shove, and forced his way out from between the 3 Yakuza, taking 2 on at the same time like he preferred. He kicked one in the chest to throw him back, then turned to slam the kanab into the other. It missed, but the Yakuza dived back in order to make it miss, giving Mao some room to work with. Mao took that inch and ran with it, moving towards his first prey with a low kick before pivoting back to the second and swinging the kanab again. It missed again as the Yakuza jumped back, but as long as it built distance, the kanab was still doing something. Mao really wanted to hit something with it again though, so he turned his missed swing into a massive arc that ended straight on his already downed opponent, cracking ribs and getting a good scream before turning back and actually putting some power into his swing. Well, would a look at dat. Both men took a second to look at the snapped metal pole. Pondering it for a second, Mao sucker punched the Yakuza, knocking him out cold before his guard could even come up. The third one probably would have stepped in if he hadn't gotten rammed from the side by Ronin and Tombakiri, both breaking his ribs and tasing him at the same time. The tasing only lasted a second. Didn't want any serious damage after all, but the follow-up tail strike to the man's temple still put him out like a light. Ronin took a slight step back, checking the surroundings one last time while Mao had his fun breaking that last Yakuza's weapon and then punching him. 24 odd Yakuza lying on the floor. Nobody reaching for weapons, nobody trying to get up. The fight seemed over. Midoriya relaxed, pulling his spear apart while he moved to overlook the mess, still surveying to make sure he didn't miss any Yakuza trying to pull something. "How you doing?" Mao crouched over his last 2 victims, giving each a nudge before coming back to his feet. "Pretty good. Didn't see any gunners this time, so it was smooth sailing." "Yeah, I know. I took care of them. The guns are over here if you want them." The spear was easy to pull apart, but actually putting it back in the coat was a lot harder and slower than getting it out. Midoriya finally finished it though and brought out his second favorite weapon, the bag of zip ties. "Thank you, and how you doing? Looked like you got effing nailed." Mao tried to sound genuine, but he was definitely laughing at the thought, still remembering the sight of Midoriya going flying as an entire guy smashed into him. "Little sore, but I'll walk it off." "Catch." Midoriya tossed one of his oh-so-special bags to Mao as he began to move the Yakuza together, minding the broken glass still scattered on the floor that everyone seemed content to ignore during their fight. He better make sure nobody got impaled anywhere vital, fast. "I figured. Hey man, you walk off effing bullets. What the F was some guy gonna do?" Mao showed that he at least remembered what Midoriya said, even if he was just trying to cover for his big F up. Still, the thought had to count for something. "Break my neck, maybe." Midoriya mumbled his complaints, but what was done was done. Midoriya carried the Yakuza off the floor to avoid the glass shards, placing the next one out of the broken glass while still checking for any big wounds. "You got the time?" "Bout 4-2. Mao checked his phone, carrying 2 of the Yakuza over with one arm while Midoriya was doing his best with just 1 at a time. "Dat means this took about 2 minutes. We should be expecting reinforcements soon, and probably the heroes a little after that." Midoriya kept moving the bodies, checking the area for any big injuries to patch before zip-tying everyone and carrying them away. Damn, we might only have time for 1 more raid. How mana you got left again?" 2. So close, 2. Midoriya thought over his info on the next 2 targets. One he was sure had Yakuza activity inside, Warehouse I, and one he was pretty sure had Yakuza, Warehouse M. So far all his guesses about Yakuza hideouts had been right, but he probably shouldn't risk it and go for the one he was sure about. "Gotcha, I'll take 1 and you take Da'afa." Mao didn't even bother with Midoriya's quandaries by offering the obvious solution. Sure, they had been moving together to be more efficient, but strictly speaking they didn't need to. Midoriya had done dozens of raids similar to this before, and even if Mao hadn't, it wasn't exactly rocket science. "Go some spare cuff things. How are you going through so many?" Midoriya more so wondered why he didn't think of that, but kept his thoughts to himself as he checked his stash, then chucked another bag near Mao before picking up his last Yakuza. "You sure? TFFT. Dat da main man can beat da sheet out of some more chuckle FS." Mao patted his chest with pride, dropping the Yakuza he was carrying like a sack of rocks. "I got this." Midoriya stared at the Yakuza, unsure if he was alright until he groaned. "Good enough at least." "Right, sure you are. Warehouse M should be closer to where we came in, a little. It's got a big fac off M on da side." Mao cut him off with a dismissive wave, shooing him out. "I don't need no directions. Hell, betcha I get done before you." Since Mao might be going to a warehouse with no Yakuza, that bet was pretty safe. But Midoriya was going just across the way to sabotage what could be an entirely empty warehouse himself. After all, throughout the entire commotion over the last 10 minutes, warehouse I hadn't budged an inch. While Midoriya had good intel, it was run by the Yakuza. Would there actually be anyone in there right now? Loser buys dinner. Midoriya's stance became a little steadier as he moved out of his thoughts and back into reality. Meet a da bike. Mao met Midoriya's calm with his usual confidence, still rocking a dumb smile so big you could actually see parts of it peeking out from behind his mask. God, that mask was tiny on Mao. Midoriya looked to the ceiling, weighing up how he felt. Little sore from Mao's home run, but otherwise pretty good. He was warmed up, in good form, and had enough power in his kit to take on some serious problems. Ronin's gaze came down, his own smile matching Mao's as he turned towards the window as his exit. You're on. There were many commotions in the Shizuoka prefecture at one time. A prefecture is a large place, covering several cities, each city with its own problems. But at least one problem was wrapping to a close, in some batch or warehouses stuck between a few cities so close, it was hard to say past taxes where it really belonged. Midoriya and Mao did one final pass over the Yakuza they'd beaten, making sure everyone was tied up nice and pretty before both quietly heading back out the way they came in, back over the mess of broken glass they had made. Up over the Yakuza's makeshift blockade, and down through the window they blew apart to get into the warehouse, silent all the way to the ground before giving each other a final look. Meet at the bike when we're done. Midoriya took one last chance to go over the rules, seeming calm but still playing with the katana at his hip, left hand constantly tapping a beat into it to give away his real thoughts. He didn't expect resistance, but it was best to be ready with his strongest weapon. Last one dare is a beach. Mao kept it steady with his own big flashy moves, slamming his fist into his palm over and over like he was getting pumped, but the lack of tension in his legs showed just how comfortable he was. He might even try using that weird bat thing Midoriya had given him on the next Yakuza he found. Then see you later, beach boy. Midoriya said it with a weight truly unfitting such a stupid name, but it was the siren as both vigilantes took off in different directions across the facility at full speed, eager to get out of paying for dinner. And if they just happened to show the other up at the same time. Midoriya ran across the warehouse lot, eyes flicking to each giant letter as he searched for his target. Midoriya and Mao were both moving to maybe targets, places they weren't sure they'd have a real fight. Mao's warehouse, might not have even been a real Yakuza warehouse while nobody could be in Midoriya. He started at Warehouse J, so Warehouse I should be close. What idiot sorted these things? With Warehouse I so close to the warehouses the action had been happening in theory, someone should have noticed the commotion and come out to help. The second and third warehouses had noticed when the first was attacked, so why wouldn't I? Midoriya found it by pulling back and up, climbing atop a warehouse to get a larger view of the scene. Far side of the road, locked up all tight with no one in sight. Warehouse I. The most likely reason Warehouse I didn't send anyone was that nobody was in it. As Midoriya approached the target building, jumping from roof to roof with his suit's enhanced strength and catching himself with Beowulf's claws, Warehouse's dim interior and still frame were easy to see. If nobody was in it, there'd be nobody to stop him. He'd just check to make sure there was some illegal stuff in there, make sure it was obvious, then set off some of the explosives he'd stolen from the very Yakuza he was harassing today. The bet would be in the back, but if someone was in there, well, Midoriya didn't collect all these flashbangs just because they looked cool. Midoriya crept along the top of Warehouse I, not bothering to try the doors. If the Yakuza knew how to lock up their stuff in case of an attack, there was no chance that they'd leave their warehouses unlocked with no security measures. So Midoriya moved quietly over the roof, planning his entry. Should he go 3 for 3 with that big window over the main shutter door? This warehouse had the same flaw as the others, the same flaw as every warehouse in the place. One giant window was positioned over top warehouse's largest door, the kind used for trucks to load and unload their wares. While the warehouse's security was good, nobody had planned for high-powered firearms. Even still, it usually took multiple bullets just to get through one window. Even with Revenant's limited knowledge of guns and gun-resistant objects, that seemed impressive. Midoriya moved along the top of the warehouse, quietly but quick to not lose his speed edge to Mao. His target might be empty, judging by the quiet of the building and the absence of light, but Mao could be moving towards some totally abandoned warehouse himself that wasn't even connected to the Yakuza in any way. Caution was good and all, but there were things to be said about speed too. Midoriya crossed the top of the warehouse, stopping in its midsection at a skylight and giving the massive window a quick tap. A skylight, a simple and cheap way to provide lighting inside the warehouse without having to worry about the electric bill. Made of some thick glass, too, probably the same as the main window he'd been breaking through in the last warehouses. Midoriya looked through it, past the grime of the window to the dark shelves and shadows of the warehouse itself. The warehouse was full of boxes, shelves, and dust, but none of those were what Midoriya had been worried about. Sure, Midoriya would be worried if a warehouse he was sure of being stocked full of illegal things turned up completely empty. But then he could just write it off. Instead, the lack of people caught his attention more than any surplus of packages. He carefully moved around the skylight, checking every nook and cranny. But inside the warehouse there were no lights, no movement, and no apparent people. While Midoriya did like being careful, there was a difference between caution and slow. While the bet was a good way to force him to get a move on, reinforcements for the Yakuza should be on their way. And no doubt this wasn't the only time he'd break into somewhere that seemed shady. Checking that he still had his best weapon on hand, Ronin only tapped Muramasa once with his left before nodding to himself, rising from a crouch beside the skylight to draw his gun and take aim. Bang, 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 3 shots and he was in, sliding past the broken glass. Revenant jumped from the skylight's edge to the shelving units, catching himself on one's pillar to jump to the next, all the way down to the ground floor. Revenant landed with his usual roll, tucking everything in before springing up with his eyes peeled and weapon ready. If the warehouse seemed empty from the outside, it seemed downright barren from the inside. Most of the boxes were stored on the higher levels of the metal shelves, with no sign of any equipment or personnel to get them up so high. Revenant turned in place, the glass shards crunching under his feet as he took in the dark scenery. No sign of movement so far. His eyes still adjusting to the dark interior, Revenant moved towards the nearest box, a cardboard package with a few stamps on it. Using just his gauntlet, he cut the tape holding it together, opening the box up and removing the packaging to check the goods. Inside the box were sets of cigarettes, purple cigarettes from a long time ago. Took him right back to his first raid, when he went up against a few small-time gangs. One of the gangs he'd fought were drug runners, and they had been marketing cigarettes themselves. To make sure they were the same, Revenant lifted one of the cigarette packs out of the box, holding it up in the dim light as he read the label. Toxic Lovers. So, those dumbasses were backed by the Yakuza. The Toxic Lovers were the first real crime Ronin had taken on, and the first crime unit he really put down. If these Yakuza had gotten a hold of this stuff, it was likely they were either behind the small gang or had taken over their operations once Ronin had moved them out of the picture. Tap, tap, tap. Revenant noticed the sound of footsteps immediately, turning slightly to face the direction while still holding onto the cigarette pack. His eyes squinted in the dark, trying to adjust as someone approached. Tap, tap, tap. He came into the skylight's distorted light quietly, save for the tread of his Oxford shoes on the concrete floor, the white of his suit catching the light well. Tap, tap, tap. The man wore some kind of white suit coat over a black ensemble, dressed to the nines. Upon closer inspection, the tap didn't come from his shoes, but from his cane as he struck the ground with every step. Tap, tap, tap. The tapping stopped with the man as he paused, looking over the vigilante as the vigilante looked over him. The man had a few more details about him, a small, yet stupid-looking fancy hat along with some sort of scarf tied around his neck. The most striking detail about him was his face, or rather his lack of one. Covering the man's face was something resembling a red screen, glowing brightly in the dark with a soft flicker like an old computer monitor, and completely concealing his face. They each took one look over the other, eyes meeting beneath their respective masks. "Would you be the last samurai?" the overly dressed figure asked, posture so proper yet bad it was utterly unbefitting a Yakuza. He walked so properly before suddenly leaning all his weight on his cane, pushing forward as if to peer closer at Ronin. His outfit was so gaudy yet underspoken, it felt like it didn't belong to a real Yakuza. Love the duds, but the color, couldn't you wear something other than dull gray? Or is it as bright as your imagination? Ronin dropped the cigarettes back into the box, fully turning to face his opponent with some real posture as he put up his guard. One leg was forward, closer to his opponent as his left hand gently but firmly grasped Muramasa's sheath. He didn't waste time with words, instead sizing up his opponent. One man to guard a whole warehouse. How good was he? Ronin, can't say I've heard of you. The figure pulled back, keeping his posture fluid as he lifted his cane to rest against his shoulder while tapping his chin. Villain, hero. Ronin said nothing as he gauged the distance again, trying to beat on his opponent. Poor posture, no guard. Whoever this guy was, he was confident in his quirk, and until Ronin knew what that quirk was, he'd be at a disadvantage even if he moved first. He had to bait out the first attack. Vigilante, edgy hero. Got it. The gaudy man dismissed Ronin's words with a wave of his hand, glancing around as if he was taking in the warehouse himself. You're late, you know. Expected you forever ago. You're slacking. Ronin was pushed back slightly by the man's words. So this jackass did hear the commotion when Ronin and Mao raided the other buildings. He just chose not to help anyone. The Yakuza really were the worst. And what are you supposed to be? Some kind of guard dog who can't even help his teammates? Little Ami. The villain placed a hand to his chest in mock surprise as he moved around the light, Ronin slowly moving towards him to close the distance as they both circled under the skylight. Please, I'm just a showman. The showman did a little bow, finally righting himself to the best posture he'd taken so far as he fully faced the vigilante. He flicked his free arm down, catching something out of his coat sleeve. But what's a showman without a show? Ronin and Showman both flickered at once, each throwing their respective weapons toward the other. A steel card and a knife made of solid air clashed between them, each thrown off by the other sailed, clattering into the shelving units unseen. Waiting no time, both men closed the distance between them. Ronin drew an additional air knife from his coat, stepping in with a few large cuts to try and gauge his opponent's defense. Showman strutted forward, keeping his cane against his shoulder as he moved past Ronin's knife and shoulder-checked the vigilante, driving his entire weight into the slightly larger man to knock him back into the shelving units. His guard broken, Ronin stumbled back, trying to keep his feet under him before crashing against shelves, regaining his balance for only a moment before sidestepping to avoid Showman's next attack. Showman hadn't wasted a moment, bringing his cane off his shoulder the moment Ronin's guard was gone to try and put a dent in the vigilante's skull. He gripped the cane with both hands, breaking the head of the cane down hard to smash down on Ronin, barely missing the lithe criminal by inches and instead crushing one of the boxes. Ronin pushed off the shelf to dodge Showman's attack, then came in from behind and slammed the criminal's face into that same shelf with a harsh thud. He pulled back, ready to slam the gaudy beach into the shelf unit again when a sudden elbow jabbed him in the ribs. Showman didn't try to brute force his way out, feeling a hand suddenly grip the back of his head and thrust him towards the shelving. He brought up his guard, hitting the shelf arm first instead of face first and giving him enough clarity to turn the situation around. The edgy hero pulled back, trying to slam him into the shelf a second time, but the showman immediately snapped his elbow back and into his attacker's ribs, forcing him back a step. The pain was hardly noticeable, only a minor blip because of the shots Ronin had taken in the last fight, but the sudden elbow pushed Ronin off and gave Showman a second to breathe. With just 1 second, the showman leaned onto the shelves, snapping a leg up to kick back Ronin further and build more distance. With proper room to move now, the showman pushed himself off the shelves just as Ronin had advanced, working his right arm in small circles with a confident laugh. Now this is the fun part. You sure about that? Ronin stumbled only for a second as he activated Beowulf's boots, pulling himself into the ground and anchoring him to the spot. He leaned forward, his left hand pulling his sheath forward before pulling the trigger. Muramasa shot out of the sheath like a bat out of hell, flying forward into Showman's stomach with sudden violence. Showman's momentum was crushed before it could even begin, pushing him back as Ronin caught his sword out of the air and brought it down. Ronin made sure to turn the blade, bringing the flat down on Showman's skull, but instead met the showman's cane mid-stroke. The showman did take a heavy hit from Muramasa. The sword flying handle first into his stomach was a hard hit for almost anyone, but he didn't go down like Ronin did. His feet slid along the ground, his head came down, but his legs stayed on the ground and his arms stayed fluid. Even through the pain, Showman focused, watching for the moment the sword swing would come, and when it did, TSSSSSSSSSSHK. Not bad. Sparks flew as sword met cane, the showman rising to meet Ronin as he pushed off the ground while Ronin tried to press him down into it. Not bad at all. And that was when the showman got serious. Ronin and the showman pulled back, taking their stances. Ronin held his sword in front of him to guard himself, leaning forward with both hands gripping Muramasa. His eyes narrowed as he tried to gauge his opponent, but it seemed impossible. The showman stood with a different confidence than Mao, his body relaxed while spinning his cane on a hand while slowly walking forward, one foot placed so delicately in front of the other, from the saunter of his steps to the spin of his cane. There was no doubt in the showman's presence who was the better. Violence. Ronin sprung forward, stepping in as he swung his sword overhead to cut the showman while the cane was spinning, putting his full weight into the swing as it careened down. TK. The showman adjusted the grip on his cane before cutting through the air, parrying the vigilante's slash. The cane slid in gracefully, guiding Ronin's blade off to one side, then, crack. The cane riposted, ricocheting with violent power as the showman stepped in with his own two-handed overhead strike. The cane's tip bit into Ronin's shoulder, slicing cleanly through his guard with his sword knocked out of the picture. Ronin jumped back to break the engagement, bringing Muramasa back to a defensive posture in front of him as fast as possible to recover his guard. The showman also pulled back, literally pulling back his cane to grip it by the midsection while completely opening himself up, giving Ronin a cheeky shrug while stepping around, still circling. He didn't need to pressure Ronin's guard, after all. Ronin moved his shoulder slightly, feeling the pressure and pushing past it before focusing outward and raising his guard even higher. The showman still had his arms splayed out, practically begging to be hit, but Ronin wasn't so eager to bite. Not twice. They circled about in the shadow of a shattered skylight, their thoughts quiet against the seemingly deafening tinkle of glass. "What's the matter, Samurai?" The showman called to him, letting his cane rest against his shoulder once again as he stopped to idly chat. Where's all that gusto heroes never shut the F up about? Huh. Ronin grit his teeth, brows furrowed before stepping in for a more calculated strike. Ronin led this time with a horizontal swing, using faster but lighter cuts to put pressure on his foe. It lacked the weight of an overhead, but power was nothing against an opponent it couldn't hit. The showman's appearance didn't change the slightest with the change in tactics. His confidence was still brazen as he kept his cane resting on his shoulder, only leaning back to let Ronin's attack swing wide before moving in after it. Ronin twisted his entire body, stopping the swing just after it missed to turn it back around and perform another horizontal slash. The showman was already starting to lean forward, so shifting his stance would be far more difficult. He saw the blade coming, sure, but this time he moved his entire body back to avoid the sword, moving out of its range again but not stepping back in. Ronin didn't care if the showman didn't step forward, because he was more than eager to. Ronin now pressed his advantage, carrying the momentum over as he reversed his next swing and stepped in to chase the villain. The showman moved back once again, his back coming ever closer to the shelving. Ronin grit his teeth, forcing his muscles to keep going as he twisted a fourth time and reversed his swing to keep pushing back his foe until he could finally get a chance at victory. But 3 swings were enough for the showman. Instead of stepping back, the showman rocked forward off his last move and just straight decked Ronin in the face, ruining Ronin's flow and shoving the vigilante back to build space before shaking his hand in agitation. Damn, what a hard-headed punk. Ronin was pushed back, but the punch was more agitating to him than the bullets he'd taken earlier. His breath came in hard as he stepped up, coming back in with the sword's full edge. He wouldn't be hitting with the flat of the sword. Not this time. The showman stepped back in too, laughing as he gripped his cane just under the crook like a sword while splaying his arms out, abandoning all guard and presenting himself. Come on, show me a good time. Ronin went straight on the attack, coming in with a much faster but lighter attack, springing forward for a sudden cut to the body. Ronin used his entire body for his leaping attack. The showman only used one arm to bring his cane up, meeting Muramasa mid-swing before gently guiding it to one side, all while stepping away with the rest of his body. The showman's parry pushed Muramasa clear of actually hitting anything, but this time the sword didn't sail so far. With less power, it didn't miss as far as it had before, so Ronin could begin the next attack sooner. Ronin used his entire body for the next attack, repositioning his body behind his sword instead of bringing his sword back to his body, and attacked from there. It wasn't necessarily faster this way, but it was unexpected. In Ronin's books, anyways, the showman barely batted an eye, arm and cane flicking in one fluid motion. This time the cane pushed Ronin's attack and guard both out of the way, giving the showman another chance to attack he didn't miss. The showman stepped in as Ronin stepped back, thrusting with his cane with Ronin still trying to recover his guard from the last parry. Ronin pulled his arms in tight, using them to try and block the thrust, but the cane slipped between his arms and gave him a sharp jab to the ribs, the same ribs he'd already been shot at and that had taken quite the beating today. Ronin pushed past the growing pain, instead realigning his guard. Now Ronin and his sword moved together, repositioning and meeting midway before coming out for his fastest attack yet. With his jab successful, the showman pulled back, flipping his cane to catch it by the end instead of the crook. He didn't pull back far though before Ronin's next slash came toward him, laughing before meeting him midway and holding the line. Sword and cane clashed, creating a few sparks as serrated edges scratched against strong steel. Damn, excitement filled the showman's voice as they met in the middle, each pushing hard against their respective weapons. Goddamn, with the bodysuit and his training, Ronin was clearly stronger. He pushed against the showman, sure of his own abilities, but just as sure of the showman's abilities. That laugh wasn't a bluff, and it was stupid thoughts like most heroes or villains. The showman suddenly pulled his cane to the side, catching Muramasa in the crook of his cane to pull it aside and going shoulder to shoulder with Ronin as both wrestled for control over their weapons. Now this is a challenge. The showman suddenly thrust with his cane, smashing Ronin in the face with the head of his cane before wrapping the crook of it behind Ronin's neck. Shit, this. The showman yanked Ronin around, pulling him in before kicking him in the stomach to throw him back out. This is a real fight. Ronin tried to weave out from under the crook's grasp, but the crook moved with him to keep him firmly in place as the showman stepped up and spiked a knee towards Ronin's face. Ronin blocked it with his arms, crossing them in front of his face and catching the knee before stepping in while his opponent was off balance. The showman quickly returned to form, planting both feet as Ronin moved in closer to firm up his defense while grabbing his cane with both hands, then flicking the end up like Ronin had so many times with his spear. It was a sudden attack, but it still met Ronin's heavily guarded arms, the shaft of the cane landing only a glancing blow against his bracers as Ronin barely straight into his opponent. The showman was forced back a step as Ronin went shoulder to shoulder with him, squared off like boxers and too close for their usual weapons to matter. The showman pushed against Ronin, trying to build enough distance for a real hit as he muttered to himself. Stubborn little, Bam! The showman was interrupted by a sudden hook to the body, Ronin having freed up one of his hands just to score that punch. Seeing it land, Ronin followed it up with a second, then a third. The showman tried to break it off, but at such a distance it was virtually impossible to shake the vigilant vigilante off. The showman was sure to try and come up with another snarky liner before a fourth hook hit him in the ribs, earning Ronin a growl. Some people are just too clingy. The showman spiked his leg up again, scoring a much weaker strike against Ronin that he could hardly feel through his armor. But then he wrapped his leg around Ronin's and suddenly elbowed his opponent upside the head. The elbow would have been easy to dodge if it weren't for the tangle of his legs, forcing Ronin to eat a heavy hit upside the head before getting shoved to the floor. Ronin splayed out on the concrete, nary a second to rub his aching head before moving to dodge the showman's follow-up attack. The showman gripped his cane with both hands, putting some power into his swing before bringing it down where Ronin had been a moment prior. Ronin, seeing the incoming attack, did his best to avoid everything with what could only generously be called a roll, more so flopping out of the way as he built distance with the showman still on his tail. Given the sudden need for distance, Ronin pulled out his best weapon of all, a gun. Ronin managed to get 2 feet under him and an arm in his coat, fumbling for half a second as the showman drew near before pulling out kindness. The showman's reaction was pretty subdued, suddenly surging forward with some actual effort in his steps as he closed the distance and struck with his cane. Ronin readied a shot, taking aim at the charging villain and firing just as the cane's tip batted his gun to the side. A blast of air shot off through the warehouse's shelving units, knocking over boxes and rattling the shelves as the showman moved in to knock the gun out of Ronin's hand proper. Before he could get that far, though, Ronin showed that he was packing more than just a little heat by drawing Cupid. Why the hell were you using throwing knives if you had these? The showman's tone was hard to make out if he was worried or excited, and Ronin hoped to God it was worried by this point. Ronin didn't let his worries slow him down though as he took aim with Cupid and fired again. Even as he took aim, the showman intercepted. He drew the gun from his coat as showman had been moving in for an attack, then suddenly switched to another parry. The roar of the gunshot alone was harsher than the air bullet from kindness, straining everyone's ears within the warehouse. A real physical bullet flew out of the gun, crashing into a shelving unit with enough force to rock it in spite of all the packages that had been kept on it. He never changed the magazines back when he entered the warehouse. No time for worries though as the showman and Ronin both stopped staring at the rocking shelving unit, focusing back on each other instead of the packages falling off the shelves and both pulling their weapons back up. Ronin barely had time to properly stand, so busy on focusing his guns in the direction of just to keep his opponent away. 2 targets were a lot harder to parry. Near impossible it seemed. The showman could parry one easily enough just like he parried Ronin's sword strokes hitting either the gun itself or the arm holding it, but only one. As Ronin forced his feet under himself properly, the showman had to do some real acrobatics to stay out of reach of his guns. Showman's arm flicked to Cupid, pushing it skyward before the showman suddenly lurched the other way to avoid kindness's cruel kiss. Ronin pushed himself up with the shelf, using his legs and the shelf to take a real stance before lurching backward, hopping atop the lowest shelf to gain height then flipping over the showman, showering him with bullets as he arced over. The showman spun to the side, avoiding the initial spray before hitting Ronin with a thrusting pierce midair. The sudden jab knocked Ronin aside, forcing him to work to recover and disrupting his hail of real and air bullets. Ronin hit the ground with a roll, keeping a good grip on his guns as he flipped to his feet and spun on a dime, turning 180 degrees on a dime while skipping back one more step before planting his feet in a shooter's stance. 20 feet between them, more than even Ronin could cover in a dash. And this guy hadn't shown any signs of super speed. Feet planted shoulder width apart, Ronin leaned forward over his leading leg, pushing against Cupid while keeping his sights locked in. Ronin kept his gun trained on his opponent, putting all his focus into aiming Cupid. Both of them knew which gun packed the punch, so no point in trying to be coy. Show's over, so drop it. Ronin didn't want to end. He knew damn well that if this gun shot at the showman, not even a curtain call would stop the splatter. He also knew that he couldn't afford to pull this punch, a lesson taught to him by Muscular. There were people out there who were so good he couldn't afford to play nice. Curtains already. The showman tilted his head at Ronin, thinking it over as he spun the cane on his finger. He seemed to glance at the sun through the skylight, nodding to himself. Ronin had taken too long. The reinforcements were definitely there. Now, as he stared down the sights of Cupid, the seconds seemed to stretch on as the showman's gaze flicked down. He didn't know how, but he could tell the showman was smiling. Then let's end it with a bang. The showman faced him head-on, smiling beneath his strange mask as he gripped his cane with a proper two-handed grip for the first time in the fight. His stance went as wide as Ronin's, mirroring and matching the vigilante as the cane came to rest against his shoulder. Even now his posture was entirely relaxed as he stared down the gun barrel, arguably more ready for what was coming than Ronin himself. Goodbye. Ronin glanced at his opponent, surprised, then steeled himself. The man had more balls than him, that was sure. His grip tightened around the gun, then relaxed as all the tension went to one little finger. Click, bang. On average, a bullet from a 1911 pistol moved 830 feet in a second. An unmodified, street-legal 1911 could cover the 20 feet between them in 0.024 seconds. Not a tenth of a second, barely a quarter of a tenth of a second. A modified 1911 like Cupid had never been tested, but easily surpassed that. Another thing Ronin had never bothered to test. But the muzzle velocity alone was a drastic improvement. Enough power to blow apart Nomus, easily in the 3,000 range at least. 4,000, maybe even a low 5,000 feet per second. That put Ronin's bullet time at about 0.004 seconds. 0.004 seconds. Now, that was pretty fast. You could count on one hand the number of heroes who could react to something like that. Under a hundredth of a second to react to a tiny shard of metal, fired with so much power it was practically molten. Most heroes couldn't even outpace a normal bullet, let alone this monster of a shot. Kamui Woods, Crust, Ingenium, Maruko. It was unlikely even All Might would be able to react in time. He might just be able to tank the bullet, but to react, to try and dodge that, it was absurd. The showman dug his heels into the ground, smiling as he watched Ronin pull the trigger, then swung. A roar of the gun was loud, so powerful it threatened to burst eardrums. The sound as the showman stepped forward with his blade and struck the bullet out of the air was horrendous, a crash that seemed to break all of reality. The glass tinkled daintily as it fell. Shards of glass fell from warehouse-sized windows, shattering against the ground like droplets of water. Izuku stared forward, his head overcome with a piercing ring in spite of his ear protection. Slowly he turned, his gun shaking as he peered back at the wall behind him. In the once solid wall behind him a hole sprouted, the size of a man's torso carved straight through metal and stone. Sunlight and bits of rubble trickled through the hole, the sunlight glowing gold on the dust against the dark of the warehouse. Izuku turned forward again to see him. He stood his ground. The concrete beneath him cracked slightly from the force he put out. He held his cane with two hands high in the air, like a batter after a home run hit, staring out at the hole he just made before dropping back to his casual stance. There was no guard. He put up no defense. He wore no armor, and he was still smiling. Why didn't he need defense? Why didn't he need armor? Why could he smile like that at all times? The showman worked his shoulder in small circles, shuffling forward before grabbing his cane by crook and slamming it into the ground. The showman could because he was just that damn good. They stared into each other's eyes, feeling a strange energy between them. He'd just deflected a bullet like it was nothing. Izuku should have been so scared he could barely move. But against the image of All for One, a man so strong he didn't even need to deflect bullets. The showman and the Ronin stared into each other, smiling as the energy and excitement rose between them. At that moment, Izuku could feel it. The Ronin could feel it. The energy, the excitement, the hype of fighting a strong opponent. The showman spoke, his confidence infectious as he splayed his arms out, gesturing to the scene around them as they both sauntered forward towards each other. No guards as the showman spun his cane on his finger. No hesitation as the Ronin holstered Cupid and grabbed Muramasa's saya, both ready to explode. A glint in their eyes. The showman's jubilance as he offered his arms about the room, excitement shining through the blank face of a mask. The Ronin's determined but strange smile, flicking in and out of view as the cloth mask blew in the new cross breeze of the warehouse. A small moment as the two opponents faced each other down. A moment each man couldn't even see in the other, but they could feel it right before they crashed back into each other once again. The fight was much faster as Ronin ramped straight into his more powerful moves, switching kindness for Muramasa and lunging forward for a drawing slash, firing the gun sheath for an explosive opening attack. The showman moved into and under Ronin's drawing slash, slipping underneath the cut for his own attack but switching to a block as Ronin's leg snapped up, striking at the showman's body. His first attack missing. Ronin brought his leg up to kick the showman, then brought his sword back around for another slash. Again the showman slid out of the way, lining up his own attack only to block Ronin's sudden elbow. Ronin broke his own attacks early, losing a lot of power just for the chance to attack more and more. Against a man who could deflect bullets, Ronin probably couldn't match in power, so he'd have to rely on what he did have and use pure speed. After two swings the showman gave up on dodging and parried Ronin's next swing, knocking it aside and then ricocheting the cane past Ronin's guard to strike him in the chest. Ronin tried to pull his sword up to try and defend, but the showman could dance around his guard like a professional. Ronin raised his sword, trying to block the next attack to his body as the showman stepped in, but the showman just went lower and caught Ronin's leg with the crook of his cane, pulling Ronin off his feet with a sharp pull, then stepping in to finish off the fallen vigilante. Ronin fell back with one leg raised, his guard disrupted as his opponent closed in. Could he block in time? Who needed to block? Ronin leaned into the fall, catching himself with his arms and backflipping out of the showman's way before crashing back in with 2 slashes. The showman's cane came down on hard concrete. Then 2 sword slashes came in over top. The showman raised his cane as he backed off, blocking the second, but the first had been too fast and struck his arm. The showman hardly paid the slash any mind, gritting through it to deflect the second attack while still building distance, and Ronin did the same, both stepping back to check how they were faring. Ronin's head was rushing, the sudden flip still disorientating him a little. Sudden spins wasn't something the young vigilante was used to, and while he pulled it off this time, he'd need a little practice before he tried to do that one intentionally again. Still, he had scored a hit. The showman was moving his arm slightly, checking it out but still seeming unperturbed. His white coat was still white so he wasn't bleeding, but a sword to the arm was still a metal stick slamming into your flesh. It hurt, and after all his years getting the tar beaten out of him, Ronin was a first-hand expert on that. They each moved in a small circle. Ronin still pressed further back towards the shelves with the showman standing in the broken glass of the skylight, their weapons raised, Muramasa's tip a few inches from the canes. The showman pressed forward, one-handing his cane as he knocked Ronin's blade downward before thrusting in. Ronin let his sword be knocked aside as he stepped to the side with it, reaching out to the shelf behind him to grab one of the many packages and throwing it at the showman before the cane struck him in the shoulder. As cane met shoulder, the drug package flew toward the showman's face. The showman was barely inconvenienced, easily batting it aside with his other arm, but it did take him by surprise and give Ronin a chance to get fancy. Ronin grabbed another cardboard box filled with illegal cigarettes and charged the showman, slamming Muramasa against the showman's cane and skirting his blade along it to keep it out of the way as he closed in. The showman tugged, moving back and trying to pull the sword up, but he lacked the power or speed to avoid Ronin's rush. Ronin stepped into his space, smashing the new box into the showman's face before bringing his sword up for a more powerful blow. The showman couldn't see, but he still knew what to do even without sight. Muramasa stopped suppressing the showman's cane and it immediately cut through the air to strike whatever was dumb enough to sit in front of him. Ronin brought his sword up, trying to hit the showman but instead blocking a sudden sharp cut from the showman's cane. Ronin was pushed off balance by the sudden motion, stepping back half a step before the showman's cane danced off Muramasa and began to weave its way toward him again. Ronin walked himself back as the showman pushed forward, regaining sight and regaining control over the fight with a few flicks of the wrist. The showman's cane created sparks as it slid nimbly along Muramasa, batting it this way and that before weaving in small piercing strikes against Ronin. A sudden cut to the arm or a swift stab against his torso. It was obvious who was the better swordsman. Even without an edge, the showman's every cut and thrust sent pain through Ronin's bodysuit and straight into his body, doing more damage with what seemed blocked attacks than the Yakuza had done with their hits. In sheer skill, Ronin was as outclassed by the showman as the Yakuza had been by him. His sword couldn't even attack against the showman's pressure, instead relying on defense to try and avoid or at least lessen the brunt of the showman's sharp skills. But then again, there was a hell of a lot more to a fight than just skill. Ronin let himself be pushed back, using the bodysuit enhanced speed to retreat quickly and suddenly before jumping back and up onto the shelves. The showman took a parting shot at Ronin's form, clipping his leg on the way back. But Ronin managed to stay steady enough to grip the shelves' support beams and climb on, taking a stance atop the shelving unit overlooking the showman. Having fun are we, monkey? The showman didn't seem perturbed in the slightest, flicking his arm for his cards once again before sending a few metal razors Ronin's way. Damn straight. Ronin had a strange smile on his face as he crouched atop the shelving unit looking down, barely noticing the metal playing cards as they spun towards him and pierced his coat with a quiet thunk. He ignored them, rising to the ceiling to grip the rafters before giving the shelving unit a sharp kick in the showman's direction. Well said. The showman didn't wait to finish his cursing as the shelving unit swayed once on its supports before tipping forward, scores of packaging suddenly falling towards the villain backed by the weight of an entire metal shelf. He didn't stick around to see if he could deflect that with his cane, rushing to one side and diving out of the way. Ronin knew he could climb a wall with Beowulf, but he still hadn't the chance to fully test its limits. Now seemed as good a time as ever though as Ronin pulled himself to the ceiling with his one arm, planting his feet and activating the boots before rising to a stand on the ceiling like a bat. The showman barely got a second to roll to his feet before he was diving again as Ronin stuck Muramasa through the ceiling and drew Cupid again, taking bead and firing immediately. Damn! The showman rolled behind another shelving unit for cover as packages were blasted off, raining down onto the ground as the entire shelf unit rocked from the force. The showman glanced back up at Ronin, hurling a single metal card before it got shot out of the air. Goddamn! Ronin tried to move, but the moment he tried to lift one of Beowulf's boots he could tell that he wouldn't be staying on the ceiling much longer if he did. He then holstered Cupid and ripped Muramasa out of the metal roof, creating a small shower of sparks as he kicked off the ceiling and fell with confidence onto the shelving unit the showman hid behind. Ronin flipped midair and landed on the shelving unit feet first, toppling it over and riding it down while batting the falling packages aside before jumping off the shelf just before it crashed. The showman danced away again, dashing out from the newest falling shelf and knocking aside the odd falling box with relative ease before an entire person came crashing into him. Ronin leapt off the shelf mid-fall and straight into the showman, Kane clashing with sword in another display of sparks as the showman was pushed along by the sheer force of Ronin's dive attack. The showman slid across broken glass and concrete, his cane and Muramasa coming closer and closer as Ronin pressed down almost on top of him before a flick of the wrist let Ronin's sudden weight slide along the cane and right past the showman, the two parting with a sharp strike to Ronin's ribs before they both regained their footing and faced each other down. The showman kept one arm forward, the other resting comfortably on his hip like a model walking down the runway. Nice hops for a monkey, samurai. Anything else? Ronin gripped his ribs, feeling the pain of all the attacks starting to get through him but keeping his sword raised defensively with the other arm, trying to ward off his opponent from any sudden moves. I got plenty of tricks, showman. Ronin and the showman both stepped in on the attack, swinging their swords with one hand, but the showman's was a cane designed for it while Muramasa was a big F-off sword. The showman's smaller weapon easily outpaced Muramasa despite the difference in the two fighters' speed, bypassing the katana to instead jab once again at Ronin's ribs and instead finding purchase on Ronin's other arm. Ronin activated Beowulf, grabbing the showman's cane before it could flee and getting a good grip on it while his own attack slammed into the showman's side, slashing across the showman's arm again. Shit. The showman reacted immediately, tensing up as the serrated sword pulled free of his arm, but there was still no blood. The showman definitely had some armor under that stupid white coat, proving that he was more of a villain than he looked. But the cuts were still having an effect as the villain let his pain show through and tried to wrestle his cane free of Ronin's grasp. Ronin yanked the cane about, trying to pull it out of the way so he could attack cleanly again, but the showman was content to ride along. Now that he could see it coming, the showman moved with his cane, hopping along the ground quickly and yanking it around himself to keep the cane between himself and Ronin's sharp sword. Ronin pulled and pushed, trying to lead the fight, but the showman was content to follow that lead and ghost him, turning with his opponent to stay clear of that big sword Ronin was trying to use one-handed. Muramasa wasn't meant to be a one-handed sword and Ronin's swordsmanship was suffering for it. Even with a firm grip on the showman's cane, he couldn't manage to land a hit on the slippery bastard. Ronin ended the standoff by shoving the cane straight into the showman and letting go, then jumping right at his opponent, forcing the showman to stop reacting and make his own decision to ward off the next attack. The showman stumbled back, no longer able to rely on his opponent for support, but quickly recovered with a small spin before coming back in with an attack of his own. The showman leaned to the side, getting an arm underneath him and putting all his weight on it to jump off the ground and kick Ronin with both feet in the chest, then flipping off his opponent to land on his feet. Ronin might have been impressed with the audacity of this speech if he wasn't suddenly launched backward, hitting and then tripping over the shelving units that he himself had knocked over. It was amazing in hindsight how no matter what they did, the showman looked cool while he looked like an idiot. At least he was consistent. The showman had a quick laugh at him as he approached, strutting over while Ronin rolled off the shelving unit onto solid ground, then hit the shelving unit with a heavy kick to launch it right as the showman tried to walk on it. The showman swayed, doing his best to keep his balance on the slim surface of the shelves, but with Ronin running interference and tackling him he stood no chance. Ronin body-checked the swaying showman while he was off balance, giving the villain no time for tricks and launching him back across the warehouse. The showman stumbled across shattered glass, regaining footing while Ronin continued to slam into him. The showman slid to the side to evade Ronin's next tackle, but with Beowulf's pull quirk and the showman's own stupid-looking coat he couldn't get far, yanked around by his own fashion back into Ronin's rampage. Ronin didn't even use his sword, relying on the bodysuit's durability and his own strength as he slammed the showman back over and over. He brought punches, elbows, and knee strikes against the showman to rapidly force the villain back until he brought him all the way against a still-standing shelf unit on the far side from where they started. The showman backed into the shelving unit, trying to take a step further to his own surprise and only sparing a glance back before Ronin stepped in for his next attack. The showman grabbed Ronin by the head and spun, gripping him by the back of the head while Ronin grabbed the showman, latching onto the side of his face before both slammed the other's face into the shelf. Bam! Sheet. Both combatants immediately pulled back, both grabbing their heads as they fumbled for their weapons. The showman swung his cane wildly, going straight over Ronin's head to hit the shelving unit again and sent a jolt down his arm while he continued to back up, swaying his cane at everything and anything to try and defend himself. Ronin did a little better, more used to head injuries with his constant reliance on headbutts. But the head slam had left his eyes watering and something warm running down his face. Ronin lurched back while sticking close to the shelf, not even noticing the showman's own terrible swinging while he tried to get himself under control. Both attempted a wild swing, finally finding connection as Muramasa met the cane. But Ronin finally won an exchange with his better power and speed by batting the showman's cane aside and throwing the showman back further. Not that he could see it, with his eyes still effed up, but a victory was a victory, however minor. Who really came to first hardly mattered, but the first one to do something was Ronin. Ronin shook his head and pushed off the shelf, backing away and building distance while rummaging through his coat. He still kept Muramasa up to attempt a guard, pointing the jagged tip towards the showman as he retreated. The showman's sporadic swinging died down as the showman regained control over himself and his surroundings, changing his death grip on his cane to a more relaxed hold while he brought the tip back up like a fencer. Man, I can't believe we're both dirty cheaters. Isn't one of us supposed to play fair? Do you think I'm stupid enough to fight fair? Ronin rummaged through his coat, refocusing through the pain. Fighting fair? No way, no how, no can do. Ronin had never been under the false impression that he was good, but he had enough common sense and experience to see when someone was better than him. Well, I could hope you are. The showman worked his neck, then spat some blood out to the side, the blood passing straight through his mask as if it wasn't there. Was it some kind of hologram? Who would waste a hologram on being a mask? It couldn't even protect your face. Shit. Ronin weaved back as the showman sprung forward, putting his whole body behind a piercing lunge. Ronin only managed to avoid it by springing backward and striking the cane to one side with Muramasa, using his entire body to defend while still retreating. The showman had a quick laugh as he sped up, keeping close to Ronin while continuing to thrust. While Ronin made large slashing motions to try and block the showman's thrusts, the showman just pulled his cane back before thrusting it out again. Ronin struggled to keep pace, which was strange. He definitely should have been faster. His suit should have made sure of it. While the showman seemed fast enough to block bullets with his weapon, he clearly wasn't using that speed now, so how was he keeping up with the muscle suit? Better question, how was he faster than it? Ronin struggled to use Muramasa with just one hand, especially pitted against the showman's superior swordsmanship. He'd been struggling two-handed, and that was his preferred fighting style, trying to copy the art. The showman was aware of it too, picking up quickly on the change on pushing it to his advantage. To think I'd have a copycat so soon. Who's copying who? Ronin shouted indignantly, but the comparisons were inevitable. If there was a villain who fought this similarly to himself, it was a wonder the Hero Association didn't think they were the same person. Hell, even he had his doubts, and he was seeing this copycat in the flesh. Ronin pulled something from his coat as he deflected another thrust and lobbed it at the showman, but the showman would have none of it. The showman's cane flicked up, adjusting mid-attack to casually bat the projectile aside, knocked between the shelving units. He didn't need to draw a ranged weapon himself, but could, and so he did. Another metal card appeared in the showman's hand and shot forward in just 2 flicks, again embedding itself in Ronin's coat. Ronin tried to bat the card aside as the showman had, but he didn't have the skill. Instead, his swing went wide, soaring past the thin weapon and leaving a clear path in for the showman as he swung. The showman moved in as soon as Ronin took the bait, flipping his cane around to hold the end. He crouched as he moved in, drawing his body in close to the ground and cane sliding along the ground to hook around Ronin's leg. One sharp pull from the showman brought Ronin's leg up, and that one leg brought the rest of Ronin down. His legs separated and unbalanced. Ronin could only tumble backward to land roughly on his back. The showman stepped in, bringing his cane along the ground to crash into the fallen vigilante. Muramasa was much harder to use on the ground, barely able to sneak between Ronin's body and the showman's cane to intercept the attack. Ronin still used it with one hand as he rolled to his feet, trying to mimic the showman's moves by sweeping the legs. But it was for naught. Ronin spun on his free arm to his feet, bringing his sword around as he spun to cut into his foe's ankle. But the showman jumped over the swing easily before spiking a leg up to kick Ronin one more time in the chest. Crack! Ronin lurched backward, only partially from the force of the kick as he clutched his ribs. His breathing became ragged suddenly as his body exploded in pain, letting him know again just how much wide the gap between them was. He kept his sword up through gritted teeth, still clutching his ribs with one hand while the showman watched. Slowly he put his feet back under himself, letting out heavy breaths tinged with a spittle of blood, eyes locked on his opponent. Oh, I'm sorry. The showman watched his entertainment with what seemed amused eyes, still spinning that cane on a finger as he kept his distance. Did that hurt? Ronin drew from the coat again, lurching back as he threw the new object at the showman. The showman didn't even try to deflect it as it went wide, hitting a package on a shelf beside his head with a pitiful tink. He even turned to look at it a second, taking his eyes off the vigilante to inspect the miss himself before shooting the retreating vigilante a bemused smile beneath his mask. Now what was the bang line? Luckily, flashbangs didn't care who was better than who. There was some comfort in their consistency. Like the piercing ring that Doug echoed across warehouse I starting atop a shelf right next to the showman's head. Ronin managed to keep both his legs under himself as he retreated, keeping an eye on his opponent while he stumbled away. While his cloth mask hadn't blocked much of the flashbang, his earplugs and repetition did a great job of keeping him ready for this moment as he made his great escape. Ronin wasn't here to beat villains after all. Ronin was here for the drugs littered about the warehouse. He was trying to create a scene that the police couldn't overlook. And to do that, he'd brought a little something he stole from the Yakuza a long time ago. Ronin's feet found strength as he reached into his coat, still shielding his ribs while he fumbled around before pulling out a small remote. Flashbangs weren't the only things he threw around in that warehouse. Damn, goddamn, the showman shouted, still holding an ear as he began to find his footing. Already he glanced up, his mask seeming to flicker for a moment to show his wide smile as he got his bearings. Even with his ears damaged and his balance disturbed, the showman's quick recovery was more than Ronin could deal with. What a rush. But how would the showman deal with Ronin's distraction? Ronin finally found the remote buried in his coat's pocket and hit the switch, then threw himself towards the door as the explosives went off. Bang! The bomb was a small explosive stolen forever ago from the Yakuza. Midoriya had picked it up more on a whim than anything else, having found the remote first from some Yakuza who tried to threaten him with it. Nearly sit himself afterwards when it turned out the guy wasn't bluffing. But that guy had forgotten to activate the detonator, so it all barely worked out. The bomb was the first projectile Midoriya had thrown just before the flashbang, knocked aside into the mess of shelving units. But even in that position it exploded well enough. The bomb wasn't very flashy, barely audible against the flashbang before a sweeping wave of dust blew out from behind the shelves and across the room. But even if it looked small, that shockwave sent the shelves tumbling down as the whole building shook, a heavy gust blowing through the building and rattling everything as the debris was flung to every corner of the warehouse. The pressure knocked Midoriya back on his ass, tossing him beside the door with ears ringing once again as the world swam. The showman didn't seem to react at all. Eyes focused on Ronin 1 second and gone the next amidst a cloud of dust and drugs. Drugs. This sit probably wasn't that good to breathe in. Midoriya held his cloth mask over his face to try and protect himself while he stumbled into the front door, throwing the lock off quickly before stumbling outside. The sunlight almost seemed to punch him in the face. Another quick shift to hurt his eyes before he got used to the glare. Midoriya shielded his eyes with Muramasa and an arm, then glanced back and decided to keep running before calling it quits. Releasing his mask, Midoriya tossed one of his last smoke grenades outside the warehouse before he booked it. It wasn't much, but after you knocked yourself on your ass with an explosion you only tested once at a firing range, you took what you could get. Midoriya made it a few buildings over before turning back to good old Warehouse I, leaning against a building both to catch his breath and hide while taking in his work. Something had obviously gone down in there. For one, there was the hole in the wall the showman had made. 2, almost all the windows were shattered, leaving bits of broken glass all around the place. 3rd, and most obviously, a large purple cloud rose from Warehouse I leaking through the holes and shattered windows. Probably the toxin lover's drugs that had been caught in the blast. Hopefully, the police would see it and investigate the place, but maybe only after the cloud died down. Midoriya still wasn't sure what the drug actually did. Maybe Mao would know, but there were better times to find out than now. Right now Ronin wasn't just looking for buildings though, he was looking for people. A full minute of waiting and there was no sign of the showman. Not through the shutter door, the front door, or the side door Midoriya left through. Nothing. Midoriya cast his eyes around the warehouse, but short of the showman jumping out a window, it didn't look like he was coming out of Warehouse I. Not that there was a chance he died. The explosion Midoriya had used was designed to break walls. Or at least, that's what he thought it did. It wasn't really clear what it did when he and Mao tested one in the army bunker. But it didn't really seem like the type of bomb meant for turning people into giblets. The showman had been more inconvenienced by the sudden noise of the flashbang than he had a bullet flying towards his head. And that kind of shot would take out some tough heroes like Maruko or Ingenium. An explosion on a far wall stood no chance of taking him out. But still, Midoriya couldn't see him. Maybe there was some back way out. Maybe the drugs that got caught up in the explosion were doing something. But for one reason or another, the showman wasn't coming out. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. What Midoriya could hear though was the sound of sirens, police sirens, still coming, but it wasn't good to keep them waiting. The police usually took around 10 minutes to get this far from the station, so they were a little early, but that was more Midoriya running behind. The showman had put a bigger hold on his plans than he thought. Midoriya had wasted enough time. pushing off the wall. The young vigilante ran through the warehouse's streets and alleys, using his mental map to take a few quick shortcuts to make it to the escape route as fast as he could. In one such alley by a few dumpsters, the hum of an engine broke the distant blaring of the sirens. A motorcycle once hidden now pulled out, already started and ready to go. Sitting atop his motorcycle, Mao smiled confidently at Midoriya with his mask pulled up off his face, arms crossed as he leaned back on his ride. The cheekiness in his expression did not go unnoticed. "Baba Beach Boy, dumbass." They quickly nodded to each other as Midoriya approached, taking Muramasa off his belt and catching the duffel bag Mao threw at him. Midoriya shoved all his spare things into the bag as he moved up to the motorcycle, then took Mao's graciously offered hand up onto the giant thing. "Dad excitement you." Mao was looking upward to the sky, eyes focused on the still rising purple cloud gently drifting in the breeze. A clear indication that something shady was going on inside the warehouses like Midoriya wanted, but a little more dangerous than he would have liked. Ran into a villain, showman. Had to use the bomb, but it was a little improvised. Midoriya settled in his spot behind Mao on the motorcycle, making sure anything extra was put away before they blasted off. Didn't want to drop the duffel bag on the way out. Any problems? 30 guys, a dozen guns, no biggie. Mao shrugged it off, leaning forward to rev the engine while glancing back as a pre-flight check. Dem police ain't air yet, but any chance of Euros? Let's hope not. Mask. Midoriya flicked Mao's mask down for him, then got a good grip on the big guy's bandages. Sure, Mao had a fake face right now with his weird shapeshifting quirk, but better to remain anonymous than give the police even a chance of catching up. Hope not, he says. Mao got a chuckle out of that, but still he adjusted his mask and revved the engine once more before they peeled out. But with your luck. The streets were never truly quiet, the echoes of police sirens ringing out across the warehouse's vast emptiness. Birds fluttered overhead as the sun began to dip behind the city's distant skyscrapers, their wings flapping in time to the revving of a motorcycle engine. All alone in the warehouse, Mao and Midoriya raced around warehouse corners fast and straightaways even faster, the main man never letting up on the gas pedal as they got closer to the warehouse's outer wall. So dem arose, they take a while to get around. Mao was still smiling big underneath the Yakuza hunter's mask, leaning back as he handled his chopper with practiced ease. The bumps of the road as he took shortcuts barely seemed to faze him as he kept his eyes trained on their exit path, always looking for the next corner to take until they were finally out. And no cars, remember? This isn't America. They usually have to use public transport or something. Midoriya clung to Mao's back not out of fear, but in a genuine effort to not be dislodged. Mao's shortcuts of jumping walkways and grabbing light posts to make sudden turns were doing more damage to the smaller boy than the Yakuza's attacks. So that's why super speed's so good in this place. Mao took in Midoriya's words with a nod, thinking it over, then laughing as he leaned over and grabbed the road, his fingers carving through the asphalt as the bike made a hard turn before uprighting itself. With that final bone-shuddering turn, the duo made it to the back gate. Mao finally slowed the exhausting ride as Midoriya fell off the bike, landing on his feet with a small stumble before moving to the gate controls. Drawing a gate card from one of his many coat pockets, Midoriya opened the gate. The card had been just one of the things he got to prepare for today, along with a small storage area paid for in cash by Ken. Too bad it would probably be deactivated once the warehouse company checked their records and saw who blew up one of their warehouses. Still say we coulda hopped the fence, Mao bemused from atop his motorcycle, leaning over the handlebars board as Midoriya climbed back on. Ramped off of something, got some air, woulda looked pretty badass. Ramped off of what? Your ego. Midoriya adjusted his position before they rolled through the gate, quickly picking up speed again and turning away from the sirens. We would have to have a ramp set up inside the gate to get back out. Details, SH Metals. Mao laughed as he drove faster and faster, slowly outpacing the sirens but picking up steam. Just stuff to set up for dawn next time we do this. They didn't even see a police car as they careened their way out of the city, let alone any resistance on their way back to Mao's military base. After parking inside, they took the chance to go over the small details of their raid, including looking over drugs Midoriya had found inside Lucky Little Warehouse I. Da Showman. They both sat in the ammunition room, but while Midoriya analyzed the drugs, Mao sat on a counter cleaning his piece while he thought over Midoriya's fight. Midoriya had given him a brief rundown on the way over, talking so he had something to pay attention to other than Mao's reckless road rampage. But now that they were sitting around, the main man could really think and analyze Midoriya's story, using his expertise and years in the crime world to give his input. Yup, never eared of him. Who he was exactly barely matters, but the fact that the Shoe Ice Guy has somebody like him makes me worried. Midoriya wasn't some forensics expert, but he did have some drugs from the old toxin lovers, stuff made back in the day. He could at least compare those two and try to find something. If the Shoe Ice Guy has guys like that just sitting around in their warehouses, I'm worried about their upper ranks. Those guys could be a serious threat. PSSHT. The shy Hasekai ain't no big deal. Mao waved them off dismissively, then picked up a small bristle to clean the gun's barrel. The all boss ran some numbers on all big players ever a year back in Dante, and while your little shoe ice guy got some power players, 90%'s a joke. Maybe even 95. Don't suppose you remember who those big names were, do you? Midoriya spared Mao a glance, eager to look at something other than a pair of purple cigarettes. Mao barely even needed a moment, closing his eyes in concentration before counting them off on his fingers. Drunken Master, Great Wall, Rappa, Devourer, Simulant, Sly Hands, Eternal Rage, and some wimp I never gave a sheet bout. Midoriya blinked at Mao, muttering some of the names to himself. Drunken Master, Great Wall, Rappa. What kind of names are those? Actuella, I think Rappa's his real name. Oh. The Hero Association comes up with the names usually, less you announce it yourself, Mao reminded Midoriya with a shrug before putting the bristle down and checking his work with a small flashlight. I was called Juggernaut back in DA States, but that one was pretty good so I kept it for a while. This seems unprofessional. Midoriya mused over the villains' names he knew. Toxic Chainsaw, All for One, Kurogiri, which was just the Japanese for black, and Fog mashed together, which means the Hero Association definitely did it. You're lucky, Centipider. Usually vigilantes get stuck with a really stupid name. Mao pointed the flashlight towards Midoriya as he spoke, shining it right in the kid's eye before he flicked it off. How did you come up with Ronin anyway? Midoriya took only a second to think about it before he pushed all memories of that back down in his mind and instead held up the cigarettes he'd been looking at. Not important. What is important is that these drugs look pretty much identical, which means they should be the same stuff toxin lovers made back when they were around. Mao looked over the two cigarettes, which true to form did look identical in that they looked equally generic save for the purple in place of orange markings on them. And that means something. Kind of. Midoriya glanced down at the cigarettes, shrugging. He wasn't exactly an entire crime lab, he couldn't be sure, but he could make estimates and work with those. If these are the same product, they might be produced in the same place. So I can go stir up some of Toxin Lover's old turf and find the production lab. More places to go. People ta beat da sheet outa, I like it. Mao gave a complimentary thumbs up, smiling, then turned back to his current work. I don't suppose you already got some of those places, do ya? No, but Toxin Lovers was way less discreet to Shu Isekai. Just a little poking around on the web and I can get their old hideouts. Compare that with the stuff I know about the Yakuza. Midoriya began to speak faster and faster, losing Mao when he got to the part about comparing the distance between these Shu Isekai people and the old Toxic Lobsters people that Mao used to work with. Mao just nodded along, pretending he got it. With careful planning and a little digging, we should be able to find at least one of the labs. Got it. Mao continued nodding, trying to put together all the words Midoriya said. But some of that Japanese came out so fast it just sounded like gibberish. Basically, in English. My English isn't that good. Mao blinked, thinked over the phrase, then rephrased. In simple stuff, you gonna go check some sheet, then we might have some places to raid. Yeah, basically, Midoriya confirmed it with a shrug, already beginning to write in one of his notebooks. It might take a bit, but it's gonna be way faster than finding those warehouses was. Good. Mao worked a little faster, the excitement fresh in his mind while Midoriya finished his notes, only pausing as a stray thought entered his mind. Hey, Mao, you picked your name when you came to Japan, right? Yup, still wanted in like 7 countries, at least. The memories made the big guy laugh, putting away his bristle and flashlight into a small repair kit to then take out a small stopper of oil. Good times. Why'd you pick Voorhees as your last name? Midoriya squinted, noticing the small twitch in Mao's face. It might have only been for a moment, but he flinched. This motherfucker flinched. Hey, Mao. Midoriya's smile stopped reaching his eyes as he stared at this dumbass, the story slowly forming in his head. He was pretty sure it was something Mao would do. No, he was certain. What's your wife's name? You know, that's a funny story. Mao was sweating as he very conspicuously didn't make eye contact with Midoriya, his fingers tapping nervously on his gun. You see, what her first name happened to be. Midoriya had to think for a bit. His horror movie trivia wasn't much compared to his hero trivia, but even he knew enough pop culture to know this one. Pamela. We went on a couple o dates, talked about some things, and it was right around when Da Big Boss was gonna give me a new ID. He hadn't picked a name out yet. You wanted a son so you could name him Jason. Midoriya pointed his finger accusingly. But was it really still accusing when you were dead on the money? It would be hilarious. I mean, come on. Mao completely skipped denying it to instead double down and defend his decision. My quirk with that name. Come on, dude, da joke writes itself. Who names their kid after a horror monster? Me, and it would have been awesome. Mao pumped his fist, just thinking of the possibilities. Come on, a name like that makes you a living legend from Da Day You Walk on Da Playground. It's a horror character. Midoriya tried to refocus Mao on how stupid that would be, waving his pencil around like a pointer. How do you think he'd feel being named after a horror character? Awesome, duh. It's Jason F. and Voorhees, dude. This was obvious to Mao, who waved off Midoriya's concerns with a wave of his hand. And don't get me started on stupid names. A name just means Green Hills. What? A named after your hair. Green Valley. Close enough. And Midoriya paused, thinking it over. Actually, that's my dad's last name, and nothing about him's green. Where did that name come from? Wait, you're distracting me. Really, dat Motha Effa did da same thing I did. Oh, who cares? Mao waved his thoughts about the boss aside with his free hand, refocusing on the issue. If he didn't like it, we could have changed his name later, just like we did for Aiko. Mao shut up mid-sentence as he, for the first time that year, thought ahead of his big mouth. The only sound in that room was the buzz of the old fluorescent lights overhead as Midoriya's eyes became totally dead, staring a hole through the side of Mao's head for several moments. Midoriya's mouth moved. It went to say many things, but no words came out. Eventually, he found it himself to ask, "Hey, Mao." Mao barely managed to turn his head, still smiling as he stared into the dark pits that tried to gouge his soul out through just his eyes. It had been a long time since the boss had looked at him like that. "You changed Aiko's name, did ya?" It was amazing what a little practice could do. Midoriya had such a great smile, built up over years of practice, but still it could never quite reach his eyes. In the past it had been pain, sorrow, defeat, but this was not that past, and the death glare in his eyes was most certainly not any of those emotions. "Suo, what was Aiko's name before?" Mao scooted back slightly, laughing uneasily as he put his pistol down and pushed himself just a little further from the big threat concentrated in such a small frame. "Well, it was in English, so I'm not sure how well it'll translate to Japanese." "Mao, you can tell me." Revenant wasn't blinking. He was barely looking at Mao, instead staring daggers straight through the giant oaf as he snapped his notebook shut and fully faced his next victim. "What was her name?" Mao jumped off the counter, making a break for the door to the gun range. "You know, we biked a lot today. I'm not sure we got enough exercise today." Midoriya dove off the counter right after the giant idiot, hot on his tail with his two pieces drawn in a flash. "Mao, get back here. Don't think you can run your way out of this." Bang! Aiko hummed to herself as she walked to school, keeping one arm on her duffel bag while the other swung in the breeze. It was a nice morning, with a strong wind to ruffle her hair and the morning sunlight leaked through the cityscape. Birds chirped and dogs barked in the distance, creating a nice backdrop as she walked the familiar route from the train station to Ishiyama High School. A young lady took in the scenery on her way in, taking a little extra time to admire the artwork on the side of the building. Colorful paintings of abstract images, words in something beyond bold lettering, strange mixes of English and Japanese painted together. Oh, and that graffiti looked new. Aiko took it in for a little longer before moving on, turning back to the way forward and almost jumping at the sight of another surprise. Glancing around to make sure nobody saw her, Aiko began to move forward as inconspicuously as possible. She ducked into Alice and hid behind ledges, keeping an eye on her target while slowly gaining on him. Then, right before they reached the school, Aiko sprung for her hiding spot and towered over him, reaching out. Aiko reached out from behind Midoriya, hesitating as she thought over if she really wanted to scare someone, then settled for gently tapping his shoulder. Midoriya glanced over his shoulder, his surprise evident on his face as he glanced back then up at her. "Oh, hey Aiko." Aiko's smile grew, her sneak a total success. While scaring people wasn't her thing, his surprised face really was worth all the effort of stealthing it up. She had a quick quiet chuckle to herself as she moved next to her friend, falling in step with Midoriya as they both moved toward the gate, Midoriya moving with a bit more weight in his step despite his small size. "Aiko." Midoriya glanced up at her, clearly thinking over his words and settling for placing a gentle but firm hand on her arm, being too short to reach her shoulder without stretching. "I'm so sorry." "For what?" Aiko tilted her head, trying to figure out what Midoriya was talking about, but nothing came to mind. They had just met this morning and hadn't seen each other since school yesterday, and she couldn't recall anything happening between now and then, unless he was the one who had eaten all of her favorite cereal. "No, wait, that was Dad." "Oh, nothing important." Midoriya just smiled softly and faced forward, the pair coming up on the school's main gate. He adjusted his bag, tapping a wooden pole that stuck out of it. "I'm here early for kendo." "You, studying?" Aiko patted her own duffel bag, packed with all the books and notes she'd bought at the beginning of the school year. "I fell behind when homeroom sensei started teaching yesterday, but it won't happen again." Aiko clenched her fist, determined to meet her goal while Midoriya chuckled to himself, passing through the school's front gate and turning to each other before parting. "You need any help with those studies, you know where I'll be for lunch." "Yeah." Aiko nodded, glad to have her friend's support. and gave him a thumbs up in response. Good luck with your kendo stuff. I don't really know much about kendo, but I'm sure you've got this. Midoriya smirked at her words, waving goodbye one last time before both moved through their respective doorways into their own separate worlds. Midoriya gave Aiko a small wave as they parted, a final glance to his quiet friend before he turned back to the messy hall of hell that was the kendo club, the old Ishiyama gymnasium. He touched his ribs, feeling the dull ache as he breathed, then returned to the moment and those doors. He'd come to this club to improve his swordsmanship, and now that he was more motivated than ever, one heavy sigh more to hurt his ribs again, and Midoriya pushed open the kendo club's sliding door, walking in with a confidence unbefitting his usual meek persona. The kendo club was cleaner than usual, mostly because the club hadn't even had a whole day to be there. With a police investigation just one day ago, the club had been vacated as its members pretended to be good little boys and girls and stay in the real classrooms. It was probably the first time most of them even went to their real classes. The club members had returned to form, though. Across its halls the members were spread, sitting and standing in their various cliques and sub-cliques. Some sat by that stupid TV, radiating garbage, while others stood to the side, vaping and smoking, with a few in the back seeming fast asleep. Midoriya moved past all of these, eyes locked on the prize. In the middle of the room there were actually a few people fighting. Not kendo fighting, of course, just plain 3-on-1. No rules, no safety, and no standards as the three punks took on the diminutive demon. 3 delinquents stood side by side, armed with pipes and sticks, attacking with no real sense of technique. Opposing them with seemingly even less technique stood one of the only people who Midoriya knew, Fairy. Fairy stood his ground against the 3 with confidence unfettered and sword flying. He used his hardwood katana with both hands, batting away their attacks and bashing through them to go directly for his opponents. There were a few people around the fight. Some watched, some cheered, and a few laid to the side, possibly having already been on the receiving end of Fairy's attacks. The most prominent figure, by being the only other person whose name Midoriya could remember, albeit barely, was Kinky, the vice president or sub-leader or whatever of the kendo club. Kinky stood to one side with her own sword resting tip first on the ground, holding it in both hands while she watched the fight. She took it in from the side, looking at both sides at once with no bodies to get in her way. Her eyes were on the arms, 4 weapons darting about as Fairy pushed his way into and through the 3 guards with ease, totally unaware as the quiet criminal moved beside her. The fight was already closing when Midoriya arrived, Fairy dispatching the 3 delinquents with the same flurry of attacks that he dealt with everything. Instead of ending on the first hit, the grunts kept standing until their legs couldn't. A touch more in line with how things worked in the brawls and raids the kendo club took part in, but well past a touch more painful. The fight finished as the final man slipped, his leg giving way, leading to his everything giving way from the constant crushing barrage of blows, putting him off his feet and on his ass against the mat. Now this was fun. Fairy kept his sword pointed at the final man a moment longer, eyes locked to make sure the fight was over before taking a step back and resting his hardwood against his shoulder. Not bad, you sorry lot. Not bad at all. Now get off my floor and get your asses cleaned up. The crowd came alive, a total of 4 boys speaking to Fairy briefly before heading off stiffly. Others stayed around, congratulating Fairy on another win, while Kinky hung at the back with a confident smile as she appraised her brother's work. And likewise, Midoriya stayed back and thought over the small scuffle. Fairy's sword work was in no way good. It was sloppy, putting too much weight behind everything. It lacked real focus, just attacking everything in sight. Yet it had somehow beaten him. No ways good, but still good enough it seemed. Midoriya had also seen the raid the kendo club took part in against another school, some group of bandana delinquents who came to and fought the kendo club in their home turf, and how the kendo club fought. The whole club was about as bad as those 4 guys. 3 even if you count the guy who went down before Midoriya arrived, so most of the talent rested on 2, the president and vice president. His eyes flicked to her as the crowd finished parting, finding focus as he arranged his thoughts. The swordsmanship might seem sloppy, but so had his compared to the showman. That villain's level of control and grace was far beyond him. And if he wanted to practice fighting something even remotely like that, Fairy turned to his sister, sword and smirk still stuck fast to him as his eyes met hers. Hey, 4-on-1. Pretty impressive, even if that first guy knocked himself out. Still counts. Whatever. Kinky rolled her eyes, but she had to admit, all right, maybe it was a little impressive. Almost as impressive as how big your head can get. Kinky leaned on her sword, her posture relaxed as she took a cheap shot. And for such a little body, too. Thwack. Oh, she really should have watched her mouth when Fairy's sword was right there. While his sister rubbed her head, looking a lot less graceful and a hell a lot more grouchy, Fairy nodded towards the retreating figure of the 4. Think you could have done that? Kinky didn't respond, giving him a confusing look, so he continued. I'm not gonna be at Ishiyama forever, dingus. Someday you're gonna run this sitcho, and you're gonna have to step up. Running this place ain't just about barking orders, you know. The hardwood katana flicked off his shoulder again as he pointed it high into the air, creating a slight hum as the dull edge split the air. Power. Gotta have the power to push this dump forward. Sure, knocking heads around is good, but what good's a gang that can't win? What good's a gang with no good members? Kinky huffed to herself, crossing her arms in indignation, but she knew she certainly could not take on 4 people like her older brother just did, even if one of them took himself out on accident. It just wasn't her style. Excuses, excuses. This time when Fairy whacked her, he just did it with a gentle chop to the head, ruffling her hair up more. Stop complaining and work with what you got. Their crew really didn't have any power players, but what could you do? Recruit more, please. The only person they managed to recruit was some guy from the crafting club. And who the F even knew where he was right? Oh god, he was right behind them. Fairy blinked and moved half a step back as he finally noticed that green-haired kid from the crafting club standing behind them, catching himself slipping and straightening quickly. His sister took a moment longer to notice, glancing over her shoulder before turning to address him fully. There you are. We've been wondering where you got off to. The quiet freshman didn't say anything, one hand on his bag as he stared up at Kinky. Damn, his eyes were creepy. Hey, no need to be shouty. We're all here for something, so let's calm down a second. Fairy took this as a chance to show some of that leadership he was supposed to have, reining in his sister with a gentle thwap to her arm to get her attention before devoting his to the freshie. How are the swords coming? 12 more done. He kept his words brief as he shifted his weight from one foot to another, his bag swaying as the kendo sword inside stuck out, making the weight more than a little lopsided. You wanted 30. Yeah. You got a good head for numbers, kid. 12 more, eh? Between that and the ones this kid had brought earlier. That brought them up to. Wait, how many did he bring in earlier? Shit, didn't matter. Got him in your club room. Yep. The little rascal gave a court nod, then glanced past them. Fairy's eyes trailed his to the dissipating crowd after the last fight. That reminded him, this punk had challenged him to a fight a while ago, before the sit with the police and the bandana D's. He even had a pretty good defense too, for a nerd. Was he looking for another round? What, you want some action, freshie? Fairy spoke with his telltale smirk, bringing his hardwood against his shoulder and his hand on his hip. This punk wanted to join the kendo club for a bit in exchange for the swords. So was this little rascal looking for a beating or two? He'd be happy to oblige. This place'll give you a fight anytime. Anywhere you'd like. Good. There was a hint of satisfaction in his tone as he nodded, taking Fairy a bit by surprise with his sharp reply. Most people fought once against him and weren't eager for a second match. Now this was gonna be fun. All right. Fairy's smirk grew into a full smile as his grip on the hardwood tightened, taking a step towards the pretentious punk that thought he could challenge him. Man, and that kid thought he got his ass whooped last time. You wanna throw down? Kinky. The vigilant fighter turned on his heel, finally directing his attention from the club president to its vice president as he drew his own kendo stick in a single fluid motion, the tip flicking gently through the air, then taking a sharp turn to point at her. I wish to fight you. Fairy hung on his last breath, his grip slowly going slack as his mouth fell open while Kinky finally looked at the freshman with half-open eyes, then looking back to her brother for just a moment before fully realizing what the little guy said and doubling back with eyes wide open. Hey. Fairy jumped a little bit with his laugh as he thought it over, slowly turning to give his sister the look over. By now there were plenty of looks cast their way by the club members, so this was really shaping up to be a fun time all around. The ball's on this kid. Hee. All right, you want a crack at the VP? Fairy and Kinky shared a glance, a small shrug, then turned back to the crafting kid with a shared confidence. Somebody thought his sister would be an easy mark. Seems somebody hadn't been paying attention during the raid. Knock yourselves out. Midoriya set down his bag against the wall and pulled his tie loose, placing it atop the bag before turning back to his opponent. Still standing in the middle of the room, the kendo club's vice president hadn't bothered to change anything before the fight. Not that she had much. A long blue skirt that wasn't even part of their school's uniform. No tie, and her own kendo stick to tie the whole ensemble together. Fetching. Midoriya picked his own kendo stick off the ground and moved toward her, getting into his fighting stance only when he was in range to start fighting a few paces from the vice president. He might not know her name, but the least he could do is not point a stick at her the whole time he was here. So how are we going to do this? Midoriya mused over the rules, thinking over the fight he'd just walked in on. Contact. First to 3. Say when you lose. The vice president brought her stick up early into a guard, holding her sword in one hand and keeping it pointed at Midoriya all the while. And start when you're ready, I've got things to do. Midoriya nodded to himself, unbuttoning the top of his shirt before gripping his sword with both hands and anchoring himself in with his feet. Between the two siblings, while it was obvious that Fairy was good, the vice president had a bit more actual skill with her sword, and that was what Midoriya wanted to put himself against. He wanted to go back against the showman, to really test his limits. and to try and find a way to beat that pretentious punk. But was it really pretentious if you could back it up? Midoriya rolled his shoulders to relieve the tension before locking eyes with his opponent and stepping in, drawing his sword back in one fluid motion before chopping down with his overhead strike. The move struck air as the VP took a more bladed stance, letting the sword pass right beside her while pulling her weapon back before springing out, probing Midoriya with a singular solid stab. Stepping sideways, Midoriya avoided it much like the VP had avoided his own first strike easily. This clearly wasn't very serious for either of them, just a way to test the opponent's guard before starting to fight more seriously. But tests like these could be very indicative of what was to come. For example, that dodge. Midoriya straightened himself out, stepping forward once again with another overhead strike. Again, the VP sidestepped the attack. But that's not how the showman would have done it. The showman would have let their swords meet, pushing Ronin's sword to the side to further disrupt the vigilante before launching an attack of his own. Pushing aside, Revenant grimaced to himself just remembering it as he stepped past another thrust, moving just far enough to let the stick sail by his arm instead of striking it. The push would have thrown Ronin off balance, not letting him step around the thrust like Revenant just did, and forcing him to block. Stepping around the attack seemed better, keeping your sword free and all, but the showman took the harder option for even greater results. He threw out a horizontal slash, creating a bit of distance as Kinky stepped out from his range, then jumped back in for another thrust. He couldn't tell if she just liked thrusts, or if it was all she could do, only bothering to fight one-handed. He met this one as the showman would have, stepping around the stab while dragging his sword up to meet the blade. A sharp tap as wood met wood, a brief engagement in the otherwise quiet fight. Midoriya held the power advantage, holding his sword with two hands, and could easily bat VP's sword to one side, already dragging his sword up from his missed attack. He launched VP's sword skyward to try and throw her off balance. But as VP's sword went higher and higher, it suddenly turned backward and down as VP twisted her body, taking a step back as she pulled the sword into her body, quickly bringing the blade back under her control and its tip back to her opponent. That was a good move that Revenant was pleasantly surprised to see. In a street fight with no rules, a sword was a lot more likely to get knocked around by cheaters, so a skill like that to quickly bring the blade back under your control was useful. He'd have to remember that. Having been put on the defense by her own attack, VP advanced again with two quick slashes from either side. A small rotation of the arm brought the sword tip around from the left, and a similar shift in the other direction likewise brought the sword rolling around into Midoriya's guard. Midoriya kept his sword up, using it again to block the first blow and pushing it back, then suddenly feeling off balance as the sword he was once striking against rotated around his blade and knocked it aside, turning his own force against him to get around his guard. While unbroken, his guard was now suddenly shifted far to one side by some seemingly light blows. While they didn't have the force to do any major damage, they had served as an excellent setup for what seemed the VP's specialty, stabs. Even as Midoriya realized what had happened, the VP pulled her sword in, stepping in to put power behind her blade before launching another sharp thrust. Midoriya only tried to bring his sword up for a moment before tossing that idea to the wind. His guard too far moved to be brought back in, shifting instead to shift his body out of the way. He turned his body against the attack, moving his cracked ribs out of the way to only be glanced by the thrust to his shoulder. Hit. The sharp jab moved Midoriya back a bit, putting his weight on his heels while he brought his sword up to defend against any follow-up thrusts. But the VP was content to make distance. He swung his shoulder back and forth, but the blow hadn't been serious even before he tried to diffuse its force. He'd be fine. Midoriya moved in a small semicircle, moving around his opponent while trying to gauge the distance and her moves. He'd definitely chosen right, her fighting style far closer to the showman's than Fairy's, but the pace was very different. While Fairy captured the sudden and almost ballistic movements of the villain, the VP was a lot slower. Better for practice, at least. Midoriya steeled his grip on his sword and stepped into range, making no attack as he kept his eyes on his opponent. No reaction. He kept his wrists straight as he stepped forward again, placing both of them firmly in each other's ranges while still making no attack. The tips of their swords hovered around each other, Midoriya's steady guard opposing the VP's swaying point. With one final step and a slight sway of the arms, blade met blade again. This time was much more quiet, with not as much distance or power to build up as sword met sword, both fighters eyeing each other over. VP finally replied, thrusting once along Midoriya's blade. Midoriya didn't even have to dodge this time, instead tilting his sword to the side and pushing the thrusting blade away from his body. Harmlessly it jabbed through the air, creating a slight breeze as it passed by his arm and left his opponent wide open. Midoriya gave one final push to his opponent's sword before throwing his sword up and across, striking her in the arm as she pulled back. There was no real force in the attack, too little distance for that, but he'd made contact and that was the first step. Now his opponent retreated slightly faster, eyes narrowing as she brought her sword in once again with a bit more speed than before. It seemed someone was starting to take this seriously. Not Midoriya, of course. Midoriya had no intention of putting real effort into his swordsmanship and was just here to experiment. That's why he led once again with a third overhead slash, an attack that his opponent had already read and beaten. One slight step and she snaked around his blade, moving forward and around it at the same time to close distance and attack herself. The thrust came out earlier, making it appear even faster as it launched towards Midoriya's body. But whatever it appeared, it wasn't faster. Midoriya pivoted around his sword again, deflecting the attack while backing off to create more distance. He wasn't really interested in testing his block. And even if he was, VP What's-Her-Face couldn't pull even half the stunts the showman could. So Midoriya attacked again. With no apparent thought behind his moves, he stepped back after his deflect and stepped forward for his attack, bringing his sword down in yet another overhead strike. The showman had parried many of his attacks, yes, but he also dodged quite a few as VP did, stepping to the side as his sword came down and then moving in for her own attack. If this attack was so easy to dodge, why the hell would anyone use it? Was there something he wasn't getting? VP stepped in for another attack before suddenly switching gears and stepping out further as Midoriya suddenly attacked again, lost in his own thought. He could repeat the attack as many times as he wanted, and had even practiced doing it dozens of times back to back for mindless violence. But what was the point if it never hit? In the same gap it took for him to raise his sword to swing again, any opponent worth a sit would just dodge again. Was that why he had to break their flow with a deflect first? By attacking while someone else attacked, or even right after, he could catch them off guard. Guarding while attacking was a lot more difficult than just attacking, and the split focus made guards a lot easier to break. Striking while someone was extending, like how he had hit VP after messing up her thrust. Midoriya was so lost in thought he barely even noticed that VP had gotten out of range after his third consecutive overhead strike, pulling back before lunging in with a fully extended thrust to strike him from just outside his range. To prove his point at least, Midoriya went on the offensive. Midoriya brought his sword front and center, blocking the thrust while stepping in to get into his own range. As he moved forward, VP stepped back, pulling her sword with her to prepare and then launch another stab. Midoriya barely had to try to deflect that one, his sword still in place from his last guard, easily moving the few inches it took to bat aside the second thrust while continuing to close in. VP's blade still struck aside by Midoriya's defense. Midoriya finally decided to mix it up again and tried a thrust of his own. He'd never really done one before, curved sword and all that, but it didn't seem too hard. Planting his lead foot down, he leaned forward, keeping a solid grip on his sword to maintain power before jamming the tip into VP's stomach. Such an attack was still easy to dodge, going in a predictable and almost perfectly straight line, and even with her guard knocked around, VP could still sidestep. Like Midoriya's first hit, she couldn't entire slip away, but a small step and a little lean let Midoriya's weak thrust slide right off her stomach while she lined up her own thrust to show the vigilante how it was really done. Midoriya literally walked into her thrust, eating the entire thing and taking a proper blow to his stomach that sent the boy stumbling back, packing far more power with one hand than he had with two. Hit. Keeping her sword pointed at him, VP smiled, having the first proper win of the exchange. Both had hit each other, yes, and both were still even in how many times they'd hit each other, but it was clear by who was standing tall and who was trying to catch their breath that they were not on the same playing field right now. Of course, that didn't count for Midoriya doubling over and pulling back as fast as possible to dampen the blow, or him acting like it hurt a lot more than it did. He just took out a dozen gangsters and went toe-to-toe with a villain. A stick poking him in the gut was nothing. Midoriya pulled himself upright, his previous injuries hurting more than that love tap, and resumed his guard. It hadn't been much, but still, the attack had hit him much to his surprise. It took usually at least 5 criminals working together for that to happen, but that might have less to do with VP's skill and more to do with the criminals' lack thereof. Pulled back into the moment by pain, Midoriya's next strokes were a lot better than before. He pushed off the ground to quickly close the distance while VP was still looking smug, going for a horizontal stroke to force some guarding, as the overhead strike could be dodged by moving to the side. The horizontal strike could be dodged by just moving under or over it. That being said, it was definitely easier to block than to jump 3 feet in the air or fall to your knees just to avoid one swing. VP took the middle of the road, doing a bit of both. Raising the tip of her sword into her first proper guard, she stepped back to catch just the tip of Midoriya's sword instead of the brunt of it, then slid around it while stepping in for her own attack. Sick of moving back and forth, Midoriya held his ground and held his grip on his sword, keeping it in contact with VP's and muscling her sword out of the way, throwing her off mid-attack and creating another opening. Just goes to show the showman knew a thing or two. This was getting results far better than just standing around or waddling back and forth while waiting for someone to F up. Taking advantage of the opening he created, Midoriya stepped in for a swing, bringing his sword high again as a thought struck him, so stupid it was probably genius. VP stepped aside as the sword rose, already used to seeing the overhead strike and moving out of its way. But even as she moved sideways, she could see something was wrong, as the sword that should have passed by her face never came. Instead, it hung for just a moment longer and whack. With a wicked crack, the kendo stick struck VP across the brow, so slow it had slipped straight past her evasion. Shit, she swore, stumbling back and grabbing her face with her free hand. These weapons were made for practice, but without the proper protection equipment, getting hit still hurt like hell. Infuriated, she glared through her fingers and pointed her sword accusingly at her foe, taking advantage of the opening he created. It was so basic, such an obvious answer, that he'd probably never have thought of it. Revenant stared down at his sword, slowly processing the ramifications of his oversight, a mix of reflection and realization in his eyes. The showman had been able to attack so easily because he created openings. He didn't wait for them to come to him. Grabbing and wrangling Ronin's sword with the crook of his cane, pulling Ronin's leg out from under him, throwing playing cards just to distract him. He barely thought as the girl charged him with an obvious thrust, putting both hands on her sword for maximum power. She ran towards him, an eye still squinted from her previous blow, pulling back with her entire body before trying to run him through with a dull piece of wood. Naturally, he moved, stepping towards and around her to let her attack miss. Such a large attack wouldn't work even on the street scum he crushed every day, and it would not work on him. Kinky, behind you. Revenant breathed deep as he pulled back his sword, raising it overhead as he prepared to strike the girl down from behind. He stepped in, spreading his weight out between his 2 feet, then swung his sword halfway down. The girl didn't even have a chance to fully turn around, instead diving out of the way as soon as she saw the sword already raised, but once again it didn't fall completely. Revenant stopped his sword mid-stroke, following the girl as she tried to keep her feet under herself while he lined up his next strike, pulling both his arms in before hitting her in the side mid-dodge. Gah! The girl fumbled back, losing her balance and falling roughly to the wooden floor while grabbing her side. His blows always had more power behind them, a testament to his strength to be sure, but also a byproduct of him using 2 arms for all attacks. Not that he really cared about that. Midoriya, already in far too deep into his own mumblings. Self-taught swordsmanship had its perks. He didn't have to learn anything ceremonial, didn't have to practice anything in the name of good sportsmanship, and could spend all his time on what he thought he needed. Unfortunately, self-taught meant everything was internal, and there was only so far he could go without outside help. You little sit. He'd quickly grasped the idea of attacking when someone else missed. It seemed obvious. Capitalize on someone else's failure. They'd be off balance. They weren't ready for it. Nobody intended to miss, so he could usually hit. That was pretty basic swordsmanship though. TCH. A little more advanced was the idea of attacking when someone else attacked, before they could even finish. That one was also pretty easy to figure out, done both on accident by him and to him. It was a little hit or miss if he'd always land the first blow, but it still happened pretty naturally. But there was another big opening you could attack in that Midoriya hadn't really considered, even if he'd probably done it a few times. Attacking during a dodge. It's you. A dodge was supposed to get you out of harm's way, but it also wasn't something you could do instantly. Attacking someone while they were trying to dodge something else should be even easier than attacking someone after they missed. Their guard would almost certainly be down. They definitely wouldn't be expecting it, and they had almost no chance of attacking back. Thwack. Oh, sit. There was the obvious concept of purposely disrupting someone's defense, but until now Midoriya never exactly grasped it. He could see it in his mind, he could recognize it, but it was like it just didn't click until this moment, like the difference between knowing and understanding. Midoriya's rapid-fire words came to a close as he smiled to himself, barely aware of his surroundings save for the extent of his sword. With his newfound knowledge he pressed forward, eager to demonstrate it in a practical sense. Kinky was having a rough time. From the moment the crafting kid challenged her, something had felt off, but the longer it went the more obvious it became. She kept her sword in front of her, a deterrent to most opponents to back up, but the green blur had no such ideas as he charged in fast and swung even faster. What had started as a slow but random match became hectic as her opponent moved forward, holding his sword in 2 hands like her brother but hitting with a speed her short leader could only dream of. All she could do was barely keep up, trying to use her sword to ward off attacks. It came from above, from below, from the sides, and sometimes dead on as the boy rushed in. His legs themselves barely moved, a steady stance that he built off of while his arms were worked hard to swing his sword circles around hers. Sideways slashes and crushing cuts knocked her sword around as Kinky was more concerned with keeping her feet under herself when her opponent lunged forward, pressing the attack while her sword was knocked aside. seeing his entire body behind the attack. Kinky knew that she couldn't bring her sword up in time to try blocking that sit, so she did the only thing she could do and jumped to the side. Kinky jumped in the same direction her sword had been knocked, trying to bring it up to guard herself just as the boy's charge paused for a moment and changed direction for the third time this match. Even as she brought her arms up to try and block something, the sword moved in. The tip of the sword rammed into her arm, then skid off painfully to still hit her in the ribs, striking her once instead of twice through her terrible guard. At least it lessened the impact a little. Kinky stumbled back, still struggling to keep her feet under her, but her opponent wasn't done. He was never done. Already he moved in again, bringing his sword back and close to his body for another thrust, smiling at her all the while. It reminded her of when she first saw him. When she met the kid a few days ago, she thought she recognized him from somewhere. Maybe she'd just seen him around the school. Maybe she'd picked a fight with him, who could really say? Thrust into overhead, horizontal into diagonal, and from diagonal back into horizontal. Now she knew she'd definitely picked a fight with him. A long, long time ago. Wasn't it almost at the start of school? He crashed into her guard over and over, wearing it down with blow after blow. Some hits were aimed specifically for her sword, causing it sway to the side before she forced it back into position. Some were aimed for her gaps, striking at odd angles where she wasn't fully defended. Worst of all, some seemed to try ramming straight through her. Back when school had started, she had been sent over to rough up the first years a little bit. Nothing major, just knock their class leaders around so they didn't think of starting sit with the kendo club. Judo club had done it too. Her graceful guard was gone, holding her sword with both hands in front of her. Hair hung in front of her face. Iron was in her mouth as her eyes focused on him. It had been so easy, just smacking the sit out of some punks even younger than her for all the matches. Then that last match. Then it. Savage Oni. The air seemed charged as he planted both his feet. His back stood tall, his head held high as he stared straight through the nothing in his way, slowly raising the sword high overhead. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to go back. You're going to say you won. The air had seemed charged as he planted both his feet. His back stood tall, his head held high as he stared straight through the nothing in his way, slowly raising the club high overhead. First form. Kinky could still remember the feeling as his bat crashed into her ribs, the way he put his boot against the back of her skull when she was face down, the way he twisted and pulled her finger until it was about to tear out of its socket. She could see its eyes. It had a smile on its face that just barely reached its eyes as it stared straight through her, gripping its bat with both hands as it towered over her. She could barely even make out the words, its mouth barely moving to finish some strange sentence. Mindless violence. Boom. One foot came down, the arms snapped forward, the body twisted down and that dreadful bat swung down from on high, crashing into her like a thunderbolt, sending jolts of pain through everything. Boom. She tumbled back, her legs going weak from fear. But even gravity wasn't fast enough as it moved in, the monster closing the distance before twisting again. The dreadful club raised again. Boom. The impact seemed muted as it struck her across the face, the taste of iron mingling with her shortness of breath to cause the room to fade in and out. The floor felt gentle as she struck it, bouncing slightly along before coming to rest with her sword discarded to one side, eyes staring vacantly at the ceiling. She didn't know what she was doing, how to describe what she was feeling, or what just happened. As the second pressed on though, and the numbness passed, she did manage to think of one thing to describe how she felt. Oh, a small change in mindset. Hell, not even a change. An adaptation in awareness was all it took for Midoriya to already feel the shifting of skill between his old self and the showman. Midoriya guided VP around their small court, leading her defense around by a string with small quick strokes. Midoriya had definitely created openings before. It was almost impossible that he hadn't, but he'd never been fully aware of it, like a child finally learning that while it could walk, it could also run. Quick but small strikes couldn't do major damage, especially in a fight against a delinquent who didn't even know Kendo had a scoring system. But it could serve as bait to adjust her guard. Fast moves put her on the defensive even if they were too light to hurt, opening her guard for the real attacks with actual power behind them. Savage Oni. It wasn't just about pushing her guard around, it was about timing, using his fast attacks to disrupt her and give time to build up to his larger attacks instead of just hoping he didn't get interrupted. First form. She held her sword in both hands as he said the words, barely aware of them himself. First, to prove his theorem. A light attack. Mindless violence. His body moved in a single fluid motion, pulling back on sheer power for speed as he brought his sword down with incredible haste. Twack. The two kendo swords met, clacking loudly as wood struck wood with VP forcing her sword against his, pushing as hard as she could to repel him, trying to force his sword back with sheer muscle. So, he let her. Suddenly his arm relaxed as he pulled back for his next attack, her sword suddenly flying forward as she broke her own guard. Her eyes widened as she pulled back. But it was too late. Thwack. The second hit struck her properly beyond her guard, striking her quickly across the cheek. Her body went limp for a moment as her mouth fell open, probably surprised by how light the blow had been. Yes, he had purposely pulled back on 2 attacks in a row. The small moment of pain as his stick struck her face took her completely by surprise, completely opening her guard as her sword dropped low. There would not be a third pulled strike. The sword came up as Ronin breathed in, grinning to himself in his small world as he raised his sword, completely in the flow. The world looked different in that moment. He knew exactly where he would strike. And he knew she wouldn't raise her sword in time to defend. It was like seeing a moment ahead of time, crystal clear. Everything seemed clear in his small world as he loosened up his arms, raising his sword directly overhead while finishing his breath in. The shot was lined up, her guard was down, and he was in position. All that was left was to take it. Ronin smiled as he stepped in, his entire body twisting as he put his everything into the final strike. His blade hummed as it split the air, a beautiful arc as it fell from on high and cut straight through his opponent. His sword struck his foe on her shoulder, bending hard as it crashed into and through her. Wood crashed against muscle and bone, but its impact went far deeper with the Ronin's first sword stroke. His foe fell back, legs giving out from under her to send her sprawled to the floor while Ronin stared at his sword, fit so naturally into his hands. This was exhilarating. This test at the Kendo Club had been far more impactful than he'd ever dared to dream. In fact, this whole event was only possible because they had such a solid spot of mediocrity. This girl, whatever her name was barely good enough to actually know how to fight while still being bad enough that he didn't have to fully try. A real fight, like the ones against the showman or the female Namu, were great for gaining skill in hindsight. They didn't provide time to do that in the moment when every second was spent trying to survive the next attack, instead pushing his current skill to the limit. But a fight like this let him really think over his fighting style and develop it. This was great, a perfect middle ground for training purposes. It was everything he could have wanted and more. Midoriya smiled to himself, pulling his sword back up to face his opponent. He'd seen enough, he'd come far enough. Now it was time to throw the match. Midoriya squared up to his opponent, ready to pretend to lose to her next attack, to be confused when he couldn't find her, taking a moment to look around before finding her still on the floor, sword discarded to one side as she clutched her shoulder. Oh, sit. Well, sit indeed. The rowdy Kendo Club grew quiet as the duel in its center grew hotter and hotter. Vice President Kinky had her usual stance, guarding gracefully with her sword pointing down her opponent, a force that had taken out many a gang that crossed Ishiyama's Kendo Club, but a gale that couldn't shake her current opponent. Her opponent kept his feet planted firmly as he fought the vice president. Nobody really knew who he was, just some kid from the crafting club most people in the school didn't know they had. But as he matched blades with the vice president, it was clear there was something far past that. Fairy went from laughing on the sidelines to leaning forward as the battle continued, entranced. His baby sister was quick and strong, using her sword one-handed with similar force to most people using two. With sharp stabs and small steps to dodge, she could usually dance around her foe and stab them to death without ever being hit. Shit, but not this time. Her opponent stood firm and steady, literally knocking his opponent around the club. His sword crashed into Kinky's, knocking it aside before he stepped in for a real attack. The fight ended in 4 strikes. A lot of back and forth boiled down into 4 small strokes with the boy getting serious. 2 strikes met simultaneously between them, the crack of wood cutting the silence as the foes stared through each other. Both held their swords with 2 hands, but Kinky was just pushing against him. She wasn't even fighting back. She wasn't ready when the boy suddenly pulled back, bringing their impasse to a close as she stumbled a half step forward and he lined up his next attack. Her efforts to guard were fast, but his sword faster as it whipped around and struck her across the face just past her guard. The tip of the blade ran across her cheek, stunning her for just a moment as the boy brought back his sword for one final strike. He didn't need to. The boy from the crafting club had already beaten Kinky's guard, and striking her face proved it. There was no way she could block his next attack, especially not when her mouth fell open and her eyes stayed locked ahead. She didn't even register that last hit yet, and she might never get a chance to. The guy from the crafting club pulled his sword far back, taking a single sharp breath in before locking eyes on his foe. Eyes like emerald fire burned through his target before he struck, a single fluid motion as he surged forward and brought his sword and foe low with one strike. Crack. Oh. The vice president collapsed to the ground, finally raising her voice again as she dropped her sword to grab her newly aching shoulder. Shit. Midoriya stared down at his opponent, mind still catching up to the present but moving quickly. Oh, Sid, he did that. In the Kendo Club, with lots of witnesses, now was not the time to panic. Phew. Revenant slouched forward, dropping his own sword as his body heaved with large breaths. He was already sweating from the workout in the summer heat, but if he played this right, did I win? The crowd looked on for a second, the quiet of the club lasting only a moment longer before breaking with the shouts of the delinquents. People surged forward, some clapping him on the back while others moved towards the VP. But the person who made the biggest impact was the smallest delinquent of all, Fairy's small hand creating a loud thump as it slammed into Midoriya's back. Nice, nice. That was some good tricks there, kid. Fairy's words were as loud as his laugh, giving Midoriya a quick once-over before moving to the VP, sword still resting against his shoulder. And I thought you were crazy when you challenged me. But it looked like you might have learned a thing or two. Midoriya gave a small smile, pushing himself off the floor and keeping up his weak image. He didn't even respond as he looked down at his sword, no, as he looked at the kendo stick in his hand. While his weakness was a facade, his surprise at the sword was genuine. To have such a one-sided victory, especially after the ego-bashing fight against that pompous D in the warehouse, maybe he wasn't as weak as he thought. Keeping track of this was getting confusing. The confusion and the excitement of the duel was a flash in the pan. Vibrant but over quickly as Midoriya excused himself with excuses of work to be done in his own club. He slid quickly from the club, exchanging one-liners and smiles with people who had been taking the piss out of him a few days ago. But it was no skin off his back. He learned two important things from his duel, as small as it was. First, a new technique, or a new way of looking at fighting that he was eager to try. Second, that he was eager to fight. Midoriya's small smile was wiped off quickly when he realized it, thinking over it. For the first time he could recall, he was genuinely excited to fight and to try out this new skill. Not just to practice it, but to experience the thrill again. The way he could control an opponent, the small movements, the rush, he looked forward to all of it. Midoriya ruminated over it, nodding his head a bit standing outside his classroom. The excitement was strange, a little foreign, but he could work with that. That small smile crept back across his face as he opened the door and walked into his class, giving Aiko a small wave before sitting down. Looked like he was gonna have some fun after crafting today. And I thought you were crazy when you challenged me. But it looked like you might have learned a thing or two. Fairy gave off a casual and uncaring air as he approached his sister, sprung out on the kendo floor like a throw rug, masking his real thoughts with a playful smile. Crouching over his sister, he looked at her shoulder with head cocked to one side. How you feeling? His sister spoke through gritted teeth, working her shoulder in small circles. It's nothing, barely even a bruise. Fairy rolled his eyes, annoyed that his sister couldn't read the deeper meaning. He whispered to be a bit quieter, but the ferocity in his tone was more obvious. No sit, you get hit like every day. I meant how the F did that guy hit you? I don't know. Kinky peeled herself off the mat, working her arm back and forth to test it out and finding it still sore. Even if she could still move, that last hit would have opened her defenses and spelled her defeat. He's pretty good with his sword. Too good for a freshie, Fairy concluded as he helped his sister to her feet. You know anything about his background? Does he do kendo or some sit? Yeah, I know a little something. Kinky picked up her sword with her good arm, then looked at the retreating man of the hour. Start of the year, pecking order fight. He used a bat, but he beat the sit out of me. Didn't recognize him when he's acting so small. Acting small. Fairy and Kinky looked at his retreating form, trying and failing horrendously to slip out the front door. He kinda sucks at it. How'd you forget you kicked your ass for half a year? He did, Kinky almost shouted, quickly quieting herself but keeping on the intensity. He did not kick my ass. Yeah, and that guy is good at acting small. Fairy shrugged it off, barely remembering the time that he sparred with that guy. I'll win next time. Kinky refused to take it as a total loss, but Fairy had no idea if she even could have turned it around. While they seemed pretty even at the start, it was clear something happened in the middle, and if this wasn't the first time he beat her. So, you gonna try to bring him in full time? Kinky spoke a little nervously, still maintaining eye contact on the kid from the crafting club, but Fairy dismissed it with a laugh and a slap on his sister's shoulder. Nah fam, nah, that guy don't wanna come right now. Let him cook, sis, let him cook. We got plenty of stuff to do right now anyway. Fairy smiled as usual as he stared at that crafting kid, but he couldn't help wondering how he would have done. If he fought that punk instead of Kinky, how would things have gone down? You beach, that's the shoulder he hit. My bad, my ba. Bam. Oh, you beach. Unaware of the machinations surrounding him, Midoriya and Aiko spent their lunch as usual, sitting in the crafting club room, with a variety of papers and their lunches spread across the table. I think it looks good. Aiko compared the rough sketch in Hero Analysis number 14 to the boots sitting between their lunchboxes, turning the book sideways and pulling it forward while she squinted. I'm not sure if reusing all this old stuff from the last boots is a good idea though. Can't we get more? Is leather that expensive? The plans covered the conversion from Beowulf's current form into the next set of boots that Midoriya had made with Aiko's help, trying to use as much of the old boots as possible to not waste any possessed material. On top of that, he could still use the scraps from when he originally made Beowulf, but it was clear not everything could be made from possessed material this time. There just wasn't enough leather to go around. We've got some spare leather, but waste not want not, or something. Besides, it's good practice. But explaining that he wanted to keep using the magic leather material to make his new armor for vigilantism was something Midoriya really didn't want to do to Aiko, so excuses. But looking at the stuff we need, Aiko and Midoriya compared what they had to what they'd need to upgrade his boots. They had the old boots, they had some spare possessed material, they had some normal materials, so all that was missing was odds and ends to literally pull everything together. The belt to hold everything together. Midoriya had envisioned for a while trying to use Beowulf to climb walls, but after his fight with the showman it was proved to be a lot more achievable than he first realized. So, hypothetically, if his grip was good enough, he could use the pull quirk in Beowulf to walk up walls. Then to make sure he didn't fall straight out of Beowulf while wall walking, he wanted to use belts to strap the boots securely to him. Problem was Midoriya had no idea how to make a belt like that. Didn't you say your dad might have won? Yup. Aiko tapped the sketchbook, running her finger along the drawing of Beowulf's new hypothetical belt, something that could strap to his waist and the boots themselves, and possibly have a few extra pockets for some of the stuff the vigilante would be carrying. I asked him about it, but I'm not sure we'd have anything your size. Oh, Aiko's face lit up as she thought it over, coming to a sudden conclusion. Maybe you could come over and pick it yourself. You'd probably be able to adjust it a little, so if you come, we'll definitely be able to find one that you'd like. Sure, it was definitely the fastest way to get what he was looking for, and a time good for you. We'll want my dad to be home, so today wouldn't be good. I think he's free tomorrow. I'll ask him, Aiko affirmed mostly to herself before pulling out her phone and sending Mao a text, while Midoriya was just surprised that Mao actually did things. Well, the guy probably had a job, but it was weird to think of the big guy doing something other than fighting. Yeah, tomorrow's perfect. We've got him for the whole morning. Alrighty, 9 o'clock. Aiko nodded as Midoriya made his plans. Between this and the Yakuza hunting he'd been planning for Sai, this was going to be an interesting weekend, alright. Aiko glanced down, noticing the time, and left with a quick bow and apology before sprinting back to class. Who knew if she'd ever realized that nobody else kept that close to the school's supposed schedule, but it'd probably be good for her once she left this sitcho of a school and entered the real world. Midoriya looked over his papers one last time, checking everything he needed against everything he had in his head. The leather, the sewing equipment, the thread. All that was missing to pull the next version of Beowulf was that belt. And he had no doubt Mao could deliver for the possible price of another free meal and the chance to knock the vigilante around under the pretenses of training. Midoriya laughed to himself as he moved his personal things to the side, making room for the Kendo Club's new swords. A score of bamboo sticks landed on the table as Midoriya switched gears to finishing their equipment, taking measurements and making cuts to form some swords for the destructive delinquents. It was monotonous, boring, but easy work that helped kill time while the boy waited for the evening. Few villains would be out yet, with 11 to about 5 being prime hero time, so there wasn't much point in going out to try and implement his new discoveries. If anything, it was more likely he ran into some hero and wound up running around the city trying to ditch them than actually finding any criminals to stop. So, he worked. His hands were steady and slow but made quick work of the wood and leather to reshape them into proper sparring swords for the Kendo Club. The brain-dead work also let his mind wander, and helped him to think over other small things he had to work around, like UA, and helping the students with their training. Tusk, Midoriya pulled a little too hard on the thread, almost snapping it, but quickly relaxed his grip to keep everything in one piece. He'd been so busy with his own stuff he'd all but forgotten about that, but it wasn't that big of a deal in hindsight. He'd just go to UA, finish the training he had come up with at the summer camp before everything went to sit, then he'd get his new helmet. Hell, maybe he could even get his new helmet before the training started. That'd be pretty good. In that case, he should probably head to UA early. Revenant checked his schedule on his phone, eyeing the approaching big day. It'd be a good show of faith to show up early and actually talk to the rodent mastermind before the training. Plus, he could get help in implementing his training ideas. On the other hand, he'd have to talk to Nezu, and if Nezu, Midoriya sighed, coming to terms with the grim reality that not only was he going to go to UA, but he was also probably going to go early and willingly talk to Nezu. Well, semi-willingly. He stacked another completed sword into one of his duffel bags as the hours ticked by, thinking of times a little closer than the UA training. He had the details on a few chem labs for the Yakuza, the Shy Hisakai, but he'd want Mao's backup for that. He'd bring it up discreetly when he saw the big guy tomorrow. The few hours trickled by with Aiko returning, coming in quick to help finish the last of the swords. In just one more hour they were all done, the kendo swords finished and stacked into the duffel bag. From there Midoriya could deliver the completed works to the Kendo Club come Monday morning since he didn't plan to swing by the school over the weekend. Another hour ticked by as the two went over Aiko's schoolwork for the day, a brief flurry of mathematics and grammar problems that were finally reaching the level of a real high schooler, or about 3 years past most of the kids in Ishiyama. After the effort leading up to midterms, Aiko no longer needed as much help with basic problems and instead used Midoriya to check her work before turning it in. It was quick work to check, and barely longer to correct. Before he knew it, they were all done with her papers. With a few plans made out for Sei, Aiko and Midoriya made small talk before making tracks and going their separate ways. Aiko waved goodbye as she ran to the train while Midoriya ran in a circle, coming back to the crafting club. With the evening sunlight drifting and gently through the shutter shades, Midoriya moved through the quiet club, locking everything up. The kendo club's swords, the paperwork, all of it got sorted into the cabinets and shelves until the whole club was clean and clear. Then he moved to the cabinet, removing the false bottom to pull out the last duffel bag, and set it on the table. He quickly unzipped the bag, checking if everything was in place, then the time. Just past 5, right when the heroes would be dying down and the crime would be picking up. Midoriya did one last check that everything was properly locked up before he removed his school clothes, folding everything neatly and setting it aside before getting into his other clothes. He pulled his bodysuit up around his legs, working them a bit to stretch the suit out across them before he put his arms in. He pulled his hands through, swinging them back and forth before a few shoulder shrugs to make sure everything was lined up, zipping the bodysuit shut. Loose pants pulled over the bodysuit, pulled tight to his frame by a belt. The pockets were quickly filled with various implements he might need in his work, like some of the spare throwing needles, first aid equipment, and good all-pocket sand. He plucked his boots off the table, slipping each onto his legs before pulling them taut. A few testing steps in each before tucking his pants into them and tying them down. Then taking a few steps back to the bag. A harness, with a pistol stored under each arm. One last adjustment to make sure the bodysuit's battery compartment wasn't covered by the leather straps before picking up the next item. An old jacket, torn and patched a dozen times. It was far too big for him even with the sleeves rolled up. But it did a hell of a job storing all his needles, bullets, and other paraphernalia. Pulling it across his back, he could find comfort in the gunpowder smell stained into the massive coat. Emptying the bag, out came 2 large arm pieces. First came the gloves, latching and plugging directly into his bodysuit. Then came the bracers, armor laid over top the wiring to protect from the dangers in the streets. Zipping the bag shut, he walked to his school bag and plucked a black bandana from the outside pocket, freshly cleaned and washed. You could hardly even see the bloodstains anymore. He ran the cloth between his claws, putting it on the table to tie back his hair before bringing the bandana over his face and tying it tight. Ronin stretched his neck, his breath causing the mask to flutter as he headed to the window, parting the curtains for a moment to stare into the sun setting behind the cityscape, the motion causing his weapons to sway and clink against each other. It's showtime. The sun was still sinking behind the cityscape when Ronin made his way back to the street. Heels clicked against the rooftops as he walked, coat swaying and clinking in the evening breeze as he drifted across the top of a ruined building. He kept his head high and hands in his pockets as he walked around a hole in the roof, stepping up to the ledge to overlook the scene. In the distance, cars, horns blaring, engines purring, cars full of people moving down streets to break the monotony. Colored dots moving, so small you could barely see the people they represented. The chatter of a noisy evening, a lively night as families hit the streets. It was a Friday night and the people seemed to make the most of it in the city. But here in these rundown dumps, the only movement was the pigeons perched on the building up here with him. They hopped along the edge, twisting their heads to peer at anything with a passing interest while the vigilante leaned over the lip of the building, his eyes focused far ahead. The colors here weren't muted, they just came in different shades, bleached white by the sun and grimed black by the filth of the streets. The vigilante atop the roofs fit right in as he stood still, another strange structure in an already strange city. The movements here were small, the birds next to him, chirping and chiming to one another as they shuffled about. The trash below in the alleys, trash bags torn open by alley cats and gently lifted by the wind as the cats pranced about. The flap of a torn poster in the wind, barely hanging on. The rare footsteps of someone wandering through. The glint of a knife in an alley. And the Ronin was gone. 6 villains appeared from the dark of an alley, overtaking the truck in a flash. A laser quirk of some kind shot out from the dark, shredding the left tires and part of the frame, sending the entire truck careening suddenly to one side. It swerved, trying to recover, but its momentum was too great as the truck tipped onto 2 wheels for a moment before skidding sideways off the road, crashing partially through one of the ruined buildings. The 6 villains hurried forward, moving around the back of the truck to its bay, and began to work on the lock. A harsh red glow illuminated them for a moment as they gathered around their star player, his mouth glowing before releasing another blast of energy into the lock and cleaving straight through it. Peering inside, an assortment of bland boxes and plastic containers, but the value of the electronics inside those boxes was anything but bland. sending 3 to watch the surroundings while the rest moved the goods. The 5 villains spread themselves out across the street. The truck's left door creaked for a moment, straining against the brickwork it was encased in before the right burst open, the truck's driver falling out of the cabbie and directly onto the street. He propped himself up on shaky hands and knees, still rattled by the crash, coming to a stop at the feet of the 2 criminals keeping watch. The 2 criminals keeping watch barely even looked at each other, sharing a smile before the lead star's mouth began to glow red, a strange light shining through his teeth. It started soft but quickly grew harsh as the driver stumbled back, words caught in his throat. The 2 villains moved around him, one holding him in place while the other prepared to attack before interrupted by a strange sound, a wet breaking sound mixed with screams from back behind the truck. Siora Ak. Monash. Ah, chit, Monash. The villains paused for a moment as they turned, their attention on the quick commotion just out of sight. Hesitantly, they glanced at each other, then moved forward around the truck's side towards the back. Ronin rounded the truck's corner, spotting 2 more criminals coming straight to him. They stepped back upon seeing him, startled and surprised while the vigilante stepped up. One of the criminals activated his quirk, stone encasing his hands and head as he roared, revving himself up before charging the vigilante. Ronin walked straight into him, his legs sweeping the villains while his hand grabbed the punk by the head and slammed him into the side of the truck, earning a scream of pain from the villain while he backed off and built distance. Stone rubbed his head, snarling as he pushed the pain down and lowered his guard in rage. He ran forward, coming at Ronin with fists swinging in massive arcs. The punches were big, they were heavy, and they were too slow to catch Ronin in his fancy footwork. As the villain moved forward, Ronin stepped back, swaying just out of reach of the punches to keep himself safe and keep his opponent in range. Should he let his opponent tire himself out? Should he interrupt the criminal's attack? Ronin was taking this a little slower than usual, trying to think through his movements when his thoughts were sidetracked by a glowing light from behind. Gotcha, bitch. The villain behind him spoke through gritted teeth as he fired up his quirk, planting his feet for a steady stance and taking a deep breath while Ronin made up his mind. Ronin weaved past one final stone fist before crossing arms with the criminal, the heavy metal on his gauntlet skidding across the criminal's stone before smashing into his face. The metal studs cracked his helmet, turning his whole head sideways as his guard broke, giving Ronin just the opening he needed for some quick repositioning. As lasers finally finished his big breath in and took aim, Ronin jumped into the stunned stone, kicking off him to launch one villain into the derailed truck while flying towards the other. Laser opened his mouth to fire his big laser as Ronin crossed the final feet between them, metal claws condensing into a fist to uppercut the punk, throwing his head up and back right before the laser could launch. From the criminal's mouth a stream of red energy burst forth, spewing into the sky like a firework for several seconds before harmlessly dying out over the city, vibrant red giving out to gray smoke. Shit. The criminal only had a moment to panic, his head pulled downward into another punch by Ronin, rocking his world as the vigilante's sharp left overtook his vision. Ronin pulled the criminal headfirst into his punches, holding him fast for 2 punches before letting him go on the third to collapse limply on the ground. Ronin loomed over his toppled figure, moving forward slowly while still surveying the surroundings. That looked like a rough fall, but he wasn't unconscious yet. He'd have to tie him up before checking him for any real injuries. Look out. Ronin twisted his entire body around for a spinning back kick into Stone's charging frame, his leg punching right past the villain's guard to strike the sneaking bastard before he could get in a surprise attack. The villain stumbled back, dropping the stolen box of cargo he had tried to bash over Ronin's head as he grabbed his stomach and tried to breathe. His face was flush, his eyes unfocused, and his body contorted, doubled over at the gut with everything focused. He hadn't been ready for that attack, and he wouldn't be ready for this one either. Ronin walked into the punk, scoffing under his breath as he grabbed the punk by his rocky head and then pushed him further down while spiking his knee into the punk's face. There was another wet snap as the little beach's nose broke, throwing the criminal into more pain while blinding him to further attacks. Ronin grabbed the punk by his shirt, pulling him upright to slam him properly into the side of the truck. Ronin glared straight through the kid, pulling back his arm for a real punch, then stepped forward half a step. Damn, slamming his fist into the side of the truck, right beside the scared punk's head. Ronin stared at the kid he pinned against the truck. He was sniveling, hands not even raised as tears ran down his face. His eyes weren't focused on the present, he was gone. Ronin looked from the kid to his own fist, to this sack of shit who helped throw an entire truck off the road to his fist stuck in the truck's dented metal. This kid was probably about to really F over the driver with laser if Ronin took just one more second to beat the shit out of that third patrolling criminal. He would have F'd that driver up far worse than what Ronin was about to do. Tusk. Ronin pried his fist free of the truck, forcing the criminal back against the truck before pushing him to his knees, only going for his makeshift handcuffs once he firmly had the criminal on the ground. Zip ties pulled the criminal's rocky arms together, tied off above the rock to make sure he couldn't slip free by deactivating his quirk. He pushed off the punk, moving from villain to villain with his zip ties in his left pocket and a first aid kit in his right. While the fight had been quick, it was good practice. It was going to be a long night, but with a single look at the truck driver and the confidence his counters gave him, Ronin could tell he wouldn't miss it for the world. The driver scooted back as the villains came close, hands scrapping the road as he backed off, but the villains were faster. They circled about him, grinning to each other before one held him in place, the other opening his mouth to fire his quirk. Siora Ak, Monosh, Chit, Monosh. The villains glanced at each other, shoving him to the side before making their way to the back of his truck and whatever the problem was. They circled around the back of the truck, peering forward when bam, he appeared. The hero quietly rounded the truck's corner, standing tall and proud while walking straight into the villains. One activated his quirk, his hands growing larger and gray before taking some swipes at the hero. His punches looked big, but against the hero's quick steps he just caught air, stumbling forward without even touching the nimble hero. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the hero's fist was buried in the villain's face, stuck for just a moment before launching the villain back. The hero moved forward to the stumbling villain, jumping into the air and spinning about before hitting him with a wild spin kick and throwing himself backward. The hero launched off the first villain and straight into the second. The villain barely even had time to fire off his quirk, missing entirely as he fired straight into the sky before the hero pummeled him relentlessly, beating him down and into the ground before dropping him like a sack of bricks. But even as one villain fell, another rose. The first guy, the one with the weird arms, pushed himself off the ground and charged the hero from behind. The driver pushed himself off the ground, reaching out and shouting to the hero, "Look out." The hero reacted in an instant, spinning about to hit the charging fiend once more and send him reeling back. The hero pounced atop his mangled foe, beating the ruffian further and further back until, with one final loud punch that split the evening air, it was over. The driver sat on his haunches, stunned for a moment, then cheered for the sudden hero. The hero himself, some short fellow with a big coat, took a minute to look over each of the villains and properly detain them before heading over to him. "Are you all right, sir? That was something, all right. Thanks for the help." The driver didn't even hear him, shakily getting his feet under him before giving the hero an enthusiastic handshake. "I don't even know what I would have done if you didn't show." The hero suddenly turned over the driver's hand, inspecting the scraped skin and blood on his palms. His cloth mask couldn't hide the furrows in his brow as he looked the small injury over, reaching into his belt for a wipe. "That doesn't look serious, but be sure to clean and wrap that. Better safe than sorry." "Oh, didn't even notice." The driver was surprised to find he was injured. He hadn't even noticed in the commotion. Now that his mind was thinking about it, his other hand hurt too. "Damn." The driver took the wipe and cleaned the wounds, gritting his teeth as the alcohol in the wipe cleaned his wounds at the cost of a small burning sensation while the hero picked up a phone to call for backup, moving again through the villains as if checking them for something. He moved each villain he searched together, pulling them all around the truck before tying them to each other for good measure, and only after he took a step back to inspect the scene did he relax. With the threat of more possible attackers gone, and the authorities on their way, he was done. The police might have some questions for you, but they should be able to help you with your stuff. The hero gestured to the paraphernalia the villains had tried to steal, the boxes and crates pulled from the back of his truck, then glanced elsewhere in the city. "I'm afraid I have to get going though." "Why yeah, thanks again for the help, hero." The driver adjusted his hat as he laughed, catching a small roll of gauze for his hands from the hero on his way out. As he mulled over the tape, starting to wrap up his hands, he remembered something he should probably ask before the hero left. "Wait just a second." The hero had already begun to move to an alley, only taking a second to look over his shoulder at the elderly man. The driver cleared his throat, trying to rebuild his confidence and just getting it all out of the way. "What's your name, hero?" The hero stared at him for a moment, seeming a bit surprised before turning to partially face him. "Eraserhead, Eraserhead." The driver mumbled to himself, taking the view of this Eraserhead fellow in. Well, by the way his whole body seemed protected except for his head. He must have some special kind of quirk. "You're a real something, Eraserhead. Good luck out there." The hero shook his head, chuckling softly to himself as he faced the alley and the dark streets of Miramasa's abandoned district once more, giving the driver a small wave goodbye on his way out before walking into the darkness. "You too." And as the sirens rang out in the distance, gradually growing louder as they drew on the smashed truck and its driver, Eraserhead vanished into the coming night. "I want your watch, not your life, pal, but I won't hesitate." The gangster pinned his latest target to the wall with one arm, his forearm pressed against the man's throat while his cutter rested gently against the man's chest, the cold steel stinging against skin through the hole cut in the man's shirt. The man held his arm forward, offering to the gangster with a terrified expression, but the gangster made no move to dislodge himself. grab the watch himself and risk giving his new pal a chance to escape. Go on, it got 2 hands and 1 good heart. You want to keep both. His words trailed off as the knife was ever so slightly pushed forward. Cold steel feeling almost burning hot as it pierced the man's skin. The man's white shirt was stained with a slowly blooming red stain as his breathing became harder. The man grabbed his wrist, fiddling with the watch and its straps, but it just wouldn't come undone. His hands shook something fierce as he pinched the sides of the clasp, tugging hard as his attacker leaned forward with a vicious smile, never overtaking his vision but dominating it. The knife slowly plunged further and further into his chest, his breathing becoming wild. Click. The watch finally came free, tossed aside like a venomous snake as the man leaned back against the wall, pressing his arms back as he tried to disappear into the brickwork with all focus on that knife, that terrifying shard of metal sticking in his chest, unaware that the watch never even hit the ground. The villain watched him toss the watch aside with a bemused smile, relieving the pressure off his victim with a calm, "See, that wasn't so hard. Now I got what I want, and you get to keep what's really important." A good lesson all around, I think. The villain stepped back, giving the man ample room to run while he grabbed his loot, content. With his 3rd target done already, it had been a good night. Now, as the man's eyes flashed between the knife and him, seeming to stare straight through him, the villain laughed to himself. "I think you should get going. These streets are pretty dangerous now." He gestured for the man to leave, pointing with his knife to the open road for his final victim to leave on and instead bumping his knife straight into something behind him. The villain took a second to realize there was something there, slowly turning in confusion. What the foo? Crack. A sharp snap as the figure behind him grabbed his outstretched arm, pulling him forward suddenly while ramming its elbow into his face. Against the certainty of steel, his nose gave way, cracking to one side. Instantly, tears flooded his eyes as he stumbled forward, trying to regain his balance by falling into his unseen opponent. He grabbed his face, clawing at his nose as the attacker's arm wrapped around the back of his head. Talons wrapped around the back of his head, throwing him down to kiss his opponent's knee. His head shot down, the knee shot up, and the night was broken by a pained scream as the villain was launched back. His knife arm was held fast by his attacker, keeping him standing flimsily like a puppet on a string while he clawed at his face in vain, trying to find a way to tear the agony off himself. Between the blood and tears running down his chin, he couldn't see as the vigilante towered over his quivering form, hidden eyes glaring into him while its grip tightened on his arm. 15 hits in the last week, 6 people with lacerations. The rage in the voice was palpable as the vigilante kicked the criminal's leg out, forcing him to the ground while holding him aloft by his own arm. It was painful to be pushed so far back, earning another scream as the criminal twisted his body to relieve the pressure. Ronin had heard of this guy last week, but this was the first patrol he actually found the guy. Sure enough, if he looked over the right area for a long enough time, he'd find the right guy. Sure, he found a truck robbery instead about an hour back, but that wasn't a bad thing. If it's something worked, it worked, and he found a criminal reported about through the vigilante's web of connections. Minor cuts and stabs to the limbs, face, and chest. Minor, but dangerous. Ronin put more pressure on the criminal, pushing him down with his own arm while twisting it. If his judo was right, and it probably was, this seemed like a good submission hold. Hard to escape, requiring a tap-out to full get-out. But there were no tap-outs in the streets. You even impaled someone through the shoulder. Very dangerous indeed. The criminal refused to let go of his knife, twisting and writhing against the sidewalk while he screamed murder before the pressure let up for just a moment, refusing to even give an inch as he tried to throw off his attacker. He activated his quirk, his knife becoming longer and heavier in his hands as he roared at the hero. "You think I'm some beach? Think I'm just gonna give up like?" He did. That report had made it into the news and put this guy on the hero's radar. Not that anyone was interested in a simple mugger, a crime with basically no recognition, even one who maimed a man, whose hours were so late that few heroes would even have the chance to find him, to repay him. But you didn't stop. The snap as the shoulder joint was wrenched out of its socket was slow and sickening, earning a blood-curdling scream as the criminal reared back, opening his mouth and howling into the night. Ronin lifted the man one final time, pulling his dislocated arm across his body to grab the other arm. Forcing them together, he shoved the criminal to the ground, planting a boot on the small of his back to crush any more resistance. But still the criminal struggled even as the zip ties sectioned his arms together. His thrashing would only make the dislocation worse. Ronin stepped back, kicking the fallen knife aside as he surveyed the scene. The knife had finally fallen when he dislocated the man's shoulder, but even so, just because the criminal was tied up didn't mean it was all over. His head turned side to side as he took in the streets, the eyes hidden in the dark. He was not alone, but they were no threat. The homeless kept their distance, their eyes open, and their mouths shut as the vigilante took it all in. They had seen all, but they wouldn't have moved. They never did. He wouldn't have. Unsatisfying, but true. Ronin turned back to the last victim, appraising him as well. He had stayed standing, legs and arms pressed against the back wall, but his eyes were on Ronin. From the moment Ronin moved clear of the shadows, the man's eyes had been on him. But he was smart enough not to run his mouth to the criminal. Ronin reached into his coat, drawing out a small metal band. The glass glinted in the evening light, the early stars sparkling against the silvery metal in Ronin's claws. It really was a good watch. Can you get back to the main road? Ronin didn't approach the startled man, keeping his distance while the man regained his composure. He didn't speak a word, nodding fiercely while pushing against the wall. He'd probably run back as soon as he gained the strength, leaving his watch if someone didn't remind him. Catch! Ronin made a show of leaving himself, turning before throwing the watch to the man in a gentle arc. It bounced off the man's chest, the man scrambling quickly to grab the slippery silver before it hit the road, his attention finally on something besides Ronin. Check in with a police station for a report, and get those wounds looked at. The man took a second to finally and firmly hold the watch in both hands, breathing a sigh of relief. The watch back in his hands, the man looked up with a gentle smile, his grip tight on the antique. He raised his head to the hero who rescued him, mouth open, but the streets were dark and empty. Across the road he moved, the hero clad in a bland coat and drab armor. Over his shoulder he carried the flailing villain, and over that shoulder the hero peered through the settling darkness at him. It was only a moment, a small second when their eyes met, but the hero met his gaze with a calm yet confident nod before stepping out of the light and into the dark. The man stepped forward off the wall, his legs finally giving way as he collapsed to his knees. It still stung to breathe, hot blood sticking to his chest and shirt, but the relief managed to overcome it as the civilian peered into the darkness. Thank you. Ronin dialed for the police with the mugger's own phone, dropping it beside the thrashing body in an alleyway before doubling back to check up on the victim. He kept his distance and stuck to the evening's shadows, watching from afar as the man got his feet under him and made his way out of the ruined streets and back to real civilization. It was only 2 blocks until he was back in the throng of people, the activity growing with the coming night, but those 2 blocks could be quite dangerous. Ronin watched him fade into the crowd before stepping behind a building, breaking line of sight with the street to ensure no one could see him before he made his way onward and upwards. Ronin moved back to where he dropped off his thrashing friend, stopping on the far side of the building to gain some height. Using a dumpster as a starting block, Ronin scaled the broken building's rough wall, jumping from floor to dumpster and from dumpster to fire escape. It groaned eerily as he grabbed it, but he wouldn't be staying long. Before night had properly even set and he had completed the only real objective he had for the night, capturing the local mugger. That left his patrol surprisingly free, an oddly good thing. Ronin activated Beowulf's boots, his legs sticking to the walls to create their own footholds while he continued to scale the brickwork, finally getting over the last ledge and onto the roof. His patrol being free meant that he'd taken care of all the crimes he knew about in advance. So from here he'd just see if there was anything he could find on his own, like that truck ambush. Of course, he wasn't completely done with this crime yet, but it was best to think ahead. Ronin flipped onto the rooftop, carefully crossing the dilapidated roof to overlook the alley. There at the bottom was the man of the hour, his mark the mugger. He was still trying to break the zip ties instead of properly running away, focusing his attention in the wrong direction, but what was bad for the criminal was good for Ronin. Red and blue lights flashed through the amber skylight as the police approached. It wouldn't be long now. Ronin pushed off from the ledge, stepping back as the police car came into view but only moving away when he heard the car pull to a stop in front of his little alley, the doors opening as the police came out to investigate. Finally finished with this mission, Midoriya turned his back to the alley and reached for his phone. Now, he said he wouldn't bring his phone on patrols, but it was impossible to check the forums and police network without something. He turned it on as he sat on the rooftop, going back to his favorite porno site turned vigilante hub to scroll through his saved threads. The old porno site had long since been abandoned by anyone trying to use it for its original purpose, taken over instead by vigilantes to use as a behind-the-scenes way of communicating with each other away from the world. A lot of people knew about it. Midoriya found the thing years before he became a vigilante, but since its only use these days was exchanging information, the authorities never really bothered it. His saved threads were sorted into pre- and post-vigilantism. While his pre-vigilante years had a lot of general discussion on heroes and their events like All Might vs. Toxic Chainsaw, his post years changed lanes entirely. Now he focused on the current crime posts, mostly in his immediate area with a few nearby ones like Hasu City to check on every once in a while. If something big was going on down there, it couldn't hurt to know. That sort of thing was irrelevant now, though. Revenant glanced into the alley as the police moved the criminal to their car, shaking his head slightly. If he had a way to get around like that, he might be able to get to Hasu City tonight, especially with no school coming up. But after the last time he drove a car, Midoriya shuddered at trying to drive that metal casket on wheels. He was lucky he crashed into a sewage drain between traffic lanes instead of into a building or something. No more driving for him until he took some lessons. And he was in no rush to even start those lessons. His thumb scrolled through the thread automatically for new post, his eyes dully flicking over the words as he thought about his first car ride. It had been for UA. When he first found out about All Might teaching, he wanted to show up to see how the big guy did after blowing him off on a rooftop, but instead walked right into the middle of a villain attack. Then the police showed up. He needed to make a fast getaway before being locked up as one of the villains, and he saw their police cruisers. The thought stopped as Revenant read an update post. The location was far, but not too far. The time was recent, it was still fresh. Worst of all, the activity was bad, something the police couldn't take on their own. Some heroes might be coming, and if they did, he could sit back and watch. But if they didn't, Ronin didn't finish that thought as he turned the phone off, pocketing it before getting his bearings and sprinting across the rooftop. He might be running catch up on the crime, but it was never too late to try and be a hero. Musutafu's nightlife was alive and well, and there was movement across the whole city. Its shopping district was lit up well before the sun took the night off, with throngs of people moving through it. Its streets were busy with rows of people and cars. Even its abandoned districts were alive tonight, much to the chagrin of the city's police force. Bang, bang, bang. Quick 3 rounds from Tsukachi's revolver to create covering fire as his partner directed the homeless away from the scene. The epicenter of tonight's latest mess. A gang war had started on these rundown roads. And as the first officers on the scene, it was Tsukachi and his partner's job to try and stop the situation from getting ugly. Failing that, they moved on to containing the situation until the heroes got there. Tsukachi wasn't quite sure what they were supposed to do when that second part failed, but it was definitely failing. Tsukachi retook his cover behind the police cruiser they pulled in on as bullets and quirks crashed behind the car, only slightly relieved by his partner running back up the nearby alley with his own gun drawn. I think that's the last of the Saivies. The pair had been called in to stop things from getting ugly between 2 local small-time gangs. They shouldn't only had 20 people each, tops. But then again, if things were going the way they were supposed to, Tsukachi wouldn't have such an interesting career now, would he? That sound split up the night again as both detectives dug a little deeper into their cover, only popping out to try and return potshots once it passed. The 2 detectives were armed with handguns, low-caliber pistols that had taken weeks and mountains of paperwork to own, let alone use on the job. They put their faith in those tiny hunks of metal as they both peered out from cover, pieces raised to return fire for just a few seconds before ducking back as the buzz began again. A hail of bullets cut over the 2's heads as the gangster sprayed, hardly caring for accuracy with so much lead-stopping power at his fingertips. 10 bullets a second with a 30-round magazine, while cops could barely even get a simple handgun. This gang was chocked full of them, and a couple of them even had AK-47 seconds, and one of them was ripping apart the walls and sidewalk around the 2 detectives. There were sparks in the dark as the bullets pinged off the sidewalk, chipping the walls and shooting off into the night. Detective Tsukachi grit his teeth and pulled back as something skirted by his head, creating a horrid scratching sound as the bullet ran across the hood of the car before deflecting off into the night and barely missing his ear. Tsukachi's partner shot him a worried look from the alley. With only a Kevlar vest and a handpiece each to their names, the detectives weren't doing great. They didn't carry that much ammunition in the first place, and trying to compete head-to-head with a full auto gun was running them both dry. Even when they managed to land a hit on the shooter, some new punk would just grab it and keep on going. Sorry as it was to say, their only hope left was a hero. They said 3 minutes. The police served as first responders, but their main job was to assess the situation and find the right heroes to call in. They weren't bulletproof, they didn't get the fancy gadgets. They weren't even allowed to use their quirks. Yet here they were, standing just 40 feet from 40 villains tearing each other apart, fending for themselves with some cheap vests and tiny guns. Tsukachi and his partner grimaced as more bullets flew. The broken glass from their car already lined the street, and with this barrage a tire was torn apart. The sirens and car alarm had been going off the whole time, ringing through Tsukachi's ears and boring a hole straight into his brain, but still they moved on. Tsukachi leaned up to try and stand, pushing against the car before feeling a sudden wave of pain coursing through his body. Glancing down, a red stain slowly spread across his suddenly stiff shoulder. He hadn't even had time to notice when he got that beauty mark. He shuffled, using his legs to stand and bracing his body against the car before returning fire at the villains, trying desperately to cover his partner. The villains focused most of their attention on each other, with automatic weapons and destructive quirks at their fingertips. Some of the more powerful villains didn't even need to worry about the low-caliber bullets flying in from left field. Instead, they focused on each other, firing across the street at one another. Some stood in the open, some hung in the alleys, and some were inside the broken buildings. It looked like a complete war zone as the criminals tore apart the already crumbling scene. Tsukachi groaned as he fumbled through his coat for a few more bullets, cursing as he loaded what he could find into his revolver before sliding out from behind the car. He took careful aim at the current punk holding the AK, who couldn't even step into cover while he was reloading the damn thing, and took a breath. He leaned into his shot, steadying his gun, then fired twice. Bang, bang. Both bullets fell short due to his arm, missing the perp's body. One missed everything while the other grazed his leg, causing the man to react violently. He stumbled back, grabbing his leg with one hand, then glared upward at Tsukachi with hateful eyes. He shouted something to the other villains, but Tsukachi was already back in cover before he could find out what the villain had in store for him. As Tsukachi fell into a crouch behind the crushed police cruiser, footsteps broke out under the gunfire as someone moved towards the car, coming in on the opposite side. A villain perched behind the cruiser as a few bullets flew over his head, cursing all the while as a green ball formed in his hand. He ducked around the side of the car, lobbing it at the gun-toting gang before diving back into cover. Tsukachi and the villain both moved further away from the hail of bullets, straight into each other. Both jumped half a step, turning to look over each other. Tsukachi was out of bullets. The villain needed a second to use his quirk, but looking at the ragged person in front of them, neither thought they'd need outside help to take down the other. "You fucking dogs, bring me da big sit. Where are they getting this sit?" The small confrontation was interrupted as the gun-wielding gang finally focused their attention in one direction. The cops with actual guns instead of the enemy gang with quirks. Tsukuachi, his partner, and the random villain all peeked out of cover as the villains came together. One of the villains stood in the front with a confident smile as he peered over his sunglasses as their little last defense, the police cruiser. It had a reinforced body to help deal with villain attacks, but could it really hold out against the concentrated gunfire of all those villains? Damn. Tsukachi slammed bullets into his revolver as fast as he could, grabbing the last few shells he could find and ramming them into the cylinder while glancing over his cover at the incoming threat when he saw it. Oh, goddamn. A single man emerged from the building, running towards the lead villain with something long in his arms. He was laughing as he tossed it to the big man, a large villain who casually caught the ballistic weapon with one hand before resting it against his shoulder and taking sights on his big flashing target. Tsukachi stared in stunned silence, his gun drooping slightly as he dropped the final shell. It clinked against the asphalt as he stared down the villain in something between shock and horror. How did the villains even get that? Oshi RPG. Tsukachi's partner screamed out into the night as Tsukachi completely lost hope on firing his revolver, dropping it limply from his hand while turning. The villain beside him was still stunned, taking barely a single step back as he stared down the rocket launcher, but a single step wasn't going to save either of them. Get clear. Tsukachi grabbed the villain beside him, pushing through the pain coursing in his arm to lift the young punk as he turned his back on the incoming death and ran with all his might. He couldn't get far, just a few steps as he ran away from the car, dragging the villain alongside him. He dove for cover, threw his body to the ground as the RPG's rocket took off. It wouldn't be enough. Rockets had a danger zone 20 or 30 feet big. At best, his legs would probably break, and the heroes would arrive before he could bleed to death. At worst, he wasn't going to live long enough to hit the ground. Tsukachi liked to think himself a brave man, but even a brave man didn't want to see his death coming. He screwed his eyes shut tight as he dove, putting his body over the punks to act as cover for the villain, then felt the force of the blast overtake him. He was launched across the street by his coat, carried off the road and into an alleyway. He hit the ground with a roll, groaning as slammed into a wall and bounced off, the bruised criminal still in his arms. The world seemed to rock as Tsukachi opened his eyes. If this was death, it was a lot more painful than he would have liked. The damaged detective let go of the villain in his arms, pushing off the ground and grabbing his throbbing head as he assessed himself. His legs were hot and still remarkably intact. Not in great condition, there definitely was a little fire that caught his pants and he could feel the burn on his leg. But he still had a leg to be burned. How? They didn't even look broken, though they sure as hell were sore. Detective Tsukachi glanced up from himself, looking up the alley. His partner stood in the lip of it, staring blankly at him with a smile on his face, unbelieving of what he was seeing. Hey, you're alive. Somehow, Tsukachi pushed off the ground, using the alley's wall to limp to his feet before his partner came under his arm and lifted him upright. But while his body was fresh with new ideas and injuries, his mind was still playing catch-up. He was in the alleyway with his partner. How was that possible? He couldn't jump that far. Hell, forget how far. That wasn't even the same direction he jumped. How did he get here? The two detectives turned their eyes to the street. Their car was a mess. The metal that had been directly hit was torn back, the car ripped apart by an ungodly amount of force. The tires were melted, the paint and road burnt black. At least that car alarm and siren finally shut up. Then, standing a little past their car right where they should have landed, he stood. He didn't cut a big figure in the dark. He looked short, wearing a massive coat that covered most of his body down to his legs. No decals or logos save for the tears and cuts across his suit. No details save for the glint of metal on his arms. To the hero, Tsukachi and his partner stared blankly at the figure who stood in the middle of the street, slowly turning to the criminals. His mask concealed his face beneath a black cloth, but they could feel his eyes pass over them for an instant. The hero's here. The first responder didn't say a word to them as he moved toward the smoking remains of their car. He walked confidently down the dark road as the wind picked up his coat, pushing against him as he made his way to the ruined remnants of the police cruiser. The villains laughed to each other, turning towards their rivals while waving around the used RPG. You like that sit? Huh. We're running with the shy Hasekai now, and look at all the cool sit we get to play with. The villains cowered against their show of force. Villainy was a world where the strong ruled, and as long as you had the right friends you could go pretty far. Not just anyone could get the kind of force of an RPG any day. A portable explosive so powerful and fast it could kill even most heroes in a single hit. What's good? The lead villain tossed the rocketless RPG to the side as he grabbed one of the AKs, holding it high like a scepter as he glared down his rivals, daring anyone to meet his eye. You were talking some mad shit a minute ago. Come on, who wants to F around and find out? I do. Both the leering and the retreating villains paused as someone cut through their argument. Standing atop the crushed police cruiser, a single hero stuck out from the wreckage. A lone figure, coat flapping in the wind, stood tall as he surveyed the scene. A small object dropped from his hand, rolling across the ground as his eyes moved from each of the gang members. 35. The villains glanced at him, then at each other. Just one hero. I'm a little offended. I'm well past offended. The lead villain snarled as he adjusted his grip on the axe, switching to a semi-proper grip with one hand. He pointed at the interrupting hero, sneering. Maybe next time, bring some backup. Bang lying. ERRRRR. The road was lit up by a sudden bright flash, blinding everyone who had been focused on the hero. Not one to back down. The leading villain pressed down on the trigger instinctively, spraying bullets towards the wreckage in the middle of the street, and not the hero who suddenly leapt high into the air. With one jump, the cloaked hero soared off the car and over the barrage of bullets, counting the time as he spun through the air. 1 second of hang time turned into 2, then 3 as the gun ran out of ammunition, creating a safe pocket to land. The hero landed gracefully on the road, rolling from the ground into a sprint toward the blinded villain. The villain clawed at his face, trying anything to regain his sight, and it was working. There, he could just about see something moving towards him in the dim moonlight. Oshi. The hero grabbed the axe from the villain's hands, slamming the butt of the gun into his stomach and prying it from his hands. The villain doubled over, clutching his stomach while the hero brought the gun down on the back of his head. The villain's shaking stance gave out entirely as he collapsed to the floor with a muffled groan of pain. But there was no time to waste with just one victory. Already some of the more reactive villains were starting to regain their senses. 2 such villains pointed their guns at him, eyes still squinting as their ears rang, but to hell with accuracy. The 2 criminals fired blindly at the hero, their shots going wild with their poor gun control. The hero dropped another small object and stood perfectly still, not bothering to dodge as their own bad aim made most of their shots miss. By trying so hard to hit one target they'd overcorrect, firing around him without a hope of actually catching the ever-so-elusive shadow. Not that they could tell, still struggling with the pain of his flashbang. Shit, sit, guys, he's here. He's still here. It was unknown how many people could actually hear already, but the cloaked hero didn't suppose it was many. Still, he didn't like to take chances. He threw back his coat as his smoke grenade went off, drawing something from his back as the dark night was shrouding in shades of shadow the light couldn't pierce. There was coughing as the villains began to regain their vision only to see nothing, confusion giving way to pain as a tornado of terror swept through the fog. The hero was all alone in the midst of villains, but that meant there was no one he couldn't hit. He held a single small stick as he lashed out at the nearest villain, one of the 2 who tried to shoot him. His stick cracked her knuckles, then slammed her gun upward, forcing her to fire into the air as he stepped in and Bada checked her. She screamed as she fell to the ground, silenced only as his heel crashed into her stomach. She lost all her breath as the demon prowled over her, leaning through the fog with its foot still on her stomach to slam her head once more into the asphalt and turn the world pitch black. The figure moved through the smoke quickly, rushing towards the last figure it saw and coming in with a heavy baseball swing. It crashed into a villain, cracking against his arm and giving way to another cry of pain. The gangster tried firing into the dark, but the phantom foe who attacked him was already gone. He pointed his gun this way and that, squinting through the smoke and dim light to try making out anything right until the metallic claw covered his face, throwing him against the building wall. He bounced off the wall like a sack of bricks, stumbling on his feet before a knee slammed into his skull and he went out like a light. The shadow began to pick up its pace now, weaving through the villains and drawing a second small stick. It swung wildly to find anything, then latched onto anything or anyone it could find to tear them apart. A stray swing caught someone in the leg, leading to a sweeping kick knocking them down entirely before two sticks fell upon them and beat them senseless. Someone firing their gun got jabbed twice in the stomach before the sticks came down on either side of their head. The villains inside the building backed up, some pulling out lights to try and see through the smoke, but it was useless. The smoke reflected the light, making it even harder to see, shining their lights back at them and guiding the hidden hero toward them. A good thing too, he was starting to get turned around in his own little trap. The window he saw them through gave out easily as he jumped through it, tackling a villain and landing in the middle of what had once been a small receptionist room. The two fell to the floor, the villain struggling to get his pistol up while the hero wailed into him. The villain raised his gun only to have it batted aside before the pair of sticks came down on his head. When he raised his hands to defend himself, the sticks went for his unprotected ribs, and when he tried to fight back, the sticks cracked across his arms. The fight was over before it even started. Bang! His shot missed. The other villain in that specific building took one look at the massacre, holding his gun with shaking hands as the monster paused in its work, glancing down at the shot that missed. His shot. He didn't get the chance to even scream as it flew off the ground, crashing into him and grabbing his arms to flip him. He was barely even aware as he was thrown into the front door, then kicked straight through the rotting wood with enough force to break his ribs. It hurt a lot, but at least he wasn't conscious long enough to figure out how much hitting the street hurt. The hero moved through the scattering smoke, a phantom in the night. In just a single minute, he'd broken 12 of the gun-wielding gangsters, and in the minute's last seconds, he watched the final one. It was the first one, the leader. He was on a knee, spitting blood to the side as he loaded his AK. But as the smoke cleared, it was obvious how alone he was. His once 15-member gang had been whittled to one by those damned police and that effing hero. He glared into the night, blood dripping from his broken nose as he turned this way and that. Where are you? Where are you, you damned rat? I'll kill you, I swear to God I'll kill. Bam. He didn't even get to finish his threat as the hero fell gracefully from above, landing on top of him to slam him into the ground. He pressed his AK into the hero's stomach as they fell, snarling with rage as he squeezed the trigger and poured bullets into the hero, but the hero stayed the course and held tight. Together, they crashed into the pavement, and for a few moments since the turf war started, the streets of Musutafu were quiet. The hero had taken down an entire gang in a single minute, doing his work much faster than the 20-odd gang members on the side or even the 2 police officers could, then finished it out by eating almost an entire axe clip at point-blank range to the stomach. The gang members were still pulling back, glancing between their downed enemies who had managed to wreck so much of the surrounding area with their guns and explosives to the man who toppled them all currently laying on the ground. Shit, the police and heroes will still be coming. We need to split. Why yeah. The criminals pulled themselves together, gathering their injured members and preparing to head out with one last glance at their defeated enemy. The 2 cops from earlier were out of the picture along with one of their members, gone off to who knows where. Nobody could find them after the police car exploded. The gang members littered across the other side of the road, their oh-so-mighty guns and bullets littering the ground like garbage. Some still moved, groaning out in pain, swinging at their own injuries, but none of them were going anywhere. Finally, the hero. A few eyes strayed to the fallen hero who inadvertently saved their asses, but all they could do was gasp as they stared at the enemy gang's fallen leader and no one else. Oh, sit guys. One of the gangsters towards the back realized it first, grabbing 2 of his pals by the arm and pointing. Shit, he's gone. The gangsters glanced back to where the hero should have been to see only the squirming lead villain, struggling against something on his wrists and the cloth in his mouth. Some took a second to laugh at him while others immediately realized the problem, activating their quirks as the group began to close rank. Shit, anybody see him? Where did he go? Where did he effing go? The villains came together, the light of their energy quirks creating a small sphere of illumination against the dark night, but none as bright as the fire axe that blazed to life overhead. Go, standing atop a light post, the hero put together the 2 sticks he had dismantled the other gang with, connecting them with a twist. Suddenly, the end of the stick blazed to life as fire spouted from the end, forming the shape of a large axe head. I'm not going anywhere. The hero drew another stick, slamming it into place on the end of the axe. As soon as it locked in, the axe head doubled in size, the intensity of its flames growing as the fire changed from a dull red to a bright orange that split the night. And neither are you. The hero crouched for just a moment as he grabbed the axe in one hand, his other grabbing the top of the light post before he threw himself into the ground, axe raised overhead for maximum impact. The villains only got the chance to scream before a wave of fire crashed over top of them all, blinding them again for the beatdown that was about to happen. Ronin towered for a moment over the second band of criminals, taking the high ground to count them all out. They moved to the streets to retreat, giving away any cover and making it super easy for him. So consider it. 22, 20th. No, that's still 22. Stop moving so much, damn it. Ronin scowled as he leaned ever so further forward, suddenly aggravating his stomach. He hadn't gotten a good look at what hit him, but when he was tussling with the gun gang, one of them pulled out all the stops at the last minute. He tackled the punk. The punk drilled into him with a shit-ton of bullets. And while Midoriya came out on top, his abs hurt almost as much as when he worked out with Mao. Ronin adjusted his balance, one hand firmly on the light post and the other on his stomach. While the pain from getting shot up by some punk with a gun was more than a little impeding, he still had a good enough count of the criminals. He wanted to get as much done beforehand so that this would be a quick wrap-up, with his stomach as the way it was. But how would he throw them off balance? How could he make sure it was a quick wrap-up? He tapped his coat pocket as the gang moved about, beginning to retreat. He could use another flashbang. But his reserves on those were getting low. Maybe it'd be best to use another one of the billion smoke grenades he had stocked up. He never used those. No, wait, that'd just make it easier for them to escape. Ronin rested his 2 beating sticks on his shoulders as he mulled it over, head twisting this way and that like a bird as he pushed through different thoughts. Maybe just something to draw their attention. He needed to throw off a lot of people all at once, so something simple would be best. Maybe if he cut out the light from the surrounding area, like the light post he'd been squatting on, he could throw them off for a second. It'd be all the distraction he'd need. Oh, sit guys, he's gone. Below, the gang finally noticed Ronin's little disappearing act, giving the group some motivation to finally move and do something. Ronin, however, barely noticed the motion beneath his perch as he hammered out the wrinkles in his plan, more interested in his hiding spot than the people he was hiding from. No, wait, he couldn't destroy the light post to remove the light. The light post he was squatting on wasn't even turned on. Seriously, did he actually think something in this rundown part of town would work? Someone hadn't been paying attention, it seemed. Shit. The criminals stopped running away, turning heel to try and find the man standing closer to them than ever before. He, meanwhile, was still working through his ideas. The light right now was dim moonlight mixed with the city's glow. And there was nothing he'd have that could remove that kind of light besides a smoke cloud that somehow ignored the laws of physics to suck up the light. But the idea was good, taking away their visibility to create openings and chaos, just like a flashbang or smoke grenade. So if he couldn't take away the light, anybody see him? The villain spread out right beneath him as the vigilante stretched each leg, rising from his squat. He had his idea locked in now, quickly checking his quarterstaff and flipping to the right side. He'd lead with rid of the axe for the distraction, then switch to Tombakiri to mop them up. Wait, could he use a spear in such close quarters? Well, where did he go? Where did he effing go? Someone needed to watch their effing language as Midoriya rose from his perch, working his shoulders and standing as tall as could be to hide the fact that he felt like his stomach was one massive bruise. Go. Finally, Ronin put his 2 beating sticks together, uniting the 2/3 of his quarterstaff with one sharp twist. With just the flip of a switch, a burst of flame transformed the club in his hands into an impressive-looking fire axe, pun fully intended. I'm not going anywhere. Ronin shrugged slightly as he moved to the edge of the lamppost, casually drawing the 3rd section of his quarterstaff from his coattails and locking it into place with the same bravado, ignoring that the slight bend he had to do to reach nearly made him topple off the lamppost right then and there. With the 3rd section of the quarterstaff connected, the battery was complete, giving the axe full power and letting it grow to its full size. Holy shit, that thing was hot. He could feel the heat waves beneath his cloth mask, making a mental note not to put the axe too close to his head. Wait, wasn't he supposed to be intimidating right now? What was he? Oh yeah, going places. And neither are you. Having definitely nailed it, Ronin leaped off the lamppost, spinning the axe around his body to give it some proper build-up before letting loose with a massive swing. The flaming axe head flew off the staff, blasting into the side of the building to create a wave of bright flames that spread out in every direction. The villains below screamed and panicked, blinded by the sudden flash and the incoming flames. But they were too far away for it to do any damage. Instead, it served as a great entrance for Ronin, who dove straight through the flames of his own attack, landing with weapon ready in the midst of the blinded criminals. This was going to be fun. Ronin landed on the building across the way, kicking off that to lose some speed before crashing through the villains at much safe speeds. While he didn't want to kill any of them with a tackle from 30 feet up, he also didn't want to break his own neck trying to do something stupid. He played it much safer, using his quarterstaff for rapid chains of attacks while using his kicks to build distance. He beat down 3 punks in quick succession just by swinging his quarterstaff around, kicking a 4th into a 5th to knock them both over so he could devote a little more time to 6th. Was this getting too mathematical? Probably. Ronin focused on the 6th, the first person who looked like they actually had their head on straight, and rushed them. Just as he got up, still rubbing his eyes in agitation, someone slammed a stick into his knee and made it give out with a mean-sounding crack. The man tumbled down, eating the other end of the quarterstaff with his ribs as Ronin began to work his opponent like a punching bag. Ronin circled him, hitting him with quick but painful swipes from the quarterstaff before circling in for the kill. Other gangsters began to move around him, but with his small circling motions they couldn't just sneak up on him, even if they thought they could. They stepped in close, some basic coordination as they tried to pounce on him at once. An exchange of glances, a small nod, then the three lunged forward to strike the hero. Ronin kicked off the guy he'd been beating the shit out of, performing a backflip right over the charging three and letting them crash in the middle, straight into each other. They quickly became entangled in each other. All four criminals becomes a mess of limbs right in the nick of time. Wouldn't want anyone to see that Ronin hadn't stuck his landing and fell on his ass like an idiot, but maybe that was all part of his plan. Ronin glanced at the new criminal above him, smiling down grimly at him before raising her arm to show the vigilante the business end of her quirk. Ronin had already seen enough though, thank you very much, and rolled over his shoulder straight into her legs. Ronin planted his feet, grabbing her by the legs as he stood and lifting her straight off the ground. She screamed, her generic energy attack missing by a mile as she tried to find solid purchase. She didn't look like the flying type, so it was time Ronin found her somewhere safe to land, and, oh, that looked good. Ronin swung her entire body like a baseball bat, slamming her into an oncoming criminal, the two crashing together as their momentum did all the work. Ronin let go, letting the two punks get to know each other a little better on the pavement before taking another chance to look over the situation. By now most of the criminals had gotten over their shell shock, but few had the will to keep fighting. Time to bring that number to 0. One of the gangsters finally regained their vision, blinking a few times to find focus on the hero who was effing up everything. There was only one hero still. If they could take him down before anyone else got there, they'd win. The gangster rose to their feet unsteadily, staying behind the hero as he threw one of the villains into another. With his back turned, the gangster took their shot and rushed him on all fours, preparing to pounce and take the hero to the floor. Hardened claws skittered across the pavement as the gangster closed the distance in a second, the 30 feet between them turning to 20, then 10 in 2 leaps. The hero's hands were in his coat as he glanced back, seeming to stop when he noticed the charging gangster poised for one final leap before the tackle. He turned slightly, putting an arm in front of him to protect himself. The gangster grinned, tensing their legs one final moment before lunging forward. Bang! The world began to turn sideways as the gangster flinched from something. The scene itself stopped dead, every villain going dead silent as the charging villain's leg gave out from under them. They stumbled forward, jumping with only one leg and missing by a mile. They careened forward wildly, moving towards the hero with none of the momentum to take them down, barely aware of their own pain before the hero moved in to stop them. The hero brought the villain to a stop with a small step leading to a full power kick, the gangster's body wrapping around the unflinching steel of the hero's boot as their momentum pushed them against the hero's steady stance before giving way, leaving the villain to collapse out of breath on the ground at his feet. It was good they were out of breath, even if their stomach ached like it had been hit with a sledgehammer. After all, they couldn't scream in fear when the hero put his arm out in front of him again, resting it gently against the gangster's head. They couldn't scream because they finally saw that the hero didn't put an empty hand out to defend himself, that something had caused the gangster's leg to fly out from under them, and that there was a reason why neither the hero nor any of the surrounding villains moved. A loaded gun was pressed between the gangster's eyes, resting steadily on their skull while the hero stared through them. The hero stared them down. Their arm relaxed as the cold steel bore down on the gangster. His finger sat on the gun's trigger, a soft tapping sound as it pulled and eased off the trigger. Everyone. His voice wasn't like the one in the videos, not majestic or grandiose like All Might, not forceful and heated like Endeavor, not even snappy or confident like the new generation. A calm and quiet tone that spoke like stone, leaving so little room to argue you could only fit a bullet in there. That was how he spoke. He stared down at the gangster who lay sprawled out on the floor. Time itself seemed to slow to a crawl as the punk's eyes flicked between the gun and the hero. He wouldn't do it, would he? He wouldn't really shoot someone just for trying to tackle him, would he? Did heroes do that? How could heroes do that? On the ground, every eye was on the hero as he stood tall. It was hard to get a read on the hero when he'd been across the street, barely visible in the smoke between attacks or tackling the enemy gang leader, but now it was easy to see. As the villains one by one put their bodies on the floor, they could never forget the sight of the faceless hero, standing massive over them all. From the ground they knelt on, he towered over everything. And how could they stand a chance against someone like that? The two police officers stepped from the shadows slowly as Midoriya stared down the last villain, keeping his eyes locked onto them even as he pressed his foot into their back to force them down. Drawing his ever-reliable zip ties and forcing a pair over the gangster's wrists, he stepped back, taking in the scene with kindness still in hand. The street was a wreck, with signs of damage everywhere from the road to the buildings surrounding it. Quirks and bullets smashed it all to bits, and the bodies laying around didn't improve the scenery much at all. The quiet of the street might have been comforting after the fight ended, but there were sirens still in the distance, buzzing underneath the low sounds of the city. This wasn't over, not for the vigilante. He patrolled the crowd of downed villains, eyes flicking across the bodies for any sign of resistance. He spun kindness around his finger like an old gunslinger, the kind Ranger had been based on. The gun had a slight rattle as it spun end over end around his finger, stopping ever so often with his finger back on the trigger. He moved across the bodies, stopping at the end of the carnage to inspect kindness. It had a dull metallic sheen that reflected the moon tonight. Maybe he should try bringing it to Mao sometime. Perhaps learn something about gun maintenance. No, he definitely should, but not tomorrow. He was going to hang out with Aiko. Ronin spun on his heel at the end of that long road, hand firmly grasping his gun as he turned and met the two officers standing at the other end of the bodies. They were focused on him. Their guns were still in their hands but stayed pointed down. They were ready to fight, but they didn't want to. Ronin kept his gun in one hand, pointing it towards the side. His hold was relaxed, his whole posture was, but his relaxation never seemed to make it to his face. Perhaps it was his mask, but his blank face seemed to stare straight through the officers, as deadly serious as he'd been when he gently pushed his pistol into the head of a criminal as calmly and coolly as could be. No, he couldn't be. Tsukachi squinted, eyes locking with something beyond that mask. Just as they assessed him, he in turn assessed them. A standoff tenser than if they had their guns drawn. The masked figure adjusted his gait to better fully face them, better for a conversation and a fight. His free hand rested on his hip, no, to something beneath his coat. Slowly his hand peeled back the massive coat he wore, showing off the sword for just a moment. Detective Tsukachi knew who this was. His partner knew who this was. Most large criminal operations in Mustafa knew who this was, or at least, they knew that sword. A strange weapon, a mix between a gun and a katana sheath. There were rumors floating around the underworld of that sword, tall tales that people swore to be true. A sword that could cut anything with ease, some would say even a monstrous Namu in a single swing. But perhaps it wasn't the sword that could cut anything. That sent chills down the two detectives' backs, but the swordsman, the Ronin. The word on the street was that he went missing some time ago, over a month back. The word from UA was that he died during some summer camp. Tsukachi would know. He'd been the one to pass that report on to UA, as teacher himself. But here he was, in the suit. That free hand rested on his sword sheath as he stared down Tsukachi. His stomach was visible, but he looked unharmed even after eating most of an axe clip at point-blank range. His gun draw was fast and his accuracy pinpoint to hit someone mid-charge in the leg. A man who could take on dozens of villains, eating everything they had, against two detectives with 20 bullets between them, some shot-up Kevlar, and a shit-ton of injuries. Detective Tsukachi had hoped the vigilante would just run, as bad as it was for a cop to say. He really didn't want to fight Ronin. Ronin did good work. Ronin didn't kill, and most sad of all, there was no way Tsukachi could take him in a fight. Even without the injuries, it wouldn't be a fight. Hell, if you believe the rumors, some said he could even go toe-to-toe with members of the top 10. While it was easy to say that was stupid when you were all sitting around the office, it was a lot harder when you had just seen him demolish 2 gangs in 2 minutes. That wasn't even counting the final scene Tsukachi had seen of that UA summer camp, of a massive attack that tore apart the countryside, ripping trees and mountains apart. Detective Tsukachi swallowed nervously as the vigilante Ronin faced the 2 officers down. Without cover, while eating the attacks of several villains from both gun and quirk alike, he stood taller than both of them. He stood over a sea of bodies he created, not by his gun, but by his power. Tsukachi's partner licked his lips, tense. Tsukachi's quirk, polygraph, could read a few other base things like stress, and right now it was in the air and it was thick. It radiated off everything and everyone from the villains to his partner, even down to himself. But one stood calm, staring them down. Ronin kept one hand on his sword, assessing the whole situation with an air of detachment. It wasn't even the same as dealing with a hero, but more like a standoff with some of the villains he used to do. Ronin reached into his coat suddenly, drawing the 2 detectives' attention. A slight step back as they fell into stance, guns raised and eyes focused down sight. Detective Tsukachi pressed down the pain running through his leg, gritting his teeth while taking sight, unable to stop the slight shake in his hands. Ronin, you too. Ronin's voice cut across Tsukachi's as he drew something from his coat, directly staring them down for the first time. The pressure was immense. It was hard to so much as keep their guns leveled at him, let alone actually shoot. Still, the 2 detectives fought their instincts and kept their guns up, eyes trained on their target waiting for him to pull out a weapon. God only knew if their city pistols would do what an axe couldn't, but they had to try. Your handcuffs were in the car, weren't they? Both detectives blinked, taken aback by what felt like a verbal flashbang after such a tense stare-down. They're handcuffs, even if you had them. This is a lot of people. Ronin spoke mostly to himself, looking away from them to take in the crowd. He lowered his gun, tapping it against his leg as he murmured to himself for a moment. then nodded before becoming upright again. There are 22 criminals on this side, so maybe you two— No, I'll take this side. You two take care of the criminals on that side and we'll be done quickly. Sukachi and his partner slouched, thrown off beat by the vigilante's confusing words. Ronin spun his gun one more time before holstering it under his arm, causing the pair to finally lower their own guns, much to their own relief. It didn't look like the vigilante even noticed their firearms, seeming to prove how little of a threat they were to him. Sukuachi nearly jumped back as Ronin focused on him again, drawing something from his coat and throwing it at the detective in a single fluid motion. He almost tried to dodge, but the projectile was a bit too fast. Sukachi took a step back, raising an arm to protect himself as a small plastic bag bounced harmlessly off his forearm, landing softly on the ground in front of him. That's a new bag, so you'll have to rip it open. Careful, the zip ties go everywhere if you pull too hard. Beyond Sukachi's comedy routine, Ronin was already moving towards the other side of the street with another bag drawn from his coat. You might even have to use 2 zip ties on some of the bigger arms. Sukachi glanced down, carefully picking up the bag at his feet. The legendary vigilante Ronin's big attack that he'd been so terrified of, a bag of 100 zip ties. He had a bag just like it at his house. If we move fast enough, we might be able to get them all before they wake up. Ronin moved from body to body, only stopping to give his senior by 15-odd years some advice. And if I have to track any of them down, I'm not going to be so gentle the second time. The villain shivered as ice entered Ronin's voice, but other than that brief interruption, he worked quickly and quietly. Sukachi and his partner exchanged one glance before catching up, the pair splitting the work to detain the remaining villains to the best of their abilities. In a few short minutes, the messy street had been organized into 2 rows of villains with their hands stuck behind them, less than half of them conscious to see it all come to an end. The sirens in the distance, the prophesized backup, were getting noticeably louder. Ronin still stood a ways off from the 2 detectives, finishing some impromptu first aid. Tearing the gauze and tying it off, he called his work done and stepped back to take it all in. He couldn't do much for gunshot wounds, but he could do his best and try to remember as much as possible from his first aid class. A shame they didn't cover gunshots either, but this was Japan after all. Ronin turned to the 2 detectives, surprised they were still standing. 2 men looking to be in their 30s looked over the line of criminals, staying upright in spite of their injuries. Standing tall in spite of bullet wounds, they could take a beating even better than Midoriya himself. Wait, he was pretty sure he recognized one of them. You worked with All Might, didn't you? It didn't come out like a question, causing the 2 weary detectives to jump a little bit. They both turned towards his voice, catching a final look at the vigilante as he sat on the rim of the fire escape ready to leave. He stared back at them one final time, nodding to himself. The criminals probably would have killed each other if some police hadn't sent out an alert. And these 2 stayed till the bitter end, without his fancy suit to boot. That took guts. Not many officers could do what you 2 did. He should be proud to have such good partners. Midoriya didn't put too much thought into the compliment, but he did put some heart into it. He wasn't sure how many officers would try to pull what these 2 did, let alone full heroes. You had to be stupidly brave or bravely stupid to even try taking on 2 gangs with pistols. Midoriya didn't take a second to think over his words, mostly cause he was pretty sure he'd cringe so hard he'd fall right off the fire escape and back into the street. He turned back to his escape, activating Beowulf to scale the alley walls and make his way up and over the buildings before running off into the night. He'd done enough work for now, made a fool of himself a few too many times. It was time to head home and catch some Z's before tomorrow. Big day. Hanging out with Aiko and Mao as a normal kid. Had to make sure he was all rested up. A slight beep came from his coat pocket as he leapt from building to building, making him pause for just a moment as he checked it. Police alert. A little closer to the lived-in section of Musutafu. It was on the way. It was time to head home and catch some Z's before tomorrow. Big day. Hanging out with Aiko and Mao as a normal kid. Had to make sure he was all rested up. But first, he had to check out this alert real quick. Midoriya had to make sure he was all rested up. But first, he needed to admit that he overdid it and there was no way he was getting all rested up. Midoriya was stuck in his warm bed, wrapped up cozy-like in his sheets with the AC blowing on his face. Clearly, he blinked as his alarm went off, squinting through the sleep as his room slowly came into focus alongside a deep pain in his stomach. After a minute of trying to turn off his alarm without moving, Midoriya at least admitted defeat and tossed his bedding aside, rolling out of his bed and leaning those few extra inches to hit his alarm. Curse past him, putting the alarm just out of reach so he couldn't just hit snooze. What a D. But now Midoriya was out of his bedding and in the cold. Midoriya yawned, stretching then cutting himself off short as pain rocked his world from his stomach. He doubled over, grabbing his stomach like an idiot and making the pain even worse before finally deciding this was a problem for the bathroom. He grabbed clothes and went to clean up, taking a second before his shower to check himself out. His efforts with Mao were paying off. No longer did he look like a scarecrow, his arms showing some actual muscle he could flex to show off. Despite his rough sleep, he definitely looked and felt less tired. But maybe that was because of the haircut his mother gave him, turning him back from a mop to a boy. He had defined abs, or at least, he was pretty sure he had some defined abs right now, though his stomach really was one massive bruise. His skin was dark where he'd been shot, a strange mix of his usual skin tone and red, and holy shit did it hurt. He was lucky he had the bodysuit, but he hadn't gotten around to getting more Kevlar plates. Bet his stupid ass wouldn't be rocking this massive bruise if he remembered to bug Mao for a few plates. Midoriya washed up, amazed at just how many times things touched his stomach as he managed to poke it at least a dozen more times before hitting the road for the train. He had a long way to go to get to Aiko's house, so it was best to get started early. And thank God he did, cause even trying to run made his stomach hurt. Midoriya had to settle for a fast walk, taking his time to take care of himself and try not to make his injury worse for a change. Walking through the suburbs into the city proper, a bustling place already. It was a cooler day, only supposed to top out at 90 today, and people were out making the most of it already. Even his mom was thinking about going for groceries today, but that got pushed to tomorrow so he could offer a helping hand. The station came fast and the metro came faster. While Midoriya probably could have made it to Aiko's house just like he made it to school, she did live on the other side of school and Midoriya wasn't too eager to pass through the slums for nothing. Instead, he took it easy today, standing in the metro aisle with a crowded but nice view of Musutafu for company. A few stops, a few jostles, a few more stomach pains that he squashed with a smile, and he was on the road again. Aiko's end of town was a lot spacier, with bigger houses made for bigger people. Special buildings were made for people with mutation quirks that increased their height. And while the Voorhees quirk wasn't strictly a mutation, their height made staying in a place like this a good choice. It was a little weird to see the houses though, and just because of the size of the people inside. Midoriya had been an apartment kid as long as he could remember. And when he looked at the buildings that just a single family lived in, he had a hard time seeing how just a few people could live where easily a dozen or more could fit. So much empty space, and that was even accounting for having to deal with your own lawn. Seemed kind of like a pain in the ass to take care of for him, but to each their own. Midoriya kept his hands in his cargo shorts as he walked down the sidewalk, nodding hello to the spare person he saw in this residential district and trying not to stare. He wasn't here to be sightseeing cool quirks and big buildings. He was here to see his club mate and pal Aiko. Plus, he was also going to bug Mao for a couple of items for the Ronin costume. While he was doing it, he could also thread in some stuff about Mao's costume and get 2 birds with 1 stone. Well, 3 birds since he was also spending time with Aiko. Even better. Midoriya finally hit the right street, turning heel to walk down the road. He had his old yellow backpack with a few things inside, some cargo shorts, and his favorite t-shirt labeled t-shirt, just some light stuff for the hot day. He didn't really have any plans for what they'd be doing for the day, or even an idea of how long they'd be hanging out. They'd probably bug Mao about stuff right at the beginning, then head out to the city. Maybe they'd go to some more parks. There was a strange smell of smoke in the air as he hit up Aiko's street, not entirely unpleasant. Midoriya could see small bits of smoke drifting up into the air from behind some of the houses, but it was far too small to be a house fire. Maybe someone was just having a rough time with their electronics. Hell, maybe it was Mao trying to fix his bike. Did bikes smoke when they didn't work? Midoriya pocketed his thoughts as he strolled down the sidewalk, stopping to take in his destination before he walked any further toward it. Sitting in the middle of the street with a new motorcycle sitting on the curbside, it looked like any other house on the block. If it wasn't for the big chopper sitting out front, Midoriya would have had to check the address to make sure he had the right place. Making his way up the driveway, Midoriya checked the time to make sure he wasn't too early. He was supposed to be there at 9. It was 8:43, close enough. Midoriya thought about just giving Aiko a call to tell her to come out, then decided it'd be easier just to knock. He moved up to the massive door, took one look at the door knocker stuck 6 feet off the ground, and chose instead to use the doorbell placed at a more reasonable height before taking a step back to wait for someone to come answer it. And wait a little more. Midoriya gave the doorbell a second ring after 2 minutes, listening and even hearing the doorbell through the door. It echoed throughout the house, but even after another 30 seconds, there was no response. Maybe a phone call wasn't such a bad idea. Midoriya opened his phone up, checking real quick for any messages from Aiko about updating the meeting time, or even if they had a meeting location. He'd feel pretty ridiculous if she was at the school looking for him right now. Pressing that thought away, Midoriya pressed call and waited for a response, already moving back to the road to head back to the station. BRRR ring. He had a ways to go if she was at the school already, didn't want to waste time. BRRR click. Well, that was faster than he expected. Worry dad, I got it. Please, just stop touching the whoosh. Oil. Midoriya stopped in his tracks, naturally pulling the phone back from his face at the sound of a fire rearing up, then placing it back next to his head once he realized how ridiculous he looked, trying to move away from virtual fires. Hey, Aiko, you there? Midoriya. Sorry dad. Gimme a sec. Aiko spoke loudly to someone off the phone, so loud in fact that Midoriya could vaguely hear it even without his phone. Hesitantly, he lowered it for a second, glancing around his surroundings. But none of the windows on the house seemed open. Sorry Midoriya, I was helping my dad with something. Is everything alright? Aiko interrupted his confusion with a chance for clarity, and Midoriya was more than glad for the opportunity. I think so. I'm at your house but nobody's answering the door. Midoriya barely finished his sentence before there was a cacophony from the backside of the house, quickly coming closer as it moved toward him. A loud thunk from the side of the house caused Midoriya to jump as Aiko rounded the corner of her own house, leaning around the corner with her hair running a little wild. Sorry Midoriya, wait click. Sorry Midoriya, we couldn't hear you. Midoriya and Aiko both put away their phones, meeting at the house corner. Aiko stayed in place, as fidgety as usual while Midoriya walked over, hands in his pockets. It's fine, I was just worried we were meeting at the school and I left you hanging. You got something going on back there. Midoriya pointed with a thumb toward the back of the house, causing Aiko to nod erratically and smile. Why yeah, come on, I'll show you. Aiko led the way back around the house, walking with a mix of stiffness and fidgeting. Midoriya adjusted his backpack as he followed, adjusting his plans on the fly as they walked. It seemed Aiko had in mind some of the same ideas for their hangout as him. She was dressed for the summer weather, or at least, her version of the summer. Aiko wore full-length cargo pants and a long-sleeved blue shirt, but the outfit was missing her usual layers of coats and jackets. Instead, it was all topped by a strange black apron with blue flowers on the edges. To top it off, her hair had been partially pulled back into a ponytail. Most of her face still wasn't visible, but her mouth peeked through at the bottom, showing off a small smile as the two walked towards a large wooden fence dividing the front and back parts of the Voorhees house. You cooking something? The last time Midoriya had seen her with her hair tied up like that, she'd been cooking. If she was doing that again, that could definitely explain the apron. Yup. Aiko's smile grew as she gained a little more confidence in her step, moving to the fence and opening a gate Midoriya hadn't even noticed to let them through. My dad's having some friends over for a barbecue, and I'm helping cook. Stepping into the back of Aiko's house, the back seemed even larger than the front. The large wooden fence ran around the entire property, marking it off from its neighbors but still leaving plenty of room within. On the far side of the property was a shed about the size of Midoriya's living room, pressed right against the fence. Connected to the house itself was a wooden porch, slightly raised off the ground with two wooden tables and a grill on top. That grill seemed to be the thing giving off the smoke that Midoriya smelled coming in. But it wasn't lit right now for some reason. Mrs. Voorhees tugged on one of the wooden tables, slowly inching it closer to the grill. She had paused for a moment to wipe the sweat from trying to move such a big table by herself, then perked up when she saw where and who her daughter had run off to grab. Ah, Midoriya, glad you could make it. You two wouldn't mind helping me out for a moment, would you? No mom, no ma'am. The two kids replied in unison, straightening slightly before walking over. Midoriya had to put a little extra pep into his step to make it up the stairs and actually get onto the porch. But past that, moving the table itself was easy peasy. Aiko grabbed one side, Midoriya grabbed the other, and then they slowly walked it beside the grill, only needing to adjust it back and forth for a minute to make sure it was close but not too close. Midoriya stepped back from the tall table, dusting off his hands and admiring the object he just moved, something he doubted the him from 1 year ago could have done before coming back to the moment and remembering his manners. Thank you for having me, Mrs. Voorhees, and thank you for your help, Midoriya. You too, Aiko. Mrs. Voorhees glanced at the house, focusing on the door inside. The other guests should be getting here soon, but hopefully, my husband will manage to start the grill without burning down. Oh, I'll get the door, dear. Mrs. Voorhees interrupted herself by grabbing the door for Mal, whose arms were jam-packed with food. Meats were stacked high on a platter, and under his other arm the condiments were jam-packed together. From what Midoriya could see of Mal behind the platter, jars, and bottles, the main man was wearing his usual outfit of baggy pants and an invisible shirt but topped his usual duds with a black apron matching Aiko's. Mal couldn't even see Midoriya as he hobbled to the newly set-up table, gingerly placing down the platter and then dumping the condiments everywhere. They were packaged up, so they'd be fine, but where did he put those matches again? The old box had all burnt up in his last few tries to light the grill, so this time he was going to use all the matches at once to light the grill. That was definitely going to work. Oh hey, look who Aiko was with. Centipiter. Mao gave Midoriya a sharp nod in recognition, the young vigilante replying in kind. Mao stopped patting himself down as he found the box hidden in his back pocket, pulling it open to draw one match, then drawing 9 more to really light this thing. Dad, are you sure that this is safe? Aiko crept forward slightly, hand raised in caution, but Mao both waved her off and lit the 10 matches in the same flick of the wrist. He leaned over the grill, glancing between the matches and the grill, then tossed them all in with a smile. Well, I'm sure it ain't. FWOOSH. Ha ha ha. A gout of flame that could have come from Rita itself enveloped Mao's upper body. Still, even the blast of flames couldn't stop Mao's smile, which started before the flames crept up and lasted well after they died down. See, Mao gestured to the now lit grill, which was finally smoking consistently instead of in bursts. Totally intentional. Why yeah. Aiko had naturally jumped by at the gout of flames, pulling Midoriya back for safety he really didn't need but did appreciate. She glanced down at him, removing her hands from his shoulders to retire her hair behind her head. Sorry, I'm gonna make sure he doesn't turn everything to ashes. Man, and I wanted to see if he could melt the grill. Midoriya nodded once, smiling as they moved to the grill thing. He couldn't see any fire anymore, so he wasn't entirely sure how it was going to grill anything. But Aiko and Mao seemed to think it looked fine, so he'd put his trust in them. The two grillers moved in tandem, starting work on the grill itself. Mao, seemingly done with whatever shenanigans he was doing before, moved slowly and carefully while talking to his co-cook. The big man pulled out a surprisingly small set of tongs from his apron and reached into the grill, pulling out a piece of charcoal with tinges of white and gray, showing it to Aiko quickly before placing it back inside and stepping back. Aiko filled the gap, stepping in with a bag of charcoal to add a few more pieces, closing it off with the grill itself coming over top their work, while Aiko and Mao tag-teamed the grill, next pulling out some weird scrapers and running them over the bars. Midoriya stepped over to Mrs. Voorhees to continue helping the best he could. The pair of them sorted the condiments that Mao had tossed everywhere, then went to grab some utensils so everyone would have something to hold their food, all while making small talk. So it's just a small friend gathering today. Yup, dearie, Mrs. Voorhees said with a smile as the pair set fresh packages of paper plates and cups, using a fingernail to split the film and then fully open the packaging. Though I suspect you won't want to stay too long. It's mostly people our age, friends from work, and all that. Probably, Midoriya admitted with a small laugh, rubbing the back of his head. While meeting some of Mao's work friends could be interesting whether or not it was Mao's work or work, Midoriya wasn't sure he wanted Mao's work friends to meet the real him. Besides, today was supposed to be a hangout day. All he wanted to do with Mao was ask about some items for Ronin, and even then he could put that off till training day. Dai-ing duoang. Midoriya and Mrs. Voorhees' attention turned to the house and the ringing sound that emanated through an open window, probably opened after everyone missed him trying the doorbell. Someone else is here. Midoriya, could you finish setting up the cutlery while I bring them around? Sure thing, ma'am. Midoriya readily agreed, eager to keep himself rather than meet new strangers, even if he wasn't very familiar with his surroundings. There was a quiet comfort in the menial work he was doing. Mrs. Voorhees headed off to greet whoever rang the doorbell, leaving Midoriya to open the small box of plastic knives, forks, and spoons on his own. Mao and Aiko talked in the background, adding an undercurrent of a sizzling to the sounds. A smell that Midoriya had only enjoyed in restaurants hit the air, making him smile a little wider as he reminisced in memories. Midoriya had grilled some foods himself before, but it was few and far between. When his dad would come home from America, he'd take the whole family out to eat somewhere really nice. One of those restaurants was the bar that Midoriya met Maruko at, sure, but another was a do-it-yourself grill where you could cook meats and vegetables yourself over a small grill built into the table. Not that he'd been any good at it. Aiko and Mao's arguing over what constituted a cooked piece of meat brought Midoriya back to the present, shaking his head at the memories of himself almost burning everything just because he liked the cooking smell. He finished setting up the newly opened utensil boxes next to the plates and cups, looking over the table setting. There were the condiments for the grilled stuff, but there was also a lot of empty space left over. Maybe the guests would be bringing stuff, like how the Bakugas and Midoriyas would each bring a little food whenever they got together. As if to prove him right, Mrs. Voorhees came back through the house carrying a small cooler followed by one of the guests, holding a much larger cooler in front of his face. Sorry, we're still getting everything set up. How about we put this? Thanks for the help, Midoriya. No problem. Midoriya walked over to Mrs. Voorhees, taking the box from her arms and helping move it. The two coolers were placed on the ground beside the table, a lot heavier than they looked. Plus, with the heat of the day already creeping in, Midoriya was starting to sweat. He squatted next to the cooler he just put down, wiping the sweat off his brow as a hand came in from above to help him up, alongside a can of soda from one of the coolers. "Oh, thanks." Midoriya grabbed the man's hand to pull himself up but stopped mid-sentence as he stared at the man whose hand he so foolishly grabbed. Standing over him was a tall man dressed ridiculously out of place. He wore tall brown rain boots, going up over his knees that almost his sparkly silver hammer pants. That was almost covered up by his trench coat, a full winter trench coat in summer that the man wore unfastened. It was a good thing the trench coat was left open, or else how would this man be able to carry the large, full-sized umbrella he had tucked away at his hip? A full-sized umbrella in a spotless, sunny, bright day. That was only supposed to get up into the 90s. The outfit made no sense, and, in that sense, Midoriya was certain he knew exactly who this was. In something close to horror his eyes trailed up, looking the man helping him up dead in the eyes. "Thank you for the help, young man." His tone held was perfectly level despite his atrocious outfit, and his actions were calm. He easily pulled the smaller boy to his feet with one hand, staring him dead in the eyes. "Here, for your effort." Midoriya bit his tongue as Kurogiri offered him a cold can, simply daring the young man to say anything while acting as if they'd never met before. "Soda." Midoriya took one more moment to take in Kurogiri's outfit, some strange combination of stupid and atrocious. The big coat in the middle of summer, the umbrella on his hip against the sunny sky, the giant boots for a cookout of all things. Only Kurogiri could regularly put together such terrible ideas. "What's it been? 2 months? 3? How long you been cooking this one up?" "Longer," Kurogiri responded calmly and confidently, equally unfazed by the still rising temperature and Midoriya's sidelong look. "Great ideas like this take a lot of planning, you know." "I don't think you know what a great idea is." Midoriya shook his head, chuckling as he finally took the drink out of Kurogiri's outstretched hand. The odd pair glanced around the backyard, but no one noticed the odd pair standing by the drinks. There was no one to notice them. The Voorheeses crowded around the grill and arguing over cook times, so they had a little time to catch up since their last encounter. "So, summer training camp." Midoriya looked over the drink Kurogiri had handed him, glancing up at the large bartender while flicking some hair out of his eyes. His fingers briefly traced over the scar over his right eye, the largest reminder of his fight in that mess of a camp. "You're the one who saved me, right?" "No, your teleporting sword exploded and teleported you directly into a hospital." It was most humorous. "I sincerely wish you could have seen it." Speaking with a strange sincerity, Kurogiri didn't even bat an eye as he made up total bullshit. He even shook his head at the missed opportunity, like he was mourning a sad shame, the cocky bastard. Still, Midoriya found himself smiling, lightly smacking the bartender's arm as they both surveyed the yard. "Well, I guess I'm thanking that sword then. Really did wonders." "It did indeed." Kurogiri nodded along, then came to an abrupt stop as he thought it over. "Shame you blew it the F up." That one earned Kurogiri a harder punch to the arm. But instead of shutting the big dick up, the two of them shared a small laugh. They were an odd pairing. A high schooler in bland clothes and a bartender in something between a natural disaster and a yard sale. But they did have some stuff Midoriya wanted to talk about. After all, how many times would he get insight on All for One besides this? How many times could he? "Didn't think you'd all still be in Japan." Midoriya opened his can going to drink it before catching Kurogiri's confused glance. "You in that league thing, the guys working under your boss. I saw it on the news. Wouldn't you be safer somewhere else right now?" "Ah, yes, the league," Kurogiri said with snark evident in his voice. As soon as he said their name, he summoned a tall glass and slammed it into the table. "No, they've been about. My master has many properties in many places, so they've stuck to hiding in one of them. I've been about, tying loose ends, but them." Kurogiri shook his head as he warped a cola out of the cooler and into his hand, cracking it open and pouring the whole thing into his glass. Midoriya thought over Kurogiri's words. He knew All for One had a lot of weird properties. He'd heard about the Namu lab, plus he'd seen Mao's military base, so he could get an idea what the League was doing. Hell, they could even be at Mao's military base somewhere and he wouldn't have noticed. That place was huge. "Well, how's the League doing?" "The League of? What are they the League of?" "Well, Midoriya." Kurogiri crushed the now empty can and tossed it into his shoulder, warping it into the trash can just 2 feet from him. "The show-off. I'm not even sure the League knows what they're comprised of, but they have been doing. Unfortunately for myself, however, they have been doing poorly. Quite poorly indeed." Kurogiri spaced out towards the end as he reached into his jacket, more naturally hiding his quirk, used this time to pull out a bottle of rum and pour it into his glass. "We even lost one of our associates." Midoriya did a double take at that last line, snuck in there like he wouldn't notice. "Someone died." Midoriya racked his brain through recent events. With his injuries and relaxing time, he'd spent a lot longer doing research and spent a good deal of his time in the world of professional heroes, but he hadn't heard about any dealings with the League. With their connection to All for One and the massive amount of destruction from All for One's last fight, the Hero Association would definitely brag about having captured or killed one of the members of the League. That meant someone outside of the association had done it. But who? Another villain? Midoriya hedged his bets, glancing up at Kurogiri and getting an immediate confirmation. An entire organization. Kurogiri nodded, taking a small sip of his glass before topping the thing off with rum, finally putting the bottle down to focus on Midoriya. Almost took out two of them. Two of the League. Midoriya was deep in thought for a moment, trying to assess who could have done this before realizing a different problem. I have no idea who anyone in the League is. You're not missing much. Kurogiri reached behind his ear. Wherever his hand went, it came back with a tiny paper umbrella he opened with a flick of the wrist. There's potential in a few of them, but so far, it was amazing the faces Kurogiri could make with no face. So, Midoriya glanced at the grill-off between Mao and Aiko, two fierce competitors passionately arguing over how on fire was too much on fire. It looked like they had a minute before anything considered edible was done cooking. So Midoriya turned his attention back to Kurogiri. Want to talk about it? Tell you secret information that the Hero Association is biting at the heel to get for free. Kurogiri raised a foggy eyebrow at Midoriya, keeping his face frozen even as Midoriya put some ice in his drink. So, this all happened while I was out on business for the Master, but the League of Villains, next generation of crime and heirs of the mythical all for one. And this is the kind of dump they hide in. The gravel crunched under the two men's feet as they continued up the long, winding road into the Japanese countryside, a hideout many steps down in size and scale from their own planted firmly in the city. A generic industrial building stood before them, a gray block like a large rock in the middle of someone's garden, a sorry stain on the landscape just like these posers to the rest of villainy. I cannot tell if they're too egotistical or humble, calling themselves the League of Villains while scurrying about like rats in such a corner. The two men weren't in sync, but through time and training they moved together. On one side, a man cloaked in the black robes and hat of an inquisitor, Shin Nemoto. He adjusted his plague mask and the glasses underneath, already hard to see without the dead of night. And no lights too. These amateurs were the League of Villains. Their hideout couldn't even have lighting for fear of being caught. On the other, a man with a fur vest and no shirt, Deidoro Sakaki. His whole body reeked of booze as he sauntered next to his ward, his liquor bottle bouncing off his leg as he wobbled back and forth. Hey, you can complain all you want, but can I at least get smashed yet? I swear, if I have to hear you complain one more time, you might end up being the one that gets smashed. You can't lie to me, you know. Nemoto finished adjusting his mask and his glasses, getting the two lined up so he could finally see 5 feet ahead of him. Anytime you do, your effing quirk goes off. Yeah. Sakaki mimicked Nemoto's beaching with his free hand, then pulled down his own mask so the pair matched. Being a bodyguard was always a pain in the ass, but Nemoto always found a way to put the bore into bodyguard, and those words barely shared any letters at all. How'd he do it? Coming up closer to the building, the two couldn't help but take in all the weeds and debris. Credit where credit was due. If the League of Villains hadn't sent a demand to the Shy Hasakai to meet with them here, they wouldn't have had any idea anyone was staying in this train wreck. It looked like it hadn't been used in years, and worse, cleaned in centuries. At least the boss man didn't come. Can you imagine if he took one look at this place? Sakaki did a small spin, gesturing to the majesty around them as the coworkers shared a small laugh, Sakaki leaning in for the bit. I can already hear him. This place is unsanitary. No. Nemoto shook his head in his hand, his smile hidden by his mask. 5 steps. He'd take 5 steps before using his quirk to overhaul this whole place to the ground and build them a new base. Probably a better one too. Sakaki shot Nemoto some finger guns, chuckling as he straightened out, the two rounding on the final stretch towards the city building. As just 2 of the 8 bullets, they hadn't been allowed to take a company vehicle for fear of being tracked, so they had to take the effing bus to some campground and then walk the rest of the way to this dump. Finally, however, they could see another human being, proof that this wasn't some wild goose chase. A single man stood outside the building was outside the building, hiding behind a small stack of rebar and dressed in black and white spandex like someone straight out of the 2000 seconds. He seemed like the only person guarding the structure, one of the members of the League, so twice or compress. Nemoto couldn't remember which. Probably the guy who'd gotten in contact with the Shy Hasakai. Either this is the best ruse I've ever seen. Nemoto glanced at Sakaki mid-speech, both throwing away the chance of that ever happening with a shared shrug. Let's get this over with. Damn straight. Bar closes in 3 hours. Sakaki gave Nemoto a small slap on the back to push him forward, but both were reluctant to approach the building any further. Solemnly resigned to their duties, they approached the giant gray Lego block to get this over with. Maybe when this was over, they'd both be heading to that bar. The strange man jumped out from behind the rebar as the 2 bullets approached, pointing confidently at them. You've arrived, and just in time. Caught you by surprise, didn't I? Jumping out from the rebar was a large man in a black bodysuit with white highlights. Either the League member Mr. Compress or Twice. Most likely Twice. The man who had originally gotten in contact with the shy Hasekai. But it was too early to rule anything out. Whoever he was, his posture and tone changed directions so fast it would have given the two bullets whiplash if they were trying to follow his pace. Instead, Nemoto took the lead with a step forward and a small bow. We're here to represent the shy Hasekai in these upcoming negotiations. Shall we step inside of your base? Nemoto couldn't help but trail off, straightening out as his eyes moved to the big block of a building behind this strange guard. It didn't seem to bother him, though. The guard moved forward with unforeseen confidence, taking a massive step and gesturing to the building behind him while squinting at them. Like we'd bring you to the main base right away. This is like the interview location. Yes, of course. Nemoto nodded along, but his instinct said otherwise. He could hear it, practically taste the lie in the man's words. It was repulsive. Instinctively, he adjusted his mask, wanting to use his quirk to wrangle the truth out of this buffoon, but he held himself back for the sake of the negotiation. This didn't go unnoticed by his partner, Sakaki, who gave him a small nod as call and response. Then could you take us in, to your leader? We all want negotiations to go as smoothly as possible. Never. Already, though, the man was moving to let them inside. Nemoto swallowed the bile rising in his throat, bracing himself for the worst as their supposed guide opened a large set of double doors into the building. And he thought negotiations had been rough before he joined the shy Hasekai. Hey guys, I've brought them in. I'm back. They were surprisingly nice guys after I talked to them. The gate slowly rolled up into the rafters as Nemoto and Sakaki were led inside by their excitable escort. The two Yakuza taking a moment to brace their eyes and adjust to the new sight. Sitting in the dim light trickling in through the broken ceiling were the League of Villains. Half a dozen of Japan's most wanted perched atop boxes along the far back wall staring straight at the two newcomers. Might have even been intimidating if a single one of them got onto Japan's most wanted through their own efforts. They say wanted to talk to you, isn't that disgusting? Their strange guide continued in his own strange way, seemingly disconnected even from himself as he argued back and forth with his own words. You brought a crazy big fish, huh? Twice. The leader of the league spoke first. The furthest back among the group, the young Shigaraki had been inspecting them the moment they walked through the door. Big fish. Ironic. Nemoto stepped forward while Sakaki stepped back, getting into their roles with practiced ease, but even as they moved, neither let their professionalism or guard slip for a moment. League of Villains. What? Already, the other side was showing the signs of unkempt order. Multiple members were confused. There was clearly a backdrop of murmuring, and one subordinate even dared to speak out against the presence and plans of their leader. Are these guys famous? It's not about who they are, Magni. The leader didn't bat an eye at such insubordination, still keeping his eyes trained on the two newcomers before him while gently explaining the situation to the clearly more stupid of his posse. It's about who they represent. One of the oldest factions in the villain game. The League's attention focused on the two at that moment. All of the League finally coming together to properly try and assess their guests, representatives of the Shy Hasekai, the number 2 villain organization in Japan. Nemoto stood tall, arms crossed neatly behind him with a raised chest, the air of professionalism from his lawyer days still strong. Behind him, Sakaki was a hunched figure, a large bottle of booze resting in his hands, but his scrunched posture couldn't hide the scars and muscles tense like an animal, ready to explode at any moment. They're what you'd call Yakuza. Real Yakuza. In this day and age, the number 2 villain organization. A small stir among the villains as they began to go beyond just looking at the two true villains in their midst. Small mental notes, comparisons, false impressions. Nemoto was used to them all. Oh, so they're the number 2 of all organized crime. The one called Magni spoke again, earning a small laugh from Sakaki as he clearly put it together wrong. Nemoto would have silenced him, but once again, the sentiment was shared between them. Worse, this Magni person thought he was right and was being honest. A truth, but a truth of misconceptions and idiocy. Oh my, I've never seen anything quite like them. They smell dangerous. Organized crime. A schoolgirl spoke up now, blankly staring up at the rest of the members. Seriously, a schoolgirl? It seemed the League was even more desperate for members than first predicted. How are they different from us? All right, let me tell you. A member right above the schoolgirl, presumably compressed by their intel, chimed in with quite the chipper tone. In the past, there were lots of scary groups that ran the underworld. PFFFD. Nemoto's mouth hung agape while Sakaki barely hid his laughter, clutching his stomach and turning away ever so slightly. In all his years, in all his days, in all his missions, what the F was happening? But after heroes started thriving, they were unmasked and disbanded. The League of Villains all focused on Compress, as if he was speaking some revolutionary new information. But everything he was saying should have been common sense to everyone in the room. Sakaki. Nemoto was so close to losing it. An hour-long hike from the bus stop, a trek up a mountain in the middle of the night, the world's worst security, and now nobody even knew who they were or what they were meeting for. This was worse than the cases he ran back in court. Are we being punked? Worse. Heh, I'm pretty sure these guys are the real deal. Sakaki managed to speak through his snickers, bringing himself under control as Compress's explanation brought itself to a close. And after All Might stepped onto the scene, that era was over. The survivors who hadn't been caught became designated villain groups. Compress spoke with a wave of his hand, gesturing to the two guests before them. In other words, they were treated like villain reserves, just scraping by to make a living under the watch of the police. The air around the two Yakuza had frozen as they stared at Compress, Nemoto's once slack jaw now tight with rage, while Sakaki's laughter had given way to an eerie silence. Frankly, they're obsolete and should be a protected species. What was worse than the demeaning words was the honesty in every word. No one could lie before Nemoto's quirk, so these idiots must have believed every word they'd been saying. Protected species. Nemoto was, needless to say, beyond offended. Sakaki was silent behind Nemoto, but still ever present in the corner of Nemoto's vision. Nemoto made no movement towards his partner, only a small hand sign behind his back. A simple flick of the thumb, like popping the cork on a bottle. So, why have you little Yakuza boys come all this way to see us, Magni ran his mouth again, unable to read the Yakuza's moods, be it their masks or his own ignorance. Are you also on a high because of All Might's retirement? Oh, the loss of All Might. Nemoto, while offended, could see the appeal in what the League was doing. By deliberately downplaying the shy Hasekai, they seemed larger and more powerful by comparison. In addition, they'd frustrate the representatives, putting them off their game. Good tactics if they were tactics, but there were two problems. The first is that the League seemed to be doing all this unintentionally. The second was that two could play hardball. Oh, heavens no. We're doing much better because of the loss of All for One. And with just a name, the ice spread from just the Yakuza to encompass the entire building. The legendary All for One. Truly, a great villain ruled the underside of society for years, decades, and some even say for centuries. There was a new edge in the League's eyes as Nemoto spoke. All eyes locked on him. Of course, saying is one thing though. Our generation knew him as an urban legend, but our forebears believed there was good reason to fear him, even after he was believed to be dead, no less. Quite impressive, wouldn't you say? As idiotic as the League had been, they could tell the sugar in his words was hiding venom. Nemoto made no reaction though, merely noting it as he prepared for the turnabout. And the prophecy came true, did it not? After all this time, the legendary All for One appeared back from the dead, it would seem. Nemoto spoke quickly now, going faster and faster as he got into his own rhythm. He nodded as he made his points, agreeing with himself. Someone here had to respect the real truth, after all. Emerging from the shadows once again as the little league he built up crumbled to the ground, surrounded and almost unmasked by the heroes. He paused for a second, taking them all off rhythm before snapping and pointing at them. No, wait a moment. The heroes. They did unmask you, didn't they? Announcing each of you by villain and civilian name. They came down on your little hiding spot and tore you to pieces. While you had a hostage. The pressure was so intense you could feel it, and Nemoto lived for it. Many thought that villainy and crime was only found in fights and violence. But this was his villainy. And after saving you, his little pet project who couldn't even keep a single hostage, he fought the #1 hero with some monster he cooked up in a lab. All to be thwarted at the 11th hour by some faceless nobody, backed by the entirety of the Hero Association. And after all that, with his enemy All Might alive, with his monster captured by the heroes, with his entire plan foiled, and with you stuck sitting around on this godforsaken mountain without any support, he disappears back into the shadows. What a show. Bravo, friends. Bravo. Nemoto clapped. Nemoto clapped quickly and loudly, filling the space with the echo of his hands and the weight of his words, applauding as one would applaud a performer. Truly, what a brilliant show. Now, this leaves the theater in a strange state. Nemoto's hands slowed down, coming to a pause as if he was thinking over this complication for the first time. He wasn't. The theater keeps running, but the star performers are gone. For both those in the sun and those in the shadows, there is no lead. So, Nemoto stroked his chin through the mask, cocking his head as he stared at the jury, the league. He could see it. He could see the gears turning in those thick heads. It seemed they could understand some things if you bashed them upside the head enough. So then, who will be the next leader? You know who my master is, and you're still saying that. The leader of the league stepped off the back wall, keeping his tone level as he moved towards the two Yakuza. He was holder up better than expected, far better than most the league whose agitation was clearly on display. Are you here to challenge me? You know who our master is, and you're still saying that. Even so, Nemoto was unmoved, with most of the league caught up in his mental attack. He held the advantage in this fight. It was his home turf, and a foreign field to most villains who only knew how to fight like Sakaki, or most of the league. I am the next leader. Shigaraki locked eyes with Nemoto. equally unfazed as he pulled the league back together one step at a time with small, simple statements. A good start. Even now, I'm gathering my troops. Our numbers will increase soon. And with that power, I'll crush Hero Society starting with its head. Shigaraki locked eyes with Nemoto, equally unfazed as he pulled the league back together with a simple statement. There was a fire in his eyes and steel in his voice, good traits for a leader. Perhaps in a few years, he could be the next leader. But, then again, this wasn't in a few years. Do you have a plan? A plan? Shigaraki's head tilted. His tone shifted as he uttered the words. That had struck a nerve. You came here to join us, didn't you? A goal without a plan is called a delusion, the words of our master. Nemoto hung back on his newfound insight, instead pushing where the entire league was weak before he went for the kill. If you present us with just a delusion, how should we react? Do you have any logistics so far? New members, if you get any, how are you planning to use them? How are you planning to manage them? What kind of organization do you plan to create? Nemoto listed the things his party, the Shy Hasekai, had been interested in when they sent him to deal with the negotiations. However, it seemed like he'd be heading back empty-handed. How could he learn what about the League what they themselves didn't even know? This, clearly, was a waste of time, and it was best to make his closing statement and leave the court. Your disorganization has already cost you many valuable assets. Nemoto held up the 3 fingers he previously used to list his own priorities, turning the gesture around to bring it back into relevancy by counting each finger as he spoke. Sane, muscular, moonfish. Not a single one survived their first encounter, did they? Such powerful assets couldn't lose on their own though, no. Nemoto dropped 2 of the fingers, leaving his index up as he tapped the beak of his mask, pretending to think once again. Could it be that they didn't know how to use their own power, or that you didn't? Shigaraki's poker face was strong, but Nemoto could smell weakness and this whole place was rank with it. He pressed on, bringing his index to point at his opposing side. You can't even use what you have correctly. And you have the gall to talk of increasing your forces. What is the point of power that you can't control? You need power, yes, but you need control over it. And to control it, you must have a plan. Nemoto stood confidently, finger jabbing defiantly at Shigaraki as he drilled his case home. Our master has a plan. And I suppose that's why your leader isn't here. Shigaraki's voice was calmer than expected at the end of Nemoto's statements, tilting his head. While he had misread the Shy Hasekai, it was clear his opinion was still adjusting even now. It'd be wise for him to do the same. You have no intention of joining our ranks. Nemoto stood back for a moment, exiting lawyer mode to switch to business. Lost cause it may have been. Correct. Our master has many matters that he has to attend to. And so, he has sent us to represent himself and the clan in his place. Shigaraki stopped him for a moment, glancing up at the League's doorman and guard dog to address the raised problem. Twice, don't bring people before checking their intent. While Twice stepped behind the 2 Yakuza for protection, Nemoto carried on with the sales pitch. The Shy Hasekai has many things in motion, but before things can move, money must be acquired. While the criminal world still sees us as some obsolete small-time Yakuza, they will not invest in us. So we are forced to invest in ourselves, build up gradually, but as you know. Nemoto took another step forward as he moved in for the kill, matching gazes with Shigaraki as he laid out the basics so simply that everyone could understand it. Now is no longer the time for small motions in the shadows. Your recognition in the crime world is a powerful spark. But if you do not do something with it, the winds of change and the sands of time will blow it out. With no resources to burn, the spark cannot create the fire you seek. But under the Shy Hasekai, Nemoto's finger turned into an open hand, an offering from the highest clan of crime to these remnants of a once mighty villain. Join us. We will use you to your full potential, turn you into a fire that the world can't sit by and watch burn out as we become the stars of this show. Shigaraki stared at him, sitting back politely to let him finish. He nodded, thinking it over and exchanging silent words with his other leaguers, conversations carried out with just the eyes. Shigaraki turned his attention back to Nemoto, clearly thinking it over. Go home. Tusk. Nemoto would have cursed them for their short-sightedness, but his ramblings were dashed by a sudden burst of action, ruining his perfect villainy. The villain that had spoken down to the duo before, Magni, leapt to his feet. Grabbing a large piece of metal, he jumped off the shipping container he perched atop, almost diving for Nemoto to crush him with one swing. Sorry, Yakuza boy, but we didn't come together to be under someone. A strange blue energy wrapped around Nemoto's body, throwing him into confusion one moment and throwing him forward the next, pulling him suddenly off his feet and into the path of the charging mange. I met up with my friend the other day. Magni spoke strongly as she rushed forward, unwrapping her massive magnet with quick movements to get a cleaner kill on this loudmouthed hole. She's reserved and shy, but she's someone who is still my friend even knowing my past. As Magni moved forward, Sakaki cleaned out the last of the sake bottle he brought. Sakaki had hung back for a moment while Nemoto was pulled forward to check the scene, and after using the loudmouth for bait, he had a good enough assessment on what was happening. Now he'd move. She told me, those who are bound by the chains of common sense laugh at those who aren't. Kenny, you're not bound by common sense. I don't have the courage to break away from it like you. Magni continued to cover the distance between herself and the loudmouthed Yakuza, using her quirk magnetism to pull him off balance and into her reach, all set up for her one massive attack. Sakaki pushed the bottle away from his lips, scratching his head with the empty bottle and giving a long sigh. With his long sigh out, his quirk activated, releasing an invisible toxin into the air in front of him, steadily pushing its way through the warehouse with his every breath. I'm here because I don't want to be bound by anything. Magna's impassioned speech reached its height right as she closed in on the kill. She drove her foot into the ground, putting all her weight behind her magnet for one murder stroke, a single powerful thrust to crush this Yakuza's fat mouth. She pushed off the ground, driving her body forward, muscles pounding and vertigo building. We will decide where we. Magni was barely aware as the toxin crept in until the last moment, a small internal realization that something was wrong, without a real idea of what until the world in front of her blurred. Her legs felt like lead and jelly at the same time, suddenly shifting her body weight to try and stay balanced. Her crushing force turned sideways as Magni struggled to even stay standing, battling her own momentum in a vain effort to keep on her feet. Sakaki swept Nemoto's feet out from under him as he moved in, grabbing the lawyer by the arm and tossing him aside to do his part of the mission. Sakaki stepped straight into the stumbling Magni, taking advantage of her off-balance to sway past her massive magnet with erratic drunken steps. Both sides stumbled towards each other, Magni with her metal batting ram and Sakaki with his empty bottle. Magni spun around, pushing through whatever was happening to twist her body and club the smaller Yakuza she'd barely noticed upside the head. Sakaki looked up at her massive figure, flipping his bottle to hold it like a club, then walked into her. Magna's massive swing came hurtling down at the smaller Yakuza, easily enough forced to crack his skull open if he stayed in place, but met nothing but air as the nimble figure lurched forward, driving his shoulder weakly into Magna's ribs. Magna's large swing missed him just seemingly a hair, his rushing form striking her arms and causing her to miss her swing and miss him lining up his own attack, just out of her sight. Snarling with rage, she stepped back to build enough distance for a proper killing blow to crush the stupid bass. 2SHK. As Magni stepped back to build distance, Sakaki used her own distance to smash the empty bottle into the side of her skull. With his muscle, momentum, and practice, the bottle easily shattered on her skull, sending bits of glass, booze, and blood across the warehouse's floor. Magni didn't even grab her head as blood and glass trickled down her head, stumbling back under the weight of the impact and the strange sensation she felt filling her body. The world seemed to tilt and tumble as she fought to keep her feet under her, using her magnet for just a moment to stay standing. SHLK. Magni blinked, trying to understand that strange sound that came from somewhere below her. It was too hard, between the strange slurring in her ears, vertigo in her body, and broken bottle that carved through her neck. Sakaki stepped in again after breaking the bottle over his latest victim's head, checking for the exact moment the big guy would try to check his balance. Sure enough, the moment Magni thought he was safe, the guard came down and the opening appeared. Sakaki jabbed his arm forward, stabbing the bottle into the larger man's throat. In a single fluid motion, the sharp glass bit into his exposed throat, puncturing it for a second before he twisted his wrist and ripped it out. Magni grabbed his throat, stumbling forward and fully dropping the magnet in his guard. Before the magnet could even touch the ground, though, Sakaki stepped up. His foot snaked between the massive man's, pushing him down further. His right dropped the bottle, grabbing Magni by the shirt and pulling him down sharply. Before Magni even knew what was happening, Sakaki's shiv impaled him right between the ribs, cleanly puncturing his heart before Sakaki let the giant oaf drop. The air in the warehouse was electric as the League stared at the corpse that was once their companion, a powerful villain and a competent killer brought down to a sack of meat in 3 seconds. Sakaki took a stumbling step back away from his latest victim, his foot swinging wide to catch the broken bottle he tossed. His side kick caught the bottle just before it could hit the ground, sending it back into the air and into his waiting free hand. Putting it next to his ear, Sakaki could still hear a little sloshing inside. Hey, there's a little left. Big sis Magni. The League's eyes were wide, focused on the guy on the ground. Oh, you just had to make the first move, didn't you? Nemoto had been forgotten by almost everyone, literally thrown out of the way to keep him safe. He brushed himself off as he got back to his feet, moving behind Sakaki before seeing what he was doing. Sakaki drank the mix of blood and sake with heart, throwing his head far back for good chugging technique. He finished the blood wine in 3 long gulps, then tossed the rest of the bottle to the ground while clapping. Goddamn, that's some gourmet sit. While Sakaki drank, another of the Leaguers moved, this time with much more speed, jumping from atop the crates again. This time Compress approached suddenly, leaping towards the seemingly defenseless villain with arm outstretched. Wait, Compress. Shigaraki knew what was coming, but he was helpless to reach out and stop his agile teammate from rushing forward because of his quirk. He could only shout in protest as his thoughts came together too late, crying out a warning to a villain who couldn't be stopped as he leaped forward for vengeance. This guy's trouble, I'll seal him with Compress. Mr. Compress kept his eyes trained on the killer of the two, using his acrobatics to close the distance much faster than Magni could. If he could capture the bodyguard Yakuza, the other one would be easy pickings for the rest of the league. Get the speaker. Quickly, Mr. Compress seemed to appear in front of Sakaki in a moment to the league. But Sakaki never even took his eyes off the circus performer for a second. Mr. Compress moved with his arm outstretched, clearly putting emphasis on his quirk. A touch type, was it? Didn't work on what you couldn't touch. Mr. Compress barely had time to touch the ground before Sakaki sagged down, falling under his attack while taking another large breath out, releasing another wave of toxin into the air. Like he said, it was a good drink. What? Mr. Compress had barely a moment to react to the crouched figure before Sakaki rose off the ground, springing back up with a handful of the glass shards from his own broken bottle and ramming them into the circus villain's face. He grit his teeth as the glass cut through his mask and cheek, squinting through the pain and losing sight of his opponent. Instinctively, he took a step back to regain his bearings, just like Magni had, and just like Magni had zero. SHLK. Sakaki's hand wrapped around Mr. Compress's with a grip like steel, forcing the circus villain's arm up and out of the way. Yanking it around to throw his victim further off balance, Sakaki drove his knife into Compress's forearm, slashing along the bone and gouging out muscle. Compress, racked with pain, instinctively reached out and activated his quirk briefly right as Sakaki gave his arm a final twist and shoved it in the way, letting the circus villain compress a chunk of his arm off cleanly. Compress grabbed what remained of his left arm, clutching at the bicep before giving a blood-curdling scream at the phantom pains, the burning sensation where muscle and bone met air without the safety of skin. Still, he wouldn't scream for long, no with good old Sakaki right next to him. Sakaki watched in amazement as his knife disappeared, compressed along with the chunk of Mr. Compress's arm, but he wasn't one to underpack. Already he reached for Balisong, spinning the blade out with a small rotation of the wrist before moving directly behind Mr. Compress, grabbing the costumed caper by his vest to pull him close. His leg moved to sweep the legs again, eager to finish the kill, but not so eager that he couldn't miss someone coming in out of the corner of his eye. Shigaraki moved forward steadily with his own arm outstretched, coming in to take Sakaki out while he was finishing this clown-faced F. Good move. Sakaki nodded once, getting a little into this as he pivoted his body. Sakaki and Compress spun around, switching places to keep a human between him and the guy with death hands. Sakaki turned his twist into a spinning back kick, launching the still stumbling Compress into his ally. Hopefully, they'd take each other out with a high five. Shigaraki caught Compress in his arms, deliberately keeping one finger on each hand touching his own palm as he took his flying partner to the chest and slid back. He kept this momentum, continuing to build distance quickly and only stopping when they had a large gap between them. Now the entire league was up in arms, moving to surround the two Yakuza. In contrast, Nemoto stayed firmly behind Sakaki, who was still stumbling about drunkenly. In something close to a daze, Sakaki noticed there was something in his right hand. Sakaki lifted it in front of his face, pulling what was left of Mr. Compress's left arm into the moonlight. The hand and wrist were still red and shining with the villain's blood, truly a great keepsake. Sakaki, I see. Sakaki's bliss was interrupted by a strong word from his handler, Nemoto, and a word from the enemy leader Shigaraki. Nemoto had moved up behind Sakaki, pulling him back with a hand on his shoulder, while Shigaraki held back the entire league from charging with a raised hand. His eyes lingered on his underling, Mr. Compress, but slowly they moved towards Sakaki, their appraisal complete. If your master had led with you, it would have been a lot easier to understand what you guys wanted. What we want. Our wants are secondary to the clan's. Nemoto spoke up instinctively, eager to battle with words again. But he could recognize Shigaraki's tone. It was clear for both sides where to draw the line. HGH. Sakaki, step in. Sakaki clearly had his protests, but he knew who he'd answer to for going against Nemoto and backed off, moving to Nemoto's side and drawing a flask from his coat, staying far enough back to be out of the way but close enough to still be ready if things went his way again. Shigaraki, meanwhile, held back his own crew with sheer force of will, and barely at that. Instead of forcing them to disengage with words, he took action, locking eyes with the Yakuza's guide twice. Twice immediately backed off, knowing it was his fault for letting them and never mind them, twice. Come help Compress, he needs help now. With one sentence he turned the attention to their own wounded, pulling the league back without even touching the intensity. The tension between the groups was so strong, one would wonder if they even could take a step towards each other. It's pointless to cut each other down. Nemoto said, breaking the ice with some neutral points. There'd been enough antagonizing for one day. We both side against the heroes, and to harm each other is to harm ourselves. He put his hand out in front of Sakaki, turning his head ever so slightly to make the point of who was talking to, but never moving his gaze completely off the league to show his real intentions. We should finish this another day. A little time to cool off, perhaps, then reconvene to make our final points. Our master will pay you back for your losses. The league, even in the face of this objective neutrality, still bit at him like the dogs they were. Twice held Compress in his arms. But he had a fierce glare for the two Yakuza. Bastard, I'll kill you. Tamura, I can cut him. I'm going to, okay. The schoolgirl had drawn a small knife, no bigger than the one Sakaki used to dive up her friends. Just the sight of it clearly got his blood pumping. But Nemoto and Shigaraki both kept their arms out firmly with their eyes still locked. And then, no, a single word from their leader caused the league to explode at each other. While they bickered, Nemoto put a little more force into his arm, forcing Sakaki back a single step before all the tension left his body. A wise decision. Nemoto moved towards the door but kept his eyes locked on the one reining the dogs in. It doesn't have to be right away, but the sooner the better. Think carefully, Nemoto said as he drew a business card from his robes, tossing it aside to let them fetch in their own time. Your decisions affect more than just you. That's the point of being a leader. Only now did Nemoto fully turn to the still open doors, taking his arm off Sakaki. Call us when you've calmed down. We can still accomplish great things together. Wait, you bastard. Even as they walked out, Twice still called for them, his fury too great to have direction. Why? Why did you stop me, Shigaraki? Jin. Twice's fury slowed as Toga approached, bending down to help him and Compress. More importantly, Magni and Atsuhiro need the doctor. Oh sit. Twice nodded fiercely, almost moving to try and check up on Magni before focusing on Compress. He tried to get a better grip on his friend, arms moving around the injured villain's waist before he risked lifting and hurting him more. Can you stand? Shit, sit. I've got sit. Spinner shouted to no one in particular as he wrapped Magna's neck with his bandana. Don't worry, big sis. Hirajiri. Where the F is he? As the league moved to take care of itself, Toga moved off to the side towards Shigaraki. Her eyes lingered on Magna's crumpled form before flicking to the discarded remains of Compress's hand. Tamura, I'll cut that guy. No, I'll cut both of them. No, Toga glared at him and his one-word responses. This was a far cry from the man she had first joined up with. Tamura. No, he seemed to hesitate, taking a second to answer, but it took Toga a second herself to notice what Shigaraki was staring at. While everyone else had begun to move around the warehouse, only one person had his glare still fixed on the Yakuza. Shigaraki's unending hatred focused on them through his narrow eyes, refusing to let them go for even a minute from his mind. Not yet. So, in total, Hirajiri finished his 5th rum and coke right as he finished the 5-minute-long version of the story, bringing it all home. It looks like your favorite training dummies are preparing for something. Preparing for something costly. Midoriya rubbed his chin as he hung on Kirigiri's words. Kirigiri's story had mostly focused on the Yakuza, a natural interest to the young vigilante. And while they couldn't be entirely trusted, they could be compared to what he knew, and he knew a couple things. That's pretty vague. While Midoriya wasn't sure of the exact numbers, he was sure that Ronin had been cutting into the Yakuza's profits, so in a weird roundabout way he had kind of caused that meeting. Still, that was just the past, and what he needed to know was the future. For all I know, they could be preparing for anything from a big drug deal to remodeling their hideouts. Hell, maybe they can give you some artistic tips at the same time. Meeting them might be good for you. Midoriya gave Kirigiri a side eye, once again inspecting his ridiculous clothes. The big coat in the summer sun, the large boots, the downright stupidly poofy pants. Midoriya knew Kirigiri did this to mess with him, but this might have been his worst combination yet. How the hell wasn't Kirigiri cooking in all those layers? I'll let you know I got this design from a good friend, Kirigiri said, rolling the large coat sleeves up in spite of his words. Interestingly, Kirigiri's forearms were also covered in or made of purple fog, but now wasn't the time to be thinking of that. Don't make me pass on your complaints. He gets very touchy about his designs. Touchy? Maybe he can try seeing his designs instead. Midoriya rolled his eyes, but the smell of grilling had been growing stronger for a while now, and this one didn't seem to be turning into an impromptu flash fire. Already, Aiko was calling out to them. Midoriya, Midoriya, we did it. Midoriya moved to the grill quickly with Kirigiri trailing behind, coming in just after Aiko was taking food off the grill. With a pair of tongs, she moved the meats from the grill to a large platter beside her while Mao kept working on the rest of the meat, only giving pause to smile at his daughter's handiwork. Aiko placed the platter down on the table, giving Midoriya a smile while she stepped back and showed him all the meats one by one. So we finished the hot dogs and bratwursts, but the burgers couldn't really fit, so they're still coming. It should only be a few minutes, but it's all coming along. Aiko gave Midoriya a shaking thumbs up. Midoriya replied in kind with his usual smaller confidence. It turned out pretty well, huh? Which one do you recommend? Aiko scratched the back of her head, glancing between the hot dogs and bratwursts while trying to come to a single answer. Be both. No, well, if you're only eating one. Well, if you insist. Midoriya nodded, sizing up the food compared to his stomach, and decided to just go for it. He grabbed 2 buns and one of each, wondering how much he could save for later. Aiko nodded in the background, having run out of words but settling on just being quietly happy until she got a good look at Kurogiri's clothes, bringing her attention away from food. Oh, Uncle Smokey, is that? Midoriya nodded, smiling with his eyes closed so he didn't have to look at that train wreck. He was glad someone else had to see Kurogiri's train wrecks. And hopefully Aiko could talk some sense into the nut job. Wow, Midoriya, your outfit came out so well. Midoriya nodded, smiling with his eyes. Wait, what? Midoriya opened his eyes to see Aiko circling about Kurogiri, paying very close attention to each and every detail of the outfit. Yeah, I didn't think the coat would work, but it really pulls the whole thing together, Midoriya. I'm surprised you can wear it in this heat though, Uncle Smokey. While Aiko finished her inspection, Midoriya started his intersection, trying to figure out what she was talking about. His outfit. Hey, Aiko. What do you mean my outfit? Oh, I recognized it right away. Well, I know you kind of said it was a solo project B, but I remembered seeing the drawing in the club room. Aiko began to mumble and ramble, hesitantly putting her fingers together to get out some of her nervous energy, but it didn't seem to help that much. The drawing in the club room. Midoriya thought back over it while Kurogiri talked to Mao, but that just made him more confused. Nobody ever went to the club room but him and Aiko, so if she saw a drawing there it had to be his. But that was the thing, he never drew anymore. He drew a little for his hero notebooks back in the day, but those hadn't been any good drawings, and they certainly hadn't been about fashion disaster pieces like the mess Kurogiri was stuck in. Even now Kurogiri was deliberately making his outfit worse, talking to Mao who had brought out his motorcycle helmet. What was next? A tutu to bring it all together. Maybe some velvet gloves, or a clown nose next. No, the clown nose might actually be fitting. Aiko, you saw that in the club room. Midoriya shook his head as Kurogiri took the helmet from Mao and tried to fit his head into it, instead focusing on Aiko to hopefully get some closure on where this mess started. Was it in our textbooks or something? Midoriya, isn't that the thing you've got drawn in your journal? The one with the belt we're making? Midoriya laughed, shaking his head as he realized what she thought she saw. She was remembering the time she saw his most recent hero journal, though to still call it a hero journal was a stretch as it kind of lost the hero. Oh, no, that's not what Uncle Smokey's wearing, that was. Midoriya stopped dead as he stared dead ahead, his brain suddenly going into overclock mode. The massive boots, the baggy pants tucked into the boots, the strangely big coat, despite the summer heat, the umbrella on his hip, tucked into his waistband for seemingly no reason. And, to bring it all together, the item Kurogiri was getting from Mao as they spoke. Midoriya spun on his heel as Kurogiri took Mao's motorcycle helmet and plopped it onto his head, adjusting only a moment before reaching down to his hip to grab the umbrella there. Confidently, he sauntered up and down the Voorhees back patio, locking eyes with Midoriya in his nearly perfect knockoff of Ronin's outfit. Midoriya made some marvelous faces that day as he stared at Kurogiri's their latest fashion disaster piece, slowly sinking against the table before grabbing his head with his hands. Midoriya, are you all right? Aiko nearly jumped out of her skin as Midoriya fell down, glancing around. Water. No, I'm fine. It's just... Midoriya took a second to breathe before taking a final look at Kurogiri teleporting around the Voorhees backyard, swinging his umbrella wildly like a massive tool. So that was what it looked like. I've made a huge mistake. After Midoriya took critical psychic damage, he stepped back to regain his bearings. By this time, more of the Voorhees family's friends had shown up, filling the backyard with a score of adults Midoriya didn't recognize, while there was a good chance more of them were involved in the criminal underworld. After the thorough dunking Kurogiri just put him through, Midoriya was planning to recuperate his lost pride and play it safe. The grill was run by Mao, freeing Aiko to do whatever she wanted, time she spent with Midoriya. The two of them took their food to the side of the yard, sitting back while the grown-ups talked and enjoying their food. Seriously, thanks for having me. Midoriya smiled as he held up his bratwurst, the hot dog already a memory and a red stain on the side of his mouth. This stuff tastes great. Thanks. Aiko returned the smile, her mouth still visible with her hair partially pulled back. She held up her own bratwurst like Midoriya held a hot dog, the grilled meat looking a lot smaller in her hands. She was already on her third while Midoriya was just struggling to get through half of his. My dad really likes grilling, so we've been doing this as long as I can remember. I've got a lot to learn still, though. You seem to have learned a lot already. Midoriya leaned over to give her a small pat on the shoulder, the kind he'd gotten used to Mao giving him. I'm pretty sure if your dad grilled as long as he wanted to, we'd all be eating charcoal right now. Aiko nodded as she looked past him, thinking back on some of those previous cookouts she mentioned. Well, Dad is a little passionate. When he first got the grill, he made the fire so big it burned his shirt. Was he all right? Well, he thought burning the shirt made the fire bigger, so. Aiko took another bite as she thought over how to phrase it, glancing down at Midoriya before pressing on in spite of how weird it sounded. So he threw the rest of his shirt in. Midoriya snickered, shaking his head. Somehow, I can't imagine him doing anything else. Is he really that easy to read? Aiko phrased it as a question, assuming Midoriya and Mao had only met a handful of times, but she couldn't help but to smile a little brighter. The two sat on the edge of the porch, Midoriya's short little legs dangling off and Aiko's long ones reaching all the way to the ground. The murmur of the crowd and the smell of the cookout spelled a nice atmosphere as the two ate in a small moment of comfort even with the small worries of Midoriya's heart. It seemed peace and rest weren't as quiet as he had thought they'd be. Bit by bit and bite by bite, Midoriya worked through his bratwurst while Aiko worked through her bratwurst. Their talk was quiet and small until they stumbled onto Kirigiri and the larger talk about clothes. From there it pandered out, Midoriya trying to draw a clear distinction between his outfit and Kirigiri's. Then onto those belts Mao had somewhere that could be used for the costume, and eventually onto the club itself and some of their projects. Those weird bamboo sticks we made were pretty fun. But that was mostly just all the stitching. Aiko tried to make some gestures for what she was talking about. Thankfully Midoriya already recognized the kendo swords from the bamboo. I think I've gotten pretty good at stitching. You've come a long way. We both have. Midoriya thought up a few ways to continue and decided the higher road, leaning into the compliments along with some minor teasing. Mr. Sneakster came out pretty well, didn't he? Yeah. Aiko couldn't even be bothered to be embarrassed though, her smile growing wide as she suddenly sprung up. I've actually been practicing a lot, and I've fixed a lot of my plushes. They turned out pretty well so far. Midoriya took in her enthusiasm for a second, then finished his drink and slid off the porch's lip. Sure, he had his own hangout session planned, but if a better one presented itself you gonna tell me or show me? There was a snap moment when Aiko's head caught up with the reality, a brief pause as she thought over it, but with a slightly shakier smile she pushed through. Why yeah, come on, once inside. The duo spent almost the entire rest of the day inside the Voorhees home. While a good while was spent inside Aiko's room going over her plushes, the topic soon shifted to her other sewing projects like her coats. Aiko had used to wear 5 or 6 layers every day back when her blood circulation was bad. But with a few visits to the hospital she had halved that to 2 or 3. That still left her with plenty of clothes, even if she didn't get to wear as many at a time. And the topics kept shifting from there. From club projects to the club itself, and onto the schoolwork. Aiko had been doing her best to stay on top of her schoolwork and actually turn things in, more than most their classmates. But Midoriya felt it was his responsibility to make sure his friend did a little more than just pass school. And with Aiko having a few questions over her work, Japanese history sure is messy. Aiko and Midoriya sat on their phones at the dinner table, long after the cookout outside had ended. The two were working independently together to do some research for an upcoming history report, a small paper on the social hierarchy in the Edo period. Aiko was skimming through most of the prehistory history, or the stuff before the stuff they actually wanted to know about. Before the Edo period, Japan had been in the Sengoku or Warring States period, a time filled with constant fighting and turmoil that led to a very war-themed social structure, with the old samurai at the top, followed by farmers, and then merchants at the very bottom. It does get better. Eventually, Midoriya didn't have much comfort for Aiko save for how close they were to being done. But hey, at least you only need to write 1 page, I guess. But still, Aiko flopped down on the table, most of her energy drained. She was just glad that they got through all the work in one day. Weakly she raised her hands, giving her friend some shaky thumbs up while she mumbled through both her hair and the table, Hank Hugh, Midoriya. Face-blending into a table wasn't the best for pronunciation. But Midoriya got the message. He could only give a small laugh as he stood, stretching. It's nothing. The food you cooked was way better than the work I cooked up. Yai. Aiko might have been embarrassed if she had the energy, but for now she settled with just raising her arms in victory, the conquering hero of so many history reports. She glanced up between her bangs, seeing him leave the table, and rose herself. I'll see you out. While Aiko had more energy than before, she still had a little less energy than the average person. Her perseverance was impressive, pushing herself to keep going. It was well past time he got out of her hair and gave her a little rest. The clubmates bid their goodbyes in the hallway with promises to see each other come the new week, and perhaps even find some of those mythical belts Mao had somewhere that could be used for the costume. But those details were for the next week. And first off, Midoriya had to get through the weekend. Midoriya waved adieu to Aiko as he walked down the road with a few hours of daylight left. If he went straight home now he could easily get in before sunset, and get out with plenty of time and energy for a good hunt. The news channels on criminal activities had been pretty dry so far, however, and he kind of wanted to talk to Mao about what Kurogiri had told him before engaging the Yakuza again, instead of going straight home. Then, Midoriya took the metro further into town to a different rundown section, one he hadn't been to in a spell. He used to go every Wednesday, but since the whole Wraith thing he'd only been once or twice. Now though, he had some time to kill, and there was no better use of downtime than training to help relax. Running off the metro, Midoriya got his practice started early by taking the stairs 2 at a time and jumping over the safety railings. Hitting the streets, Midoriya weaved through the weekend crowd, quickly cutting through alleys and building up speed before coming to a large brick building covered in graffiti, sliding to a stop just outside its doors. Breathing heavily, Midoriya put a little gumption in his step and straightened out, flicking the sweat from his brow before walking into the Parker gym. He had 2 hours of light left, a lot of calories to burn, and a membership that was about to pay for itself. Compared to the study session, Sunday was a walk in the park, literally, as Midoriya recycled his plans with Aiko into his plans with his mom. A relaxing time at the park, a few rounds of ping pong, then a quiet dinner together. Midoriya even managed to receive a few of his mom's serious hits. So all in all, things were on the up and up. A good break before he went back to the Parker gym to squeeze in a few more touch-ups before the real challenge. Train and Da basics. After Monday's fairly mundane class, Mao and Midoriya were training in their usual spot, instead of just going with Mao's flow, though Midoriya had a direction he wanted to push into. Did that Shoman guy get to you that much? I used to think modern martial arts were too flawed to use. Midoriya moved across the firing range with his vigilante uniform in a bag, picking an empty spot at random to dump it. They were too legal, too many rules, too many laws, and too many restrictions. They were disconnected from the reality of the streets. So I'd be better off just learning some techniques and doing the rest on my own. Midoriya opened the duffel bag, glancing over his uniform. It was all there. The coat he couldn't get rid of, the sword that mimicked stains, and above all else, the bodysuit sat atop the whole mess, a mesh of metal capable of turning even a quirkless human into a threat. His hand brushed it briefly, then pushed past it to draw a spare kendo stick he'd made. But there's more to fighting than flashy tricks, just like there's more to heroism than super moves. The fundamentals. He'd once told Kaminari that creating a super move required good fundamentals, but had he been practicing what he preached? Sure, he had learned some basic judo, but he had started his swordsmanship with fancy moves instead of the basics. That was the exact opposite of what he told Kaminari, and worse, it was the opposite of all good sense. If I want to get better, you gotta improve your fundamentals, beyond just packing some muscle. Mao stroked his chin, nodding as he caught what Midoriya was throwing out. Mao's muscle building had been a great start, a base to push off from, and Midoriya could push off while continuing the work. So, you got a plan for dis. We just gonna throw down. Go find some more mooks to beat Da sheet out of? Mao threw out a few guesses, eager either way to throw hands while Midoriya was still thinking it through. The guys on the streets are criminals, but they're not good at fighting. I won't learn much from fighting them, so I need someone like you who can point out what I'm doing wrong. Midoriya rested the kendo stick on his shoulder and rose, meeting Mao's growing excitement with a smile. So I don't need to fight me. I need you to kick the shit out of me. Midoriya's smile couldn't even light a match to the blazing sun that was Mao's face, the giant gangster beaming as he removed his gun and gave those massive arms a quick stretch. You know, Centipider, I thought you'd never ask. Well, at least Midoriya got what he asked for. Mao had Midoriya doing at least twice as many push-ups as before, peeling himself off the dirt of their training room. The whole first week seemed to be spent with him kissing the bottom of that dirt cave, getting up just to get down again and again. Most of their match was built up, a quiet tension as they stared at each other. Midoriya kept his sword between the two of them, the tip pointed directly at Mao's chest as a threat while he searched the gangster's large frame for openings. Mao, for his part, humored Midoriya. While he easily could have pushed past the kendo stick even without his quirk, and he had a few times, he usually held back, relying on technique to beat Midoriya. He circled slowly and kept his guard up, poking Midoriya and pointing out any flaws he saw, usually as he attacked them to show why they were flaws, such as, "You're too far." Mao and Midoriya were circling with 10 feet between them, but while Mao had his long arms, Midoriya had his kendo stick. "I've got more reach, and you can't hit me now. So I can't. Mao nodded, dropping his guard for a second as he regauged the distance between them. "But it can't either. I'll be in range first, so I can attack first." Midoriya's eyes drew close as he squinted, trying to decipher if this was a gap in Mao's defense or another feint. "In range first. TFT. Mao laughed, leaning forward for a moment before suddenly bursting forward. The 10 feet between them closed quickly as Midoriya raised his guard to attack, bringing his sword up for a thrust, but Mao stepped around Midoriya's sword as it swung to deliver his own attack. The sword struck nothing but air as Mao weaved around it before weaving back in to punch Midoriya's now exposed chest. Midoriya was shoved downward as the air was forced out of his lungs, stumbling back to keep his feet under him. He took a second to let out a shaky breath before raising his guard again. But already Mao had closed the distance again. Even though it might miss, Midoriya gritted his teeth and gripped his sword a little harder, preparing to keep going. When you ain't doing nothing, Nabota's range matters. Not yours, not his, Nabota's. Ronin threw the third criminal into the car, following his judo throw with a kick to the exposed criminal's flank. The punk barely had time to turn around, leaving him no room to bring his guard up as a metal boot struck his ribs. He crumpled against the car, grabbing at his side to try and ease the pain. But all that followed was a second kick to his now exposed face, bringing an end to the pain as he slumped against the car. CHK. Ronin stepped back from his last victim, turning to the fourth just as the criminal drew a knife from his back pocket. It glinted in the afternoon light as he flicked the blade out, reflecting the fear and anger in his face before being turned towards the vigilante, still unarmed with his weapons at his side. The criminal's eyes lingered for a moment at the sword on his hip before his face became more confident. He took a second to check his stance, working his shoulders while keeping the knife pointed at Ronin. When you ain't doing nothing, it ain't ranged that wins. It's momentum. Ronin looked at the knife, breathed once, then rushed the armed criminal as he checked his posture. Ronin's metal gauntlet pushed past the knife, grabbing the man's arm and twisting it out of the way before suckering him in the stomach with a fist. Dal first to act, Dal first to strike. Dal guy with guts. That's Dal guy who wins. Ronin's eyes were still locked on the knife as he forced the criminal's knife arm to the side, keeping it far out of the way while he continued to work the punk's body. The two figures grabbed each other's free arms, trying to gain the upper hand to free the weapon or disarm him. The larger criminal pushed down on Ronin, leaning his weight against the vigilante until the vigilante pulled back. Ronin suddenly swiveled on a dime, pulling both the criminal's arms down while stepping out of the way, the criminal's own weight throwing him into the ground. The criminal stumbled for a moment before Ronin grabbed him from behind by the neck and arm, driving him to the ground. It was over, so if you got da range, good sheet, as long as you do something with it. Mao laughed as he finished his points over Midoriya's crumpled form, lying face down in the dirt. Makes sense. Easy for you to say. Midoriya mumbled through the dirt, too tired from the hour of sparring to get completely up. You're effing invincible. You don't have to worry about getting whacked if you step too close. Yeah, lucky me. Mao laughed even harder as Midoriya pointed out how stupid his advice was. But it works for me. Ugh. Midoriya shrugged it off as he sunk into the dirt and dust, letting its cool surface cool his body. While Mao was happy to kick Midoriya's ass, their fighting styles were so distinct Midoriya wasn't sure he could actually use most of the advice Mao gave him. So, Mao dropped a plastic water bottle on the corpse that Midoriya became, snickering as it bounced off his back. You still doing dat jumpin' and runnin' sheet? How's dat going? Midoriya squatted as he looked at the Parker course, a small series of boxes he'd set up in the Parker gym. It wasn't anything complicated. A few jumps to different heights, some big gaps, some small gaps. It was a good start. Rising off the floor, Midoriya shook his legs to finish his stretches before taking on the course. He started with a small jog, speeding up into a run as he approached the first box. He put an arm out, grabbing the top of the box while he jumped to gain a little extra height, sliding over the box in a single mostly fluid motion. The next box slightly taller, Midoriya used the same trick to help gain height and get him high enough to get on top of the box. He hopped to the top, rising to his feet quickly to jump to the next box. He took a single large step forward, pushing down with all his weight to jump as the box, already shaken from the sudden shifts in his weight, decided now'd be a great time to fall over. Midoriya jumped off the falling box, too late to stop his forward momentum, which led him to crash painfully into the next box. What was supposed to be a giant jump to take him to the top of the next box became a reckless charge straight into its side, making Midoriya skid across the floor before headbutting the next box and flopping to the floor unceremoniously, with 2 rug-burnt knees and a far more damaged pride. It's going all right. Midoriya flopped into a sitting position, rubbing his red-skinned knees. But I've got a long way to go before I'm done. A lot of practice until then. Lot of fights. Mao kicked back against a support beam, drawing a water bottle for himself from his cargo pants and taking his time to open it, glancing to Midoriya's duffel bag and then jabbing a thumb at it. That's why you brought that. Wiping the hair and sweat from his eyes, Midoriya turned to his bag. While he hadn't been using it to train, his gear was still visible through the bag's unzipped top, a katana's handle sticking out unmistakably atop the folds of an old coat. He wasn't that tired, but it was getting late, and he was tired. Slowly, the boy peeled himself out of the dirt, rising to a knee and then 2 feet to collect his things. I shouldn't be out for long. The week had been getting him good practice, even if it was just at eating sit. While he wondered at the start if he could even use Mao's advice from their fights, The attacks he ate taught him there was a lot more to fighting than just techniques. Even if Midoriya could barely replicate even half of what Mao could pull off, if he understood the basic points behind the techniques, he could use those. And so Midoriya made his way home each day. From the Parker gym, another set of jumps, moving across the boxes. Midoriya cleared 1, then 2, and even 3 before trying to land on the box again, misplacing his balance, and came crashing down to the mat. Again, from the shooting range, Midoriya stepped back with his guard as rough as his breathing, his sort of wobbling mess that Mao took one glance at and laughed. The giant gangster closed the distance with a single leap, batting the blade aside before bringing his right in for the close distance. Or even just from school, Midoriya made his way home slowly and quietly. The gaps in action were filled by thoughts as Midoriya's mind ran ahead of his bruised body. Writing so fast in his notebook you'd swear you could see smoke coming off the page. Retracing his steps back home every day, he retraced his actions, playing it back to tear it all apart before building it back up again. Sure, he didn't always learn things the first time. The first box cleared. The second box cleared. The third box cleared. With his pace set, Midoriya bent his legs, moving to hop onto the fourth again. Midoriya sidestepped Mao's offensive, swinging at the gangster's fleeting form but catching only air. Mao spun as he moved around Midoriya, throwing out a high leg. Midoriya weaved under, moving back. He stepped out from the gangster's reach, making small corrections to his stance as he went. He looked over himself, confident in his posture, then raised his eyes as Mao already closed the distance with his fist raised. Damn, or the second time, or the third time, or even the fourth. All right, maybe he was kind of bad at this. Midoriya pushed himself off the mat for what must have been the 20th time that day, shoving the jumping blocks he tried using aside in annoyance before clambering to his feet. These blocks, these stupid padded pieces of trash, they were so annoying for Parker. Real Parker was on real solid surfaces like buildings or rails or whatever, not this lightweight flippy junk that fell over the second you put your feet on it. In annoyance, Midoriya stepped up, kicking the annoying trash hard into a wall, and was only mildly surprised when it rebounded straight toward his face. At this point he didn't even bother trying to dodge, closing his eyes in solemn acceptance as the block flew towards his head, hit after hit after hit Midoriya. And Mao went, more like a broken record than a spar or training. The two of them pressed close, legs locked in place as they threw out attack after attack. Midoriya's sword swings were getting tighter and faster. They had to. Mao was using both hands to punch straight through Midoriya's attacks, moving much faster than Midoriya could ever be expected to. The main man had 2 hands, and Midoriya only had 1 sword. There was no way he could keep up, and so, little by little, Midoriya lost ground before taking the big step back. Midoriya moved back as he pushed Mao's arm aside, trying to buy a second before the next attack to regain his stamina, but already the main man was moving in for another body shot. Distance. Even if he was bad at this though, like Bakugo and the bruises on his body always said he was, that didn't mean he'd give up. Midoriya didn't sidestep as the block flew towards him, spreading his arms out to catch it. The soft foam body of the block squished as his arms wrapped around it, giving him easy purchase despite the block's large size. He didn't even need to step back or adjust his stance. The block was so light. Holding the block in his arms, Midoriya turned over its function in his mind while turning over its form in his hands. The box was big, 3 feet in any given direction. But while it was big, it wasn't particularly heavy for its size. That lightness was his problem. While Midoriya wasn't even big or heavy for his age, the sudden weight on top of the box keeps knocking it over. So if I spread my weight better, maybe a little more slowly. Midoriya's mumbles gave way as his mouth closed into a small smile, placing the block back down in front of him, giving it the once-over before jumping onto it, settling for landing on the thing instead of trying to jump off it. Midoriya kept moving back as Mao kept moving in, his eyes locked on Mao's incoming hand. To control the distance wasn't just to keep attacking, especially not with all his attacks getting smacked aside like Mao was. But he couldn't just do nothing either and accept the incoming fist, so he kept moving. The pace of Mao's attacks dropped as he prepared that body shot, 1 arm much easier to match than 2. Midoriya's sword was whacked away time and time again by Mao's mighty flurry of punches, but he continued to rail against it even as he retreated. Mao stepped in suddenly still, moving in one fluid motion after his flurry with that hook coming in hot. His sudden acceleration put him right next to Midoriya as they both moved in one direction, so Midoriya decided to mix things up. One moment Midoriya was in front of Mao, stepping onto his back foot once again, then the next he too stepped in, shoving his shoulder into Mao's stomach. Mao's gut check flew past Midoriya's small form as that small form slammed into Mao's gut, pushing the giant gangster back for a single step. So he didn't always win. So he got knocked down. Jumping onto the box was easy. Pushing off the ground, lifting his legs high, moving over the box, and putting his feet down, child's play. Staying on top of it though. Staying standing even without trying to jump off it, though. That was a whole different ballgame. and it seemed sports was another thing Midoriya was bad at. Midoriya landed on the box. Sure, he put both feet down, but as he spread his arms out he could already feel the box tipping. Midoriya stayed put, trying to steady it out and spread his weight across the box instead of at one point. But the box toppled anyways, sending him downward once again. With his shoulder buried in Mao's chest, Midoriya was so close he couldn't attack the big man at all. He had effectively trapped himself in Mao's range. Mao wasted no time, grabbing Midoriya by his shirt and pulling the light weight off of him, throwing him across the dirt. He went pretty far, but this time, he didn't just fall. Midoriya landed on the ground with a roll, safely spreading out the force and rising back up much faster than he had before. He planted his feet as he took his next breath, turning around to keep going. It didn't matter if he was going to keep practicing jumping on a box that was as fickle and steady as the wind or a mountain of a man with twice his reach. He'd keep getting up and he'd keep going, because that was how you improved, not giving up, by getting up over and over while moving forward. Even if he was moving forward to try jumping on a park or hurdle or to face down a guy who could toss him around like a ball, he'd keep getting up and getting over himself, because that was you got better. The week seemed so long in the moment, so short in hindsight. Midoriya's first week of training was, in the moment, a varied hodgepodge of getting slammed into dirt floors and gym mats at angles he could scarcely imagine. After that moment, though, it became the opening act for what might have become the ass-kicking of a lifetime. For villains, of course, because why would Midoriya's training end so terribly for himself? If I'm going to get better at fighting, I need to challenge myself. Midoriya wasn't even talking to Mao when he came up with his latest in a long string of bad ideas, instead talking to his shower head as he cleaned more dirt smeared into his knees and elbows. God knows why it wasn't washing out. Fighting with Mao was a good track to build up his general skills, but most of the time it felt like ramming headfirst into a brick wall, sometimes with the same amount of brain damage. Fighting Mao was definitely good. While Mao's advice rarely seemed useful due to their massively different fighting styles, Mao's sheer power and defense forced Midoriya to go beyond his limits. In some ways, it was the kind of challenge he wanted, but not in all the ways he needed. Midoriya scowled as he looked at the nasty bruises forming on his arms. Whether the big guy meant to or not, Mao was so strong that Midoriya had yet to take a proper win off him. Sure, he had gotten in a few good hits on the giant gangster, but he wanted a little more than a few good taps on his opponent before eating another jab. Leaning against the shower wall as the warm water eased his aches, his past and his plans met somewhere in the middle to give him a new idea of how he'd train. He'd fought plenty of criminals before, a few stronger than him, but when he wanted to get better at something he needed to focus in on it, like when he started learning judo. He had forced himself to only use judo for weeks when he attended Ishiyama's judo club, and that had been great for his technique. By pushing himself into a corner, he could force those kinds of hard situations that accelerated growth, but at what cost? While it was good for practice, forcing himself to only use one fighting style could be dangerous, and not just for himself. He had body armor and a solid escape plan if things went south, but the civilians he met on the street, the victims of the crimes he stopped, didn't. If he was too busy effing around, trying to force himself to improve when he should have just been focusing on rescuing the civilians, he'd be just as much of a failure as the pro-heroes. Hell, he'd be worse, since he did it deliberately and consciously. Midoriya grabbed the body wash and began to really dig into that dirt on his knees, teeth gritting either from pain or concentration. He needed to endanger himself to push that growth, to find the challenge he wanted, but he shouldn't risk other people getting hurt for it. So how could he make sure no one else got hurt? Would he just freestyle it until he thought the civilians were safe, and then switch to one style? That seemed risky, especially if he made a bad call. It might be best to focus in on smaller crimes, then. Crimes that wouldn't put other people in danger, like pickpockets, but small crimes like those lack the danger needed for a challenge. Pickpockets don't fight back. Revenant turned the water to cold as he tried to find clarity in his thoughts. The only clarity he could find, though, was that there would be no clear answer. Some things had no straightforward plan, and times like that would require improvising. On the other hand, there were a few things he could plan. This wasn't his first time focusing on a style, so maybe if he picked what style he should focus on in advance, the rest might get a little easier. He had already done only guns and only judo, like challenge runs in a video game. So what could he do? What was one thing he could single out, something he could focus on and try working into every fight while keeping civilians safe? Izuku, you've been in there for 10 minutes. Save some water for the rest of us. Perhaps, Midoriya thought as he hurriedly turned and grabbed the shower handle. Timing might be a good place to start, with only a week to go until his trip back to UA. A solid point to set himself against for improvement. It seemed timing was a better start than Midoriya could have imagined. Not that he planned for it to be his final pick, mind you. Giving himself a deadline pushed Midoriya to make the most of his time. Creating one of those challenges Midoriya rambled about in the shower. Now, it wasn't about just doing more and more push-ups until the number became so big it didn't matter. It was about doing more and more push-ups until UA came, and then it didn't matter. There was more to it than push-ups, sure, but there was more to the last week than just work. With the weekend as Midoriya's dedicated full relaxation days, Midoriya laid off from the Parker gym and the military base to focus inward. While that might have started with getting existential in the shower, there was a lot more going on just Midoriya's usual mumbling. Midoriya spent a little time with his mom across both days instead of cramming it all into Sunday like usual, really trying to make the most of his mom's presence to cool his head before he got back to work. While Midoriya did maintenance on his stuff weekly, he put a little extra time into it these 2 days. A little resewing the jacket here, some oil for his sword there, and rounding it out with a healthy round of replacing all the batteries in his dozens of possessed items. Jesus, he went through a ton of batteries. Closing out his days as he opened them, Midoriya meditated in his room. With his nerves tauter than usual, Midoriya was really trying to cram in as much relaxation as he could get. In theory, there was nothing for relaxing a mind like removing your thoughts and sitting peacefully. In practice, it was a great place for Midoriya to get stuck with his thoughts as he bent his body out of shape like a wet noodle. While his yoga mediation hybrid had been great for returning his banged-up body to its former limberness before that female Namu punched him across what felt like a city block, there was nothing quite like note-taking and planning to set Midoriya's mind at ease, mostly as a way for all his mumbling and nerves to escape his head and onto a page. So, Sunday night, before he went to bed for tomorrow's school and a week before he went to UA, to try and do something with those guys in 1A, Midoriya worked out a rough schedule. With the moon high and the dark deep, Midoriya probed the problems he could see coming and made his plans for how to deal with them. Looking over the paper so worn by his eraser it was almost holier than a church, Midoriya couldn't help but smile. Now that he had a rough idea what he was getting into, how could he not? With his bed made, the only left to do was lie in it. Midoriya shut notebook number 14, tossing it into his school bag, then flicking off his all-night lamp and meandering to his bed, collapsing down on top of it. School finals might be months away, but for Midoriya, it was looking like it was about to be cram time. Monday, a school day, but Midoriya's day started long before school. Now, the literal least of Midoriya's worries was school. It was so far down his list Midoriya only remembered he should tell the school he wouldn't be there next Monday when he wrote everything out Sunday night, which was kind of important. Didn't want the school asking his mom where he was. That'd be a stupid way to reveal his identity if the school even bothered. Other than letting his homeroom teacher know he would be gone for a day, school was as empty and free as always. The reason he came here in the first place. He could spend time with Aiko, and he did, but there was something else he could do with his time. Senpai. Midoriya stumbled off the hardwood floor, grabbing his kendo stick as he pushed off his back and onto his knees before bowing before his older classmate. Thank you for the fight. Midoriya was back in the kendo club room again, coming in early just to pick a fight. Now, instead of just picking a fight with the best, Midoriya looked for fights with anyone and everyone who'd so much as look at him, trying to get as many as he could in the time he spent here. Man Janny, you fell to da floor so fast. Thought you were divin for dat sit. For real, he looked so much better fightin' the captain. I know, right. Want to go another round, Janny? His senpais within the club had been a little tentative at first, but after the first few fights with Midoriya seeming to eat more and more sit, the aggressive teens couldn't help but take a few whacks at him. Janny. Yes, senpai. Midoriya responded immediately, making sure not to lose his momentum between fights as he rose to his feet, grabbing his sword with both hands and getting into position with a genuine eagerness about him. Thank you for the fight. Sure, Janny, sure. The delinquents he'd been fighting laughed as one of them stepped forward to put him on his ass again. The delinquent didn't even bother to take his vape out of his mouth, taking a big breath in before cracking a smile and letting the smoke drift out from between his teeth while he looked down on his underclassman. Try to last a minute this time, Janny. His upperclassman roared as he pulled his sword into position before lunging forward to smash Midoriya's head and the floorboards together one more time before school started. Oh yeah, the Janny thing. Midoriya wasn't sure if it was entirely because nobody actually knew his name. Thought he wouldn't be surprised, but it seems all that cleaning he'd done had kind of stuck, just not in the way he wanted. Now, while the trash was spreading across the whole clubroom, everyone called him janitor until they shortened it up to make for a better nickname. So here he was, Janny, getting swept. Nickname or not, Midoriya almost raised his guard before forcing himself to keep his sword low and his eyes open on his opponent charging in. The upperclassman moved in quickly with one massive swing as Midoriya stepped past the attack, moving around swings strong enough to be on the streets by the usual punks he'd take on. The upperclassman barreled onward as Midoriya danced around, his own light steps a mirror of his opponent's while his sword stayed out of the way. Unchallenged, his opponent dominated the space between them with attacks, keeping Midoriya on the defensive and giving him little time to attack. Not that he planned to. With the delinquent large swings, there were plenty of small chances for Midoriya to interrupt. He could attack right after the delinquent's sword missed him, striking before his opponent could defend. He could put a little more force into his footwork and get behind his opponent, a place where there'd be no defenses to stop him from attacking. Hell, if Midoriya wanted to, he could try just planting his feet, blocking one hit, then pushing through to start some attacks of his own. But he didn't. Midoriya kept on sweeping across the room step by step, inching around his opponent with small moves while his opponent continued advancing, chopping through air and Midoriya's escape options with every swing. It was like slow motion to Midoriya's eyes, a quick game of cat and mouse. Every swing pushed Midoriya back as he dodged, moving out of the way of the sword and into a new position to work with. While Midoriya usually tried to block other swords with his own like some kind of swordsman or something nuts like that, you couldn't block most attacks on the street. Energy attacks, bullets, hell, even Mao's punches, some stuff was just too big to block. That's where dodging came in. And what better way to practice than in a tiny training room with some guys who were just trying to beat the shit out of him. The room was big, bigger than any classroom in Ishiyama or alley in Musutafu, but with the people and things inside it wasn't like Midoriya could dodge forever. Sure, he had to weave in a few attacks to make it look like he was trying, but even he couldn't run in circles forever. Sooner or later he'd back himself into a corner, or he'd trip over a piece of garbage he didn't pay attention, or, like right now, someone would trip him. One small kick to the back of his shin and all of Midoriya's fancy movements fell apart, turning the step that should have pushed him out of the way of the next overhead swing into a stumble that nearly knocked Midoriya over before the big hit actually landed. As soon as Midoriya could feel his balance compromised, he took one look at the sword coming for his head and dropped all the strength in his legs, collapsing under the attack before it could even properly hit him. It still hit him, the wooden blade smacking his shoulder and forcing him down even faster than he would have liked. But that just made his guise as he acted hurt all the more convincing. Midoriya hit the ground hard and grabbed his shoulder, scowling in pain at his own bad landing instead of the blow he took to the shoulder, with his upperclassmen coming in to laugh at him once again. Could he have stabilized from the trip and kept going? Probably. Could he have landed better? Definitely. Still, it was all part of the disguise as Midoriya worked his shoulder on the floor, glancing up at his laughing classmates. It seemed his next step was to get better at landing. And how did you get better? You got up. And so Midoriya ignored the many bruises from his hour of off and on again sparring, pushing off his back and onto his knees, bowing down in front of the delinquent quickly. "Senpai, thank you for the food." Tuesday, another school day. While Midoriya's before-school workout was nothing to scoff at with all the running and getting twatted upside the head with sticks, school itself was a time for him to work that big brain that he used to get C's and B's through all of middle school and find out what he could really do. Not doing actual schoolwork, mind you, in Ishiyama High School. Heaven forbid. Midoriya had been spending his school hours working through some of the old info he copied down forever ago for the UA summer camp. The hero profiles on everyone within Exam F. He'd made the copies what seemed like another lifetime ago, when Nedzu, that stupid rat, tricked him into meeting Ryukyu. Not that he minded, Ryukyu being one of the heroes he admired the most, but like his thoughts right now, he had gotten distracted at the UA summer camp and hadn't gotten the chance to properly work through the reports. Now he took his time to really try and pull apart the information in the reports while most of his classmates argued, taunted, or fought each other in the tsunami that was just another day in Ishiyama. His note-taking had run long into lunch today, just trying to research some things on the people he knew less about, like the pink girl with the acid quirk or the muscle guy with the sugar quirk. While his research wasn't anything groundbreaking, it was helpful to take a step back from the obvious things and learn a little bit more about the people he was trying to work with. "Midoriya, are you feeling all right? You can't just get by on lunch on Gatorade." Speaking of people he was working with, Aiko was doing a great job as his dietary consultant, even if it was just the obvious things. While they'd been eating together since Aiko joined the club, Midoriya had learned to enjoy it a little more than just having someone to teach mathematics he'd sooner forget if he got the chance. Even if it was just someone telling him to stop mumbling and eat his chicken, rice, and that salad he tossed together this morning. "Don't knock Gatorade. It's pretty good for energy." Midoriya mumbled out his weak excuses while pulling out his lunch, deciding to set the salad aside like his notebook and eat the part of his lunch he'd actually enjoy first. He'd definitely enjoy his second Gatorade of the day after the fights he got in Kendo Club. "Does Gatorade sponsor you, or do you buy that much on your own?" Aiko was even more eager to set aside her own notes than Midoriya, opening up an entire liter of juice like Midoriya opened his Gatorade. "I don't think I've seen anyone drink as much of anything as much as you do. Man, I wish Gatorade sponsored me, but I don't go through that much. It's just 3 a day. At school, at least." He kept to himself that he had more whenever he was training by himself because he could definitely feel this was something Mao would be laughing for hours about. It was the exact kind of nonsense that the main man would go on and on about, no matter how random it seemed to the teen. "I don't know how you get any work done in class, Midoriya. Aiko changed the topic herself, not dwelling too much on Midoriya's addiction to focus instead on her woefully large pile of studies. It's really scary in there. When that vulture guy got thrown out the window, some of the glass almost landed on my desk. I thought I was gonna pass out. Someone was thrown out the window. Why? Their room was on the first floor. This felt like something relatively important that he had missed amidst his study. Revenant squinted in confusion, trying to remember whatever Aiko was talking about. But it probably didn't matter. Well, this is Ishiyama High School. Every class here is like that. Midoriya almost mentioned how every student was here because they were like that. But since he and Aiko were also in the school, he felt that it'd be a little mean to point out. I just keep my distance, don't mess with anyone, and nobody messes with me. Maybe I should move away from the windows. Aiko tilted her head as she thought it over, trying to pick a safe spot in their class, but Midoriya was pretty sure one didn't exist. Either way, while it wasn't technically his problem, Midoriya did feel some need to help Aiko out. The front of the class is pretty empty. Everyone who's supposed to sit there's moved around, so it should be a pretty safe place. Besides that, it was next to him, and while he wasn't sure he was bodyguard material, he had to count for something. Yeah, Aiko nodded along, going along with his reasoning pretty easily, then slumped back as she thought about the rest of her day. But what if the other schools bust down our door? Then I'd be right at the front. Worse, if the door flies off its hinges, it's gonna smash into me. Hold up. Midoriya put a pin in whatever demolition door theories Aiko had running through her head, sending a door flying at least 10 feet to whack some student, and tried to focus on the first part because it felt like he was missing something. Why would other schools come to our classroom? Our class can't even come to our classroom. You really didn't hear. Aiko looked at Midoriya with some strange newfound respect at his ignorance as she detailed the rumors she heard, sitting at the back of the class next to most of the arguing and fighting students. It seems like some really big school thing is coming up, the summer school fight. Wait, isn't it supposed to be the summer school festival? A whole bunch of schools are going to show up, and they say it's going to be a really big event. Aiko continued on, her tone getting more and more serious as she went on. I heard there's going to be a big competition with a whole bunch of fights, and that a whole bunch of really dangerous people are going to show up, and that it's going to last for almost 3 days. The really dangerous person who'd already shown up right next to her tried to get a read on how she was feeling about all this, putting aside his food and putting a little more effort into calming her worries. If it's going to be that big of a disaster, I'm sure your parents will let you skip class for a few days. It's not even a full week. Midoriya spoke with a shrug, but Aiko seemed to really think over his words as she stared deeply into her giant juice box. Why yeah, if we just keep our distance, it'll all be okay. Giving a quick pat on the arm for one last bit of reassurance, Midoriya returned to his sandwich and more pressing matters. Reviewing the notes he took on the notes Nedzu took on exam if he had to look to the future right now, he couldn't waste his time on strange things like whatever a summer fight was. Wednesday was, to no one's surprise, a school day. Midoriya's school days were a little shorter than most's, however, and after lunch he was technically free to do whatever. With all his afternoon classes online and already completed, Midoriya was free to do whatever he pleased. He didn't even have to stay at the school. He only did because of club meetings when Aiko got out. He'd been using those meetings to continue working on his equipment after vigilantism, but they hardly needed repairs every day. Besides, club meetings didn't happen for a few more hours. For the past school year, Midoriya used this time to work on his equipment, especially when he was making new things. But that encroaching deadline deterred him from trying anything new, and instead focus on what he already had. He might still brainstorm an idea or two, and he already knew the next weapon he wanted to make, but he felt like it'd be a bad use of his time to make more complications and hoops to jump through with so many things going on already. Midoriya also didn't spend these hours doing vigilantism. He learned from hero analysis, crime analysis, and first-hand vigilante experience that there was no point in doing vigilantism in the hours between his lunch and club hours, from about 1 to 3 o'clock. Not only was it the height of hero activity, with many professional heroes going out on patrols or taking care of business in the city, but it was also the low point for crime. Like Midoriya, any criminals worth a damn could read the signs and knew when heroes were on the prowl, and those criminals knew the best way to keep going was to keep their heads down. While the day would tick on, the heroes would have to shift to other things eventually. Fans, paperwork, their personal lives, nobody was on the clock all the time. While there still were heroes to fill in those spots, there was never enough, and that's where a vigilante like him fit in. Right now, the day was still ticking on. With a couple of hours to burn before club, Midoriya turned inward for some good all self-study, like how he started way back when. While he wasn't walking in circles around a pile of clothes anymore, he could still reflect on what he'd been doing and try to push for improvements in small directions. Easy example. Today in Kendo Club he'd been getting fewer challengers. While everyone had been eager to beat the shit out of him for free after a little warm-up on Monday and all of Tuesday, the novelty had worn off for most of them by Wednesday, so he had to savor his fights a little more and try to get as much out of them as possible. Monday, his big problem was his footing. He bumped into walls a few times because of bad positioning, but the biggest problem was the trash on the floor and the interference of people outside the fight. Tuesday had started better, but an endurance test of fight after fight for 1 hour exposed how much further his footwork could get, especially towards the end when he was getting tired. With no reason to stop, Midoriya spent Wednesday working on Monday and Tuesday's problems, spending his time in the Parker gym to better work on his footwork. There were tons of tiny things he could improve on. Keeping his feet high when he moved so they didn't snag on anything low to the ground. Keep his feet low so they didn't snag on anything high off the ground. Making slow motions, picking up the pace for faster motions. Forget taking a lifetime to master. It'd take a lifetime just to list all the shit he could work on. This was ridiculous. And, unfortunately, contrary. There were lots of improvements that went against each other, things that could not be worked together. It would be best to find his own style and work to make it shine. Words that he was almost sure he had once said to another. Midoriya experimented around with a lot of workouts he learned about, from jumping rope to running ladder rungs, practicing where he was supposed to put his feet. He even doubled back to keep battling his new nemesis, those stupid light Parker blocks he kept knocking over. If he could conquer those, Midoriya was pretty sure he could balance on just about anything. Eventually, sure, right now he was just practicing jumping between boxes and trying to stick landings. With a week's practice, Midoriya could stay on his feet if he moved fast enough, landing on the box just long enough to jump off. But now he was trying to get a better landing. To stick a landing he could stick with instead of landing for a moment before the box started wobbling and he started falling. Midoriya bounded from 1 box to 2, from 2 to 3, then aimed his entire body as he leapt for 4 and tried to keep his ground. He landed on the box with feet spread apart and arms spread further, already pinwheeling as he tried to keep his balance. His legs wobbled something fierce as they absorbed the impact of his landing, spreading his weight out across the box. From the moment he touched down, the box shook, taking his weight to tip one way before tilting back like a seesaw. Although it only bucked for a moment. Riding out that moment seemed a monumental task for the kid who usually only flipped off solid surfaces. But as it bounced back and forth, the box eventually settled back on the ground with Midoriya still on top. Midoriya stood with arms splayed out like a surfer, glancing down at his feet with a stupid smile growing on his face. While he might pull off balancing on anything eventually, right now he was feeling pretty good balancing on this one thing for a few seconds. Thursday, 3 o'clock, and Midoriya was back on track to the school after his Parker practice. He walked a little slower than usual, taking the time to work his ankles. This footwork was pretty intensive stuff, with most of the fine detail being in his ankles. His hips and knees did most of the power behind his balancing. But as long as his ankles could adjust in time, he could spread out his weight and stay balanced. Sure, Midoriya was a little late to the club, but putting in hours at the gym didn't mean putting in hours with no breaks. He was pretty sure if he worked for hours straight, he'd be crawling back to school instead of meandering. Midoriya kept that meandering as he moseyed on through the school gates and into the side building, kicking aside more broken glass at the entrance on his way to the club room. The day was wicked hot, giving Midoriya a little more hate for all the broken windows in the building. It was no wonder that the AC in this place didn't work. Who'd bother to fix it when it'd just be wasted? Midoriya undid his shirt an extra button as he opened the club door, coming in as the second club member to arrive. Aiko was already sitting at the table, seeming unfazed by the heat save for her unusually low layers. Her jacket rested on her chair behind her while her long sleeves weren't even rolled up, and she didn't even look like she was sweating. Midoriya, the human sweat rag opposed to his cool companion, ditched his backpack as soon as possible and slumped into a chair, grabbing his notebook to fan himself off a little bit. He'd need a minute to cool off before he could even think about building something. Aiko greeted him as he entered. He replied with as much energy as a sunburnt noodle could muster while going for his water bottle. Surprise twist, it was secretly Gatorade, but he was hiding it after drinking 5 Gatorades in a day in front of Aiko and getting called out on his addiction. Oh, the confusing and befuddling twists of his machinations. After getting a little energy and pretending it was a lot, the pair got to work on their next order of business. Midoriya was doing a favor for himself, fixing the Kendo Club's already well-used sticks, and pretending it was for the sake of the club instead of more practice. Aiko, who was currently between projects, offered to help, and there was no way Midoriya would turn down an extra set of hands. Most of the work was just seeing what was wrong with the sticks. Made up of bamboo strips, held together by something like leather and string, the sticks weren't exactly engineering masterpieces. Even still, Midoriya was a far cry from an engineering mastermind. Otherwise, he'd probably have to do less maintenance on his own costume. This heat wave really is crazy, Midoriya mumbled as he examined the knots on a kendo stick, using a small pair of scissors to poke the already broken string to see just how bad it was. With a click of his tongue, he snipped the string, removing it and going for the spool to put more in. Hopefully there's some rain soon. Oh, that would be nice. Aiko cut her section of string off, then passed him the spool, putting it into her needle while glancing towards the hallway. But with all the broken windows, the floor might slippery. Maybe we should put a mat in here. Midoriya gave a grunt of agreement, taking his eyes off his project and onto the room. While he worked inside this room for months fixing his costume, he only bothered to work on this room once at the very start. A basic cleaning to get rid of the garbage, some heat-resistant paint so he couldn't accidentally burn the building down if he tried metalwork. The hardest thing he'd ever done was probably the electrical work on the place. Since then, though, one of the lights had gone out. Not very relevant for them during school. Very relevant for him when he was sneaking in at the middle of the night in the dark. Plus, the floor. Midoriya didn't need to say anything. The pair glancing at the combination of chipped, cracked, and entirely AWOL tiles that were supposed to be the crafting club's floor. While Midoriya wasn't sure what the pay grade of the crafting club should have been, he had a good feeling this was beyond it. Do you think we can fix it? Aiko asked, clearly unsure with her very limited experience fixing things if this was even something that could be fixed. Unfortunately, while he didn't show it, Midoriya didn't have much experience beyond her. I mean, it looks pretty unsafe. Yeah, Midoriya muttered in agreement, partially annoyed at just how bad the room looked even with his minor maintenance. He had swept up most of the free-floating tiles alongside the trash, but that didn't lessen the underlying damage. If anything, it helped expose all new problems like nails and sharp edges. It definitely needs some serious fixing, but Midoriya rambled off as he thought about the scale of the repairs. Logically, the school should call in contractors or something for this, a full repair team to get it sorted out. A team of construction workers or whoever could definitely sort out this room. In a week, at least. A week he couldn't use the room not just for crafting but for his real work. After tearing it apart more, undoing all the small details he'd put in, like the paint on the walls, possibly the curtains, and the secret spots he used to hide his possessed. But we can certainly try, Revenant said with more confidence than he felt, putting on a determined smile. Aiko gave her own soft cheer as Revenant looked over the work with new eyes, already trying to see how he could fix the room and beyond. After all, if he was the one renovating, who said he couldn't add a few things of his own? He'd need to check in with the main office, sure, but with how lax they were about everything else, there was no question that there'd be no questions. Aiko and Midoriya pulled out their notes before they closed out their club meeting with new enthusiasm, already starting to make plans for next week's project on the page right after Midoriya's plans for his other project next week. Slowly but surely it was all coming together. And like that, it was Friday. And thus Friday rolled in, the final school day of the week. Midoriya was up groggy but early in the morning, rising with the summer sun to get all his things in order. Eventually, opening his weary eyes at his mortal enemy, his own alarm, Midoriya sighed and then slumped from his covers to the floor, slowly spreading out to stretch that weariness from his bones. Midoriya's morning yoga meditation thing took a minute, with Midoriya having to build up the energy before every motion but hanging onto a little more with every completed pose. With his body feeling like a bent-out piece of wood, Midoriya went to the bathroom to get ready for the day. A hot shower to limber up turned cold to wake up, barely a minute to dry off, and the boy Blunder was in his uniform. His head still dripping wet, Midoriya ducked into the kitchen to exchange hugs for food, then made his way out the door. Making his way quickly down the flights of stairs, Midoriya hit the street at a jog, bounding down the road past the metro stop and straight toward his school. The metro was faster and way easier on his legs. But who was he to turn down a training opportunity? The early morning sidewalk was mostly empty, especially so close to sunrise. Although it was a long way to Ishiyama, Midoriya made sure to leave extra early to make sure he could get there right when he wanted to. Checking his phone, he found he was right on pace to get there a minute early for the kendo. Just shut up and give me the damn purse. Midoriya glanced up from his phone down an alright-looking alley, spotting a small group of people inside. A little surprising to see it in this part of town. And so early too, but whatever happened, happened. Midoriya continued to jog down the street to the next alley, dropping his bag behind some trash cans while pulling off his shirt and undershirt for a quick disguise before doubling back. This would only take a second. Midoriya dropped from the rooftops back into his alley, pulling his undershirt off his face and back around his body while fumbling for the backpack he'd hid behind the trash cans, eventually just kicking it into the air while he shoved his arms back through his sleeves. Midoriya tossed his shirt on, leaving it unbuttoned while he grabbed his falling book bag and booked it out of the alley, stumbling for a moment into a couple before sprinting for the school. So, he was on pace to be late by 5 minutes now. That's what he got for running out of zip ties and having to use one belt to tie up 2 guys. That was just how it rolled some days. But however the ball rolled, Midoriya could only roll with it. Or, maybe today, sprint like a maniac with it to try up and make up lost time. Through taking some very legal shortcuts and hopping over only a few fences, Midoriya made it to the kendo club close enough to on time. Most students weren't anywhere near the school so early, but for reasons Midoriya never bothered learning, the kendo club was a step ahead of the rest in timing. Maybe it was the game systems they hid in their club. Maybe it was the chance to beat the snot out of a freshie literally asking for it. It was anyone's guess. Already there were a few people there when Midoriya opened the door, already eager to throw down. Midoriya kept up his manners and his small boy act as he dropped his things by the door and picked up his own kendo stick, launching it off the ground with a kick to then snatch it out of the air. Man, he didn't think about it before, but he was getting really good at that one really weird trick. Once the gimmicks and jokes were over, the matches began. Midoriya made sure they went quick to keep his opponents interested, being juggled between 2 of the early crew until more people trickled in. Once more people came in and he had a few more options, Midoriya could take it slower and actually enjoy his fights. His footwork became not just faster but more precise as he weaved with his opponents, dancing until his favorite 2 came in. Midoriya was getting comfortable on the back foot. He balanced on the balls of his feet, eyeing up his current opponent. "Come on, Janny, dance." His opponent roared with life as she stepped in, but even though she was energetic, she was running out of steam. She didn't notice with her high excitement, but Midoriya could feel the difference. Midoriya brought his sword up as she stabbed at his face, stepping out of the way but still swatting her blade away with his own. He put on a show with clenched teeth as he slowly brought his sword back, feigning the fatigue his opponent felt. The fatigue and slow moves created an opening, but Midoriya couldn't tell if his opponent saw the opening or was just happy to keep charging in. Either way, his current partner moved in again and again, eager to try and hit something other than his stumbling sword. Midoriya moved in a small circle as she swung sideways, staying barely out of her reach while keeping his own sword up and ready, and she could tell how close she was to touching him. It only spurred her faster and harder, pressing down the advantage she thought she had until she actually got one. As Midoriya moved round and round, his footing eventually found purchase on a discarded energy drink. Even as it crushed under his weight, Midoriya could feel himself tipping back further than he intended, off balance once again. Whether she noticed it or not, his opponent charged forward, roaring at his panicked face. She brought her sword across to smash into his arm, unguarded by his lax sword position. Midoriya could feel himself ready to tip back, the can sliding slightly under his foot as the sword approached and went with it. Midoriya let his leg slide across the hardwood before lifting his other leg, turning his stumbling into a last-minute dodge to jump out of the way once again. His opponent's sword went over his own, missing his arm and body by a few inches and giving himself the perfect opening to counterattack. Now, he wasn't the kind of guy to turn down an open invitation and finally raised his sword for his own attack. One breath in, raising the sword up for his attack. His opponent locking eyes with him, realizing just how effed she was, then a small step forward onto the energy can. FSH thunk. The can slid easily under Midoriya's weight as he pushed it forward, his lead leg flying high out from under him to send him sprawling on his ass. PFD. Midoriya's opponent couldn't even keep a straight face as her opponent turned himself into a rug, managing to stay straight for a second before busting out into laughter. Iwahaha. Nice moves, Janny. While not everyone paid attention to him, most of the club had gotten used to his fights and their spectacular ends, almost all of Midoriya's losses coming out like this one. It made for a regular comedy for the club. Midoriya peeled himself off the floor, rubbing his head. His landing had been getting pretty good, barely hurting even with the wooden floor, but to say it didn't hurt at all would be bullshit. Still, Midoriya played it up, squinting like he was regaining his bearings as a kendo stick pointed at his face. Fight's over, Janny. His opponent managed to get herself under control long enough to properly point her stick at his face. Only a few snickers now. Midoriya was more than happy to lose, tossing his own aside to the club's cheers. The club had a good time as Midoriya rolled to his feet, rubbing his back. That fall was pretty good, but that landing though, another thing to practice at the Parker gym. He moved his shoulders to ease the stiffness, getting to his feet and walking to the door. He passed by his kendo sword, hooking a foot underneath before kicking it up. With one quick swipe he sniped it out the air, resting it against his shoulder as a few of the club members directed their attention briefly to him, talking over his 5th spectacular loss that day. Midoriya started with a lot of work after his, admittedly, way too good wins when he first showed up. All it took though was a lot more way too bad losses to convince everyone that those were flukes, or at least, that he had a lot more wrong than he did right. Midoriya joked along, but even as he was talking he grabbed his things. He put a strap of his bag over his shoulder, giving the few who'd talked to him a small wave goodbye before heading out the door for first hour. He had some attendance to attend, and he didn't want to ruin his good streak. Somebody had to be on their teacher's good side eventually after all, and it might as well be him. Besides, the last of his little lessons at UA weren't going to plan themselves. Kinky watched her opponent stumble away from the crowd, still smiling at her latest victory. Her clubmates crowded around her, congratulating her for keeping the freshie on the ropes for so long, but it didn't mean much to her. From the side, her brother, Fairy, leaned back against a support beam with a confident smile. She scowled momentarily at that tiny guy's smirk, but kept it pleasant while her clubmates swarmed her, tapping her sword on the ground. She thought through her motions again. She kept up her usual pace, keeping the pressure on with sharp moves and sharper stabs, same way she won fights on the streets, but she just couldn't get a grip on that slippery freshie. She was good with her moves when her opponent couldn't move, but in such an open space, the new guy was content to just keep stepping back and weaving around her. His movements might have said he was barely staying on his feet, but his expression, his face, was just too damn calm. Her grip tightened on the sword. While the star of the show had gone, that crafting club guy who picked fights with everyone he could see, the club didn't die down the way it would have a few weeks ago. People would have just stumbled back to their corners, a barely banded bunch, but now there was a little activity in the middle. A few people actually talked, messing around with their swords, and 2 people even squared up without Fairy threatening to smack the shit out of everyone who didn't fight him. He's good. Kinky tapped her sword on the ground again, paying little mind to her clubmates now as she thought through the fight's final moments in reverse. He was on the ground, but not because of her. He had a clear shot at her, but he tripped on something. That damn can that was right next to her feet. That damn can he partially crushed underfoot before toppling back like a clown. She raised her sword up one more time. Crunch. He's too good. He's bad at being good, Fairy muttered as he kicked off the beam, sauntering over with his own sword resting against his shoulder. He crouched in front of her, inspecting the crushed can. You got a point to this. If this room wasn't so big, this place wasn't her scene. Tight group fights, shoulder to shoulder with her crew. Packed alleys with little wiggle room. Her fighting style came from those small spaces. A style of thrusting and stabbing so she didn't get crushed no matter how cramped the vice got. When she was in her scene, where big moves got caught by their own motion, where you couldn't just step back and weave, but you think I'd have one if this room wasn't so big. Fairy glanced up around the room, and it was a pretty big room. The ceiling had this kind of vaulted look where you could see the rafters, wooden support beams running the length of the building. It was almost entirely open, save for the things they dragged in here like the couch and TV. The room had an echo that could still be heard if you listened close. He could hear it now in the echo as swords clashed, 2 guys fighting in the backdrop. To you, Fairy pushed off his knees, dusting off his pants and adjusting the sword on his shoulder. He couldn't give his sister the answer she was looking for, so he didn't give her one at all. Her question thrown back at her, Kinky didn't respond, instead focusing on her sword. Her style was good. It wasn't perfect. She didn't win every time, but she was good. She could beat her brother in a straight fight sometimes with her own skills, and she knew he was good. She could even beat most of the gangs they fought one-on-one, and had even held her own against 2 opponents once. Her style was good, but, hey, what are you all doing sitting around? Fairy was already started going around to pick fights, trying to smack everyone off the PlayStation so he could get on, but Kinky stayed for a moment longer with her sword pressing down on the can. Her style was good. Her style could win. She almost had that new kid so many times. But even as she got close, that new kid just kept calm and kept just out of reach. Even when he fell on his ass like a dumbass, he made sure she couldn't win with her style even when she won. Come on, you didn't see that match. We've all got to keep sharp for the next raid, so get off your asses and on your feet. Who wants to throw down first? It was not sad. It was barely aggravating anymore. After a week of chasing him, it was funny to see the gap between them, to see someone so good fail to hide it so bad, and even to see the moments he genuinely effed up. And when something was funny, you laughed, but the punchline was over. Come on. If you've got half the twinkle toes of Janny, you'll do fine. So who wants to step up? Fairy leered at the couch potatoes who had grabbed their things, none of them wanting to go first, ready to crack a laugh until he noticed someone come up behind him. I won't need his city moves to beat you. Fairy glanced back at Kinky, standing tall even with her beaten ego and her sword raised high. He took a second to look over her stance before spinning on his heel to face her, sword still resting against his shoulder. Oh yeah. Kinky took a big breath in, then released it alongside her thoughts as her stance turned sideways. One hand raised to stab right through that stupid newbie's face the next time she saw him. Oh, Fairy nodded, looking contemplative before breaking into a smile, his hand tightening on the sword grip. Yeah. He rolled his shoulder, she bounced on her feet, then the pair crashed into each other. Midoriya made it to class with a minute to spare. Not that you could tell. Half the class was still missing. Less fighting he had to go through, though. Midoriya kept his head down and didn't even spare any of his classmates a glance as he made his way towards his desk, pulling it back to where it should have been and then going off to find a clean enough chair. Aiko was already there as usual, sitting in her new seat beside his desk. She'd come in at her usual time and had fallen asleep in the time it had taken Midoriya to get here. And who was he to disturb some well-earned shut-eye? Honestly, after his morning, he wouldn't have minded a little extra rest himself. The homeroom teacher swung by, Mr. Kimiri, doing a quick roll call before shouting at the guys fighting in the back to not break anything before dipping. Honestly, Midoriya might follow his teacher's lead one day with how few things he had left to do in class, but with the finishing touches on his plans at UA ahead, he'd be daydreaming about freedom some other day. Midoriya drew out his notebooks, laying number 15 out on his desk alongside the individual papers to help hone in his research. While he had cliff notes in his latest notebook, there was no better source for info than straight from his sources while he still could. Maybe he should staple the individual papers into his notes. Midoriya texted himself to buy a stapler, then opened his phone to get some more research ideas. He'd be continuing his training with Exam F, the students he taught back in that city summer camp. It had been a mess even before the villains attacked. But for his side, Midoriya thought it went pretty well. Exam F was full of kids who could be good heroes someday. That red rock guy, the pink guy, the sugar muscles, and the tape guy. Even as loath as he was to admit it, Bakugo had grown a lot stronger since they'd last seen each other. Of course, his standout was Kaminari, but that was a given. Even Midoriya could see he liked that guy a lot more than the other aspiring heroes. They had been working on improving their quirks, something Midoriya couldn't deny would be good for them. Just like he relied on his moves and martial arts to keep himself going in the streets, these aspiring heroes would use their quirks. So, as he needed to train and improve himself, so did they. Sure, he thought they could improve a lot more than just their quirks, but any improvement was still an improvement. So he had worked before the summer camp to learn about their quirks, to learn how they worked so he could help them improve. These papers were meant to help give him a basic rundown on each of the students in Exam F, and while they'd been good, he could do far better than good. Any improvement was still an improvement, but he could go far beyond that. At the summer camp, he witnessed their fighting styles personally. He had seen how they'd use the quirks the papers only described in dull terms. They were more than just numbers, just as he was more than the push-ups he had done. So, this time, he would not go in with just their quirks in mind. Revenant read through his notes, quick notes first made back at the camp after fighting them, then later filled in with the information he had remembered about them throughout the week. Their styles, both how they fought and how they lived. Training Kaminari had been far more than just drilling facts into his head, so he should expect the rest to be similar. They each had their own styles, and while he couldn't tailor everything to them, he could try to help. Hence, his new notebook, filled with new notes on Exam F and how he'd help them. The only problem was, with so many students, they each had wildly different styles. He had cheated with Kaminari and taught his own style, molding it to be better for Kaminari. But in hindsight, Midoriya could see that wasn't a great idea. He had been bugged by a few other people to teach them, and, not wanting to, he had given the lame excuse that their quirk wouldn't fit well with his fighting style. It wasn't until the third time using that excuse, when talking to a pro hero he actually admired, that he realized how true his excuse was. Very few heroes used weapons like swords or spears, so a majority of his training was worthless to them. Kaminari learning swordsmanship had turned out all right, Midoriya supposed, but he had made way more progress with his lightning leg thing than he did with his sword. To try and force him to learn Midoriya's style would have been a mistake. On the flip side, that meant he had to spread out into some unconventional places to get ideas for their styles. Not all were hard though. For example, the red rock guy Eijiro Kirishima. Kirishima had a hardening quirk, fought with his fists and his guts. While a style like boxing would have been simple enough to learn in a week, Midoriya had to learn a lot more than just one new fighting style in a week, so he just picked up a few basics and then turned to a different inspiration, Mao. Both had defensive quirks, both used hand-to-hand to fight, and both got the most out of their styles by turning their defensive quirks into offensive power. While Midoriya had no idea if this method would work, he did know it was worth a shot. So he spent the week studying Exam F to try and find good styles or things he could teach them, then getting the basics down before giving them a push to go out and learn more themselves. He was no master boxer now. Hell, he knew most of his boxing stuff already just on whims and what he picked up on in the middle of fights, but they didn't need a master. They just needed a good place to start, and Midoriya was confident he could give that to them. Now he wasn't trying to teach them all of his fighting style. He was just giving them a small tidbit that would help them. This was, in theory, great for them. Like most of Midoriya's training though, it had a second side. Midoriya was going to get to experiment with a whole bunch of different styles all at once. While Midoriya wasn't a great boxer, he'd still be boxing and learning with Kirishima. Hell, he'd be trying to get into Kirishima's head to help the guy fight better. Maybe he'd even find something about Kirishima's style that he liked better than his own. Midoriya had spent the week scouring the internet, the hero records, and his own style for something Exam F could use, And after a week he had something for each member. It wasn't perfect, but it could be good. And that would make for a better than good starting place. Even helped push them to try finding their own styles, making it a triple play. Midoriya chuckled to himself at his genius, spinning his pencil around his fingers as the video on his phone wrapped up, giving him a glance at the time. Lunch in a minute. Midoriya checked the rest of his watch later playlist, flicking out the extras he wouldn't have time for, then flipped notebook number 15 shut with his pencil inside to mark his place. Aiko beside him had woken up long before Midoriya even got halfway through the final skim of his notes, staying to herself and her own work while he stayed to his. She had noticed the snappy sound of the notebook closing and turned her attention to him as he dropped his things into his backpack, just about ready to go, and she scurried to follow suit. Aiko shoved papers into books and slammed them shut while Midoriya slung his bag over a shoulder, standing and taking in the room for himself. Aiko had mentioned some big fights happening in the classroom, but it seemed all normal to him. Most of the desks were pushed to the sides of the room to form tables for the cliques or to keep them out of the way. The small bursts of people hung around the rooms, separated by their own circles as they talked. The back wall's graffiti had grown since the year's start, now wrapping around even the ceiling. If it wasn't for the missing window blowing hot air into the room, he'd have hardly noticed that there was another big fight there. Aiko kept shoving everything into her bag, almost dropping several things until Midoriya decided that staring into infinity wasn't helping and lent a hand. With most of the papers in the bag and only a few sticking out, the pair made their way out of the classroom and main building for their club room. It was a quick jaunt across the courtyard, but it still felt scorching with the high noon sun. The shade of the auxiliary building felt like a little piece of heaven even before they made it to their club room. The door was kept open to try and get some airflow through the stuffy club, but it'd take almost a miracle to cool the place off. A good place to start. A fan would be really nice. Aiko spitballed as she leaned against the table, inspecting the ceiling. But I don't think you can put that kind of stuff in a class. Plus, it seems kind of complicated. The pair had already started trying to come up with ideas for repairing their room, but past that, they were going beyond the basics to try and brainstorm some ideas to improve the room like one of their usual build projects. Maybe a shop fan or something then. Midoriya was writing down their ideas as they went, trying to polish them as they came. For fans, Mal had some fans set up in the military base to keep their air moving underground. Mao would probably let him have one if he explained it, but he felt a sort of responsibility to handle this himself. There's the ones on sticks and the ones that are just a big fan in a box. Which one sounds better? Both. Aiko fanned herself with her papers, keeping herself down to 2 layers, but the hair stayed down. Didn't seem good for staying cool, but who was he to judge? The big fan sounds nice right now, but if the other fan's on a stick, won't it reach higher? Yeah, you're definitely onto something. Midoriya glanced around their club room, thinking over the fan placement. We'll probably want more than one anyways, so where's a good place to put them? I think we'll find out once we get them. Aiko leaned forward with a little more confidence, speaking from personal experience. My mom has some fans like that for our garage, and she moves them around all the time. Midoriya was going to question why her dad wasn't the one who messed with them, but realized, of course, he was talking to Mao. You moved fans around to keep yourself cool, but Mao and his bullshit quirk were probably fine in extreme heat. Lucky bastard. Was that why Aiko could get away with wearing so many layers? When he thought about it that way, it was both a reassuring thing that she was finally feeling the heat if it meant she was less scared, but this was an annoying blind spot for her quirk. Revenant put his thoughts away and focused back on the moment. The fans can come in at any time since we can put them over our work, but the flooring and walls. The walls come first. Revenant's gaze flicked up from his notes to the walls, specifically scowling at the paint that had run down the walls and onto the floors. It looked sloppy. No, it was sloppy. If they did the walls first, they could just remove the flooring afterward and replace it too, cleaning up the mess. Are you sure? Midoriya snapped out of focus as someone moved next to him, following his gaze. Aiko stared at the wall in confusion, then exchanged a glance at him before exploding into her usual stammering. I mean, if you know what you're doing. Now Aiko, what's up? Midoriya was taken aback mostly by Aiko finally taking the lead, a little eager to see what she had to say. Aiko didn't respond immediately, playing with her hair. Midoriya elbowed her gently for a little encouragement. Come on, Aiko, I'm not perfect. What are you thinking? Isn't it gonna be more expensive if we do the walls first? Aiko noticed the same problem he did, that the repainting and replastering might mean that they'd have to replace more of the tiles. Yeah, but it's in the budget, Midoriya said with a smile, glad to dismiss her concerns. We've got to buy more tiles anyway, so it's not that big a deal. But couldn't we just do the floor first, then cover it with bags to keep it safe? Or something. Aiko trailed off, poking her fingers together while nervously looking at the floor for a second, then a second growing into a moment as she waited for Midoriya's response, then a minute as she slowly looked up. wondering what Midoriya's thoughts were, only to find him blue-screening as he stared into the middle distance. And Midoriya, cover the floor. Instead of tearing it up, just cover the keeping the floor clear, clean up easy, and costs low. Aiko, you're a genius. Midoriya rounded on his friend with a gleam in his eye, grabbing her by the arms in his excitement. I am, yes, or was he just a moron? Probably, or maybe even both. Midoriya pushed past his doubts as he gently shook Aiko, then dived for his notes to write that down. We can just get something to cover the floor, like garbage bags or paper. Both should be pretty easy to get. And my dad has a lot of newspapers. He uses them for starting campfires. But I'm sure he wouldn't mind if we took some. While she had been shaken a bit by Midoriya's literal shaking, Aiko's confidence had gotten a little boost, pushing her forward just a step more. Perfect. Midoriya took her suggestion down, putting a little check next to floor covers in his notes to mark it off before it even began. Fans for the temperature, covers for the floor, plaster and paint for the walls. We could try fixing the lights. Good call. Midoriya shot her some finger guns, writing that down on the list and then thinking they might need a little more detail. Can you check what type of lights we need to buy? There should be a little sticker somewhere on them. Aiko nodded, rising from the table and walking under one of the lights, able to reach it easily from the floor without even a chair to stand on. Together, the two continued to poke out some of the details, even deciding to try searching the other rooms for some working lights among other things. Midoriya felt fulfilled as lunch wrapped up despite most of his food still in its box, waving Aiko goodbye until club hours. He wasn't in the empty room for long, staying around long enough to pack his things before hitting the streets headed to his favorite gym. If he ran quick, he could get in an hour of work before he needed to double back. Plus, the faster he ran, the less he'd be in this god-awful heat. Midoriya took the streets and alleys with more familiarity each time he hit them, learning more and more backroads with every pass. Midoriya took the main road for only a few minutes before ducking into an alley for a more exciting adventure in the shade to his final destination. He hadn't just been heading to the Parker gym to practice balancing on boxes. He spent a good amount of time on it. Yeah, but if he spent all his time at the gym on only balancing like a bird on a wire, Midoriya had no doubts he'd already have mastered it. Instead, Midoriya spread his time out practicing stuff like this. Midoriya ran down the alley quickly, jumping over loose trash bags and grabbing a street sign on the other side to make a sudden turn, running down the sidewalk for only a few steps while checking the way before bolting across the road. It wasn't as cool as some of the stuff he did, but it was something. Little shortcuts through small places, shaving seconds off his time. Sure, not every route he took was the fastest. Midoriya ran across from a row of shops, catching his reflection smiling for a second before hitting the next alley to try a new route and almost running straight into a wooden fence, a dead end and a waste of time. But it didn't have to be the fastest, as long as he was still moving forward. Midoriya met the new challenge with a smile, picking up speed and running towards one of the buildings the fence was posted between. Midoriya jumping into the wall, pushing off it to gain height and onto a dumpster. He jumped off the dumpster back into the wall, then off the wall into the fence. Midoriya grabbed the fence as he passed over, vaulting his legs first over the other side, then let go to let himself fly for a second. A moment without gravity. A moment of Midoriya with his hair pushed back by the wind and his clothes flowing as he flew higher and higher. It felt amazing. And then came the rush of gravity and the thrill of the run. Midoriya's momentum peaked, pulling him back to the ground. Midoriya lined up his legs underneath him, laughing as he flew over more trash he could have tripped over and hit the ground feet first. His feet immediately gave out under him, pushed backward by his own pace. Midoriya leaned into it, tucking in his head and coming out of the jump in a tight roll to disperse the momentum across his body. And just like that, he was on the other side of the fence. Midoriya moved out of the roll into a run, then to a jog as he glanced back at his progress. He couldn't even see the alley he'd come from anymore, the wooden fence blocking his view, but it had to be at least 8 feet tall. An 8-foot-tall fence he cleared in just 2 jumps with no supersuit, no quirk, just some smooth moves. Midoriya smirked at his own work, flicking his hair confidently out of his face and finally noticing the trash that had gotten stuck in his tangled locks. He pulled the back out, rubbing his head as he went to leave, but still took a moment to glance back at the things he cleared, the results of his work. It felt good. Even the slight sticky sensation on his head couldn't keep that down. That feeling swelling in his chest as he started back on his way. It didn't take long from hitting the streets to get to the Parker gym, even with a few wrong turns, and it took barely a minute from the front desk to the mats. Midoriya switched out of his school uniform in the school's bathroom before he even touched the streets. Running in his uniform's long pants would have been murder in this heat. Plus, didn't matter what he was wearing for club activity. and it really did matter what he was wearing when he tried doing flips. It didn't take long to get back to his boxes, a few stretches to loosen up, a few that he should have done before running around outside, going off how his shoulder popped. Maybe his fence hopping wasn't as smooth as he thought it was. However, he got there. Midoriya opened his workout with his usual battle against the boxes. Midoriya spent a second setting up a small set of boxes to jump between, then spent a half hour just experimenting with the floor, jumping between the boxes, in a row or with stops, eventually trying to even turn on the boxes instead of going in a straight line. Midoriya even tried to go from one box back to his last one, although he only ate Matt for trying something so reckless so quickly. At least when he wiped out, it hurt a lot less than the rooftops. Midoriya finished his box training by trying to go from the balance boxes to some of the things he was more familiar with, like running up a wall. He just pushed his little row towards one of the climb spaces, then lined them up and shot off from one box to the next. 1 hop, 2 hops, 1 stop, 2 stops, and the last box was there before he knew it. Midoriya lined it up in his mind, eyeing the next box he'd jump to and the wall beyond it, then leapt for it. He pushed off his box, nearly toppling it as he left, and landed with 1 foot on the next box. Instantly it started tipping, but before it could topple, Midoriya passed his weight over the box and leapt off it too. He pushed off that one before it could fall over and jumped straight at the wall, limbs outstretched to greet it. His hands caught the top of the wall before he could faceplant into the mat, holding him to the wall while his legs pushed into the wall. Midoriya converted his forward momentum into upward motion, pulling himself up the wall in a few semi-smooth motions and standing atop the wall. Midoriya couldn't help to glance back at the course he set up, appreciating the line of boxes leading to his new vantage despite how knocked around they looked by his jumps. It might not have been very high, but it was still one hell of a view. Putting into practice all those jumps he'd been doing, Midoriya eyed the last box from atop the wall. He was only 6 feet up, a height he could scale and jump down even without help, but he could sense a challenge beyond that as he stared down at the last box. Although they toppled pretty easy, it wasn't that far from the lip of the wall, and it was a big target. How hard could landing on it be? If he missed or landed wrong, he could easily hurt his ankles. How'd he prevent that? Easy, he'd fall. But like most things he'd been doing, even if he fell, Midoriya took a step back, smiling with excitement before jumping off the lip, arms spread wide to catch the air as he flew again, falling with style. Well, his falling style only made him hurt his butt instead of his ankles, so the limp back to school wasn't filled with so much pain as shame. Good news, the walk did give him a chance to work out the new problems he'd made for himself, at least. Bad news, it was even hotter now than when he first went to the gym. You won some, you lost others, but through it all you found new ways to injure yourself. That's how it went, right? Whether running confidently or limp walking in shame, Midoriya made his way back to the school feeling as cooked as a hot dog. He caught Aiko by the club, got some water back in him, and made his way to the main building to find the teacher's lounge. Midoriya might have been the only student in Nishiyama's history to seek out the teacher's lounge for something other than a prank. It was his second time there, but after a few months and all signs absence, it still took him a while to get there. A small smoke cloud spilled out as Midoriya opened the door to the lounge, taking a step back to clear his lungs before glancing in. The teacher's lounge looked like a generic office space, with 2 rows of desks pushed together separated with dividers between them, and a pool of adults sitting around them talking. 1A's homeroom teacher only showed up for roll call, so it was probably a safe bet that most of them stayed here all day. Midoriya entered the room alone, searching the small crowd of adults for the familiar face of his homeroom teacher. Aiko had offered to come, but she was as scared of the teachers as most of the class was scared of her, and he was going to do the talking either way. No. Sensei, catching Mr. Kimiri on the far side of the room. Midoriya moved around the crowd of teachers, doing his best to avoid all eye contact while beelining it for his homeroom teacher. Oh, Mr. Kimiri sat next to an AC unit installed in the window, taking a drag when Midoriya called out to him. He glanced over, his eyes widening a second with recognition as he breathed out the smoke and took in his own surroundings, putting his cigarette in an ashtray as Midoriya finally made it through the mess of papers, chairs, and desks to him. Midoriya. Yup. Only had a few questions for you, Sensei, from the crafting club, Midoriya said quickly, unfazed that his teacher had trouble remembering his name. He was honestly impressed that his name was remembered at all, and while he was unsure if that was great, it wasn't important right now. Should only take a minute. Mr. Kimiri's head tilted to look past Midoriya to the other teachers, who were packing up their things even as Midoriya ran through the room. As the Ishiyama standard, the teachers didn't want to spend any extra time around the school and were ready to book it almost more than the students. Midoriya would be amazed if any of the teachers actually paid attention to the clubs they said they'd advise, going off of how reluctant Mr. Kimiri seemed. Well, if it's only a minute. Mr. Kimiri sunk into his chair a little further, reaching for a new cigarette instinctively before refocusing on Midoriya in front of him. Let's try to keep the quick, all right. Yep, Midoriya nodded, agreeing instantly and drawing a folded paper from his pocket. He didn't want to go into details. He was only doing this to make sure his ass was covered legally or that someone else would get in trouble with him. All the more reason to keep it snappy. The crafting club was having some problems without room, so we wanted to do some renovations. We don't need a budget, but we do need approval from our advisor. So here we are. Mr. Kimura plucked the paper from Midoriya's hand, giving the boy one last glance before unfolding and giving the page a quick scan. It was as realistic as Midoriya could find, since the real paper didn't exist. But it should hold some weight as a basic agreement between two parties if he signed it, if he just signed on the bottom. Mr. Kimura checked up with Midoriya, an eyebrow raised to show how unbothered by the whole thing he was. Midoriya nodded, then fumbled around his pockets before drawing a pen for his homeroom teacher. Kimura took it from Midoriya, flipping it dexterously around his fingers before clicking it open and giving the page a few taps, right above the signature line. I just had a few quick questions, Midoriya. Mr. Kimura's eyes flitted across the paper a second time as he took in the text. The legal documentation Midoriya copied and adjusted to fit his needs. You're planning to do renovations. Midoriya unconsciously straightened out, surprised that anyone in this dump would actually pay attention to anything he did. Maybe it would have been better to do this on his own, and if someone did notice, if someone did come to check on their own, if they found his hiding spots as he was crafting them. No, it was best to weather the storm. So Revenant puffed out his chest and looked as friendly as he could. Yup, we've got some rough spots on the floor, so we decided to try fixing it ourselves. We're already doing the research for replacing the broken tiles. Yuha. Mr. Kimura's gaze stayed on the paper, tapping a line of text with Midoriya's pen. He didn't seem interested in Midoriya's words, but something on the page snagged him. That's it. We're going to try fixing the cracks in the wall, but that's gonna just be some plaster and paint. Midoriya tried to keep it vague, wary of whatever Mr. Kimura was looking for. Midoriya didn't engage in this kind of fight a lot, but he had enough dealings with that furry football to know the winning move was not to play. I don't think that's really big, though. Midoriya laughed it off, scratching the back of his head. But Mr. Kimura still looked stone cold. His eyes were definitely focused on one part of the document, but Midoriya had no idea what part. When he got the paper back, he'd have to try and find it, looking for all the ink marks from Kimura tapping the page with his pen, but that was thinking for later. Mr. Kimura seemed to chew over Midoriya's words, spinning the pen around his fingers again. Fixing a flooring is a pretty big project. You and your building club do a lot of things like this. Oh, no sir. Kimura could definitely sense there was something deeper going on, but luckily he was pushing in the wrong direction. With Aiko around, Midoriya's plans for daylight vigilantism had come to a crashing halt, now coming back around to help him out. Never anything like this before. We usually do stuff like jackets and stuffed animals. Stuffed animals? Well, Midoriya had to admit it sounded suspicious, but that was probably the most straightforward thing Midoriya had said so far. Yeah, did you want to see some of our projects? Midoriya leaned into his partial truths, knowing he was in familiar territory with evidence to back him up. He took a slight step back, gesturing to the door as he hammered his point home. We've still got some in the room. Did you want to come see? Not really. With his bluff met, Kimura backed off a step. Still, to be completely off took more than a step. But, stuffed animals and coats. Far cry from fixing a floor. What got you interested in something like that? Heatwave. Midoriya came in bluntly, intending for this to be a one-word answer, then realized maybe he came in a little too quick for this quick question. We were just talking about how hot the room was, and we got into how we could fix the room, and the hardest part was going to be the floor. Kimura nodded, flicking the paper out with his wrist to straighten it out. That makes a little more sense. You have any experience with flooring? Research, walking, and tripping over it? Midoriya looked so confident in his answer he actually got a snicker from Mr. Kimura, breaking the stony face and finally making that pen move again. Real funny guy, huh? Mr. Kimura smirked, shaking his head at Midoriya's boast and bringing the pen down, finally signing it and taking a weight off Midoriya's shoulders. If you're worried about heat, you might want to try getting a window AC unit. It's not pretty, but it might be easier than some of the stuff you've got planned for that room. Mr. Kimura tapped the AC unit he was sitting next as he spoke, clicking Midoriya's pen shut and spinning it around one last time to hand it back. Midoriya reached out, grabbing the pen and making a mental note of that. Window AC, got it. Any idea how much those cost? You can research fixing a floor. You can research buying an AC unit. Mr. Kimura didn't even pretend he knew, shrugging it off as he stood from his chair with Midoriya's paper still in hand. Research whatever you want, but this has taken too long already. I'll see you in class Monday. Yes, no, sir. I've got family stuff next week. Midoriya gave a quick salute, unsure what the correct response was. Kimura hitting him back with a sharp nod as he took Midoriya's paper and tucked it into a folder at his desk. Midoriya stared at it, a mixing of confusion and longing coming together as he realized he wasn't going to be getting that paper back anytime soon. So, I'll see you next Monday. Glad we agree. Now let's get moving. Bars aren't open forever. Most of the teachers had already left, a few standing by the door looking back at Kimiri and Midoriya, who stood alone on the far side of the room. Kimiri pushed Midoriya towards the exit, the young student emerging from the office into a small crowd of adults. He immediately gave his bare minimum polite greeting and naturally moved away on instinct, only stopping to glance back once he regained his senses. Now that everyone was finally out of the room, the teacher's office was shut and locked up by one of the teachers. Midoriya didn't recognize the teacher, although it hardly mattered as the key disappeared into an unfamiliar pocket in a pond of unfamiliar people moving to a sea of unfamiliar places. Midoriya paused for a good few seconds with his mouth partially open, hands slightly raised, ready to ask a question he didn't even know to no one. Was his stupid little paper really important enough to try breaking into his teacher's office for, just to see what interested Mr. Kimiri so much? Hours before he went to UA to close up details on helping Exam F. It was a dummy paper with few details on it, and it didn't even mention the work he'd be doing on the shelves and ceiling to hide his equipment. There couldn't be anything important on it. It wasn't important. Was it? Midoriya had his doubts, staring at that door for a little too long. He could justify it. It'd be trivially easy to justify it. It was a locked door with something he wanted on the other side, an important file he wanted to investigate but didn't want anyone to know he was investigating. Midoriya watched the teachers move down the hall, going around the corner and slowly moving out of earshot before he moved towards the door. The lock looked pretty basic, like the kind on a padlock or his front door. He tapped the door, noting how surprisingly solid it felt. Getting in wouldn't be a walk in the park. There might have been a better entry point, like the windows. Revenant could already see himself trying each of the windows. After such a hot day, they might have left one open for a breeze. No, they had AC in that room. Besides, this wasn't the time. Midoriya pushed himself away from the door, looking around the hall at how open he was. This wasn't some warehouse in the dead of night. This was a rough school 20 minutes after last bell. There he was, standing in the middle of the hall in plain sight, sticking out like a sore thumb. He didn't know how to pick locks, and he wasn't going to just staring at this lock. Midoriya shook his head to clear it up, tearing himself away from his plans and vigilantism to focus in on the moment. He already had things going on, and right now he was supposed to see Aiko to tell her they got the okay for their work, not getting sidetracked with every possible new idea he had for vigilantism. That was the very basics of staying focused. Shaking his head in disappointment at himself, Midoriya moved after the teachers to leave the main building and meet up with Aiko in the club room to share the good news. Maybe he'd make a note to himself. Maybe he'd write down in his notes to get an AC unit for the crafting club. Put it in the window like Mr. Kimiri said. Maybe he'd even write himself a note about where that AC unit was, about how easy it seemed to get to, and a reminder that he should go see it himself on his own time. Maybe, but that'd be for another day, because today was Friday. The last day of school in the week. Midoriya was excited. He had a lot of things on his mind, and he would get to them all. Eventually, he ran through the hall, like the delinquent he was, ran out the hall and across the courtyard to the auxiliary building, to his club, and to his friend. He opened the door with a smile, eagerly sharing that their idea went through, the pair sharing a small cheer. But their idea cleared. The real planning could begin now. Midoriya drew his phone and his notes, the two putting their heads together to explore out the ideas already laid out, building them out. The price of equipment, how much they'd need if it went well, the extra they'd need when it didn't. Midoriya and Aiko researched and wrote it all down. And, off to one side, on a similar notebook, a little note written about a lock in some rundown building he should get around to. Kimiri and the teachers walked through the city streets, abuzz with excitement for the weekend. Putting up with their city students more often felt like damage control than any actual teaching. But now they were finally free. The teachers now made their way to the edge of hell, the closest bar to Ishiyama High School. Few had any real plans for the weekend, but after the week they had, that was the best plan of all. At the back of the pack, though, Kimiri strode along a step behind the rest. He was usually one of the first to leave behind the school, dropping all cares with a cigarette in his mouth and a hunch in his walk, but this time something was sticking to him. Most of his class was a mess. He'd heard tales in the halls of a big fight coming up, small rumblings between their stupid little factions. He'd seen and had to deal with a few outbreaks himself, as much as he was loath to. There were a few members of his class that he still hadn't seen once, even this far into the year. But there was one oddball, one kid he'd heard hardly a thing about. He'd talked to him a few times, even knew the kid's name better than most his class, but there was something about him that just didn't add up. Kimiri stood to one side of the street, turning his back on the wind to light his cigarette. His lighter flicked once, twice low oil, and on the third the spark took hold, giving him a small flame to light his cigarette, cursing that he couldn't use this damn heat wave to get his light. Kimura took a final look back the way he'd come from the edge's doorstep. He could still see Ishiyama's in the distance, the school in disrepair that someone wanted to fix, doing the class work, starting a club, now trying to fix that damn mess of a building they had wasting away. Of all the things to waste time on, Kimura blew out a cloud of smoke, shaking his head as he turned, moving in line with his colleagues and finally letting his thoughts run with the smoke. It was a long month ahead, with a lot of work inside. Maybe he'd take a day to spend some time at the club he was advising. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.